Chapter 413. Zhang Zhong didn't understand his son's intention, but he still arranged it. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this matter anymore. He knew that the reason why he didn't come to apologize was because he still had bargaining chips on him. He wanted to wait for an opportunity to exchange conditions. If it were someone else, they would have already asked someone to find Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't just anyone. The two of them didn't care about Zhang Yi at all. They just casually made a move. The most important thing was to solve the most important problem, which was the problem of the people's livelihood. The goods on the ship should have been unloaded and transported here. The magistrate office must put out a notice to let the people know that they could get these goods first and then pay for them. If they didn't have money, they could use the things in the sea as a substitute, especially those good things that could be offered as tribute. There was no need to rush this. They could take it slowly. There was no need to take risks in order to repay quickly. The Zhang family didn't need it, and the Zhang family could afford to pay for it. The third notice came out. After the people saw it, they couldn't believe that it was real. However, when the goods were transported and they were allowed to choose, they had to admit that it wasn't a dream. All the people who bought the goods didn't need to use any collateral. They just needed to leave their fingerprint. Zhang Xiaobao believed in the customs here. The notice clearly stated that the goods could be paid for within a year. If there was a special situation, it could be postponed, but they needed to send someone to check. If nothing happened and the goods were not paid after a year, the person's name would be written on the notice to warn people to be careful of such people. They were all from the same village. If their names were posted, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads in public anymore. This time, the goods prepared were very complete. There were furs, snacks, medicine, cloth, cheap jewelry, and some tools that could be used. As for the purely ornamental goods, forget about it. The people didn't have the consciousness to buy them. Every time the goods arrived at a place, the people would pick and choose. In fact, they were just short of a buffer time, so they had no choice but to sell the things in their hands at a low price under the pressure of life. Now that these goods were not sold at a high price, the value of future goods would also be high. In addition to these, Li Sun also arranged for people to use other identities to lend money. The interest rate was very low. Usually, it was 10 copper coins and 13 copper coins. That was to say, if you lent 10 copper coins and gave 9 copper coins, you would have to return 13 copper coins. Li Sun used 10 copper coins and only 10% interest. Furthermore, it was calculated on a yearly basis, not the usual monthly basis. This immediately lowered the price by a lot. Some of the commoners who had some ideas tried to borrow some, but this required them to pawn their belongings and write a receipt. When the time came, they could still report it to the yamen. The main thing was that Zhang Xiaobao had calculated that there were only about 7,000 people in the entire prefecture. If everyone borrowed money, it would be of great use to one person. Borrowing 3 strings of money would be able to buy a small boat to go to sea. If everyone borrowed money, based on the average of 2 strings of money, it would be no more than 15,000 strings of money. Moreover, when borrowing money, why did they have to mention themselves? If they wanted to seek medical treatment, there was no need. There were ready-made doctors, and they were looking for a place to build a medical center. As long as the medicinal materials were not ginseng or deer antler, ordinary medicine was very cheap, and the cost would be collected. This way, they were not afraid of people who pretended to borrow money and ran away. If you said you wanted to buy a cow to plow the land, then it depended on how much land you had. If you bought a cow, it would be around 7 or 8 strings of money or 10 strings of money. The land and the cow would be used as collateral. Wang Wan also specially asked Zhang Xiaobao, what if someone wanted to buy a bigger boat that cost 15 strings of money and capsized? Zhang Xiaobao's answer was very simple. As long as the person was fine, it was fine. It was not really a loan, so who would deliberately capsize the boat? When the time came, if there was really such a bad person, they would work for him. The work would be used to pay off the debt, and they would arrange some good jobs. After they earned money, they would use part of it to pay off the debt and part of it to live. It was impossible not to have any measures of punishment. That would make people feel that there was a loophole to take advantage of. In order to better publicize the benevolence and righteousness of the new provincial governor, all the goods were transported to the prefectural city to be sold. Furthermore, people were sent to the other 3 counties to talk about this matter and let them come over to buy. This way, the local people would tell the people in the other counties about the new provincial governor's actions. The next step is to dry the salt. There must be a lot of behind-the-scenes transactions there. After dealing with the people, we can implement it. This kind of salt trade originally belonged to the local government, which is the provincial government. The reason why they suppressed the provincial governor was to profit from it. It turned out that it was to boil salt. A stone of salt requires more than 400 caddies of good firewood. No matter how expensive firewood is, it is not as expensive as salt. A stone of salt can be sold for 600 or 700 copper coins. How much is 400 caddies of firewood worth? 5 copper coins? 6 copper coins? There's so many mountains. Just go up the mountain and you can get a lot of firewood. You can't blame someone for taking the risk for nearly 100 times the profit. Zhang Xiaobao sat on a couch of the inn and looked out the window at the crowd that was heading to the place where the goods were sold. He began to plan for the future. When Wang Wan came, she knew that Zhang Xiaobao was preparing to dry the salt. There was very little manpower, and the salt was produced in large amounts and quickly. There was also no need to waste firewood. When that time came, the cost would be even lower. If they used a large ship to transport it, each ship could carry 5 or 6 tons. If they took the road and transported it to places with little or no salt and sold it, they could earn 500 or 600 strings of coins per ship, or even more. If they were willing to pay the local price, it would be easy to earn 1,000 strings of coins. Thinking that if a large amount of salt was sold in the future, it would not be easy to sell salt in other places. Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Aren't you afraid that a large amount of salt will impact the market?" "I'm afraid, but we can't produce so much salt here. It is not possible to turn the seawater into salt by drying it for a few minutes. The production time will affect the output. There are also salt pans. Not all places near the sea can be used as salt pans, unless a large amount of manpower is used to level the ground. Also, it depends on how the wind blows. There's a lot of knowledge involved in this, and I don't know much about it either. After a few tries, I'll know what to do. We'll just use whatever fits our needs." Nowadays, people are still in a situation of salt shortage. It's not like back in our time, when industrial salt production was more convenient. Zhang Xiaobao had already considered this matter. It was not a problem at all. Even if he turned the coastal area into salt pans, it would not be able to meet the demand. Besides, selling salt was not very profitable for him. It would take at least half a year for a ship to go back and forth. Wouldn't it be better to transport something else? Thinking of making money, Zhang Xiaobao suggested to Wang Wan, "Why don't we cultivate pearls? This thing can make money. It can be used as medicine or as an ornament. Just put some things that can't be dissolved into their flesh, and then let them wrap it little by little with body fluid. Finally, the pearls will come out. Dream on. Tell me, what kind of shell should we use? What should we put in? How should we put it? Where and how should we raise it? What are the relevant things that we need to pay attention to? How many years will it take to become a pearl?" When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she knew that he didn't know how to do it. She made up a bunch of nonsense and asked several questions in a row. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head every time she asked a question. He wanted to say that they should put sand in the shell, but when he thought about it, it didn't seem good to wrap sand in a pearl. "Then let's kill a lot of sharks and sell their fins. This thing is good." Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic. "Who should kill them? How? Send them to the sharks to be killed? Can't you think of something that can be implemented?" Wang Wan refuted Zhang Xiaobao again without any mercy. "Then change. Let's get some ducks and release them on the beach." Zhang Xiaobao changed again. The two of them in the room, one of them made a proposal and the other rejected it. They had a long discussion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could bicker with each other when they had nothing to do, but others couldn't. Zhang, he had been waiting for a day, but there was still no call. He was so anxious that he walked back and forth in the place where the businessman surnamed Shun was. He wasn't the only one who was anxious. The businessman surnamed Shun was also anxious. In the past, he had encountered a lot of schemes, and his calculations were relatively accurate. This time, he thought that it was a sure thing, but he was wrong. He thought that Zhang Zhong wanted to deal with the original forces here first. If it were someone else, they would do the same. However, Zhang Zhong seemed to have put this matter aside and concentrated on doing business. It was the kind of business that couldn't maximize the benefits. Mr. Shun, what do you think Zhang Zhong wants to do? He obviously has the upper hand, but he stopped. I always feel that things are not so simple. If we wait any longer, it will be easy for something to happen. Zhang, he walked a few more times. He really couldn't suppress the agitation in his heart, so he stopped and asked, Don't worry, don't worry. Zhang Zhong must have some difficulties, so he doesn't dare to come to you directly. Could it be that he thought of the relationship between you and me, so he guessed the force behind me? Is he afraid? Wait a little longer. If he still doesn't come to you at this time tomorrow, we will think of a way. Even Boss Shun himself didn't believe the words that he said. Zhang Zhong came so quickly, and his actions weren't slow either. No matter what, he couldn't guess the power behind him. At this time, other than waiting, it seemed that there was no better method. The two of them didn't wait until this time the next day. That night, 71 Yamen runners who were tortured to death came back. Some of them even said while walking, I don't dare to do bad things for Zhang Yi anymore. I will listen to the provincial governor in the future. I don't dare to. Zhang Xiaobao's method made the Yamen runners who had never encountered it before almost collapse mentally. As long as they thought of what happened last night, they would feel cold all over. When Zhang Yi and Chun Dongjia saw the 71 people, the look in their eyes was different from before. What's wrong with you? Did they use a big punishment? Zhang Yi came in front of a Yamen runner and asked, It's worse than a big punishment. I have seen it. Master, the other 31 brothers are going to be beheaded tomorrow. Don't you want to save them? The Yamen runner who was asked looked straight ahead when he was speaking. His tone was so flat, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 414. The sun shone warmly. The deep blue sea pushed towards the shore from afar with layers of waves. Then, it turned light blue and became transparent. There were also some white waves that kept crashing onto the beach, leaving behind bubbles that slowly receded. Every time the waves hit the beach, there would be countless tide worms that were brought to the shore by the waves. When the tide receded, some of them were brought away by the sea, while others quickly burrowed into the sand. Small crabs did the same. They used the tide to come to the beach and burrowed into the crevices of the reefs. They dug a hole and buried themselves, making small holes on the beach. Seabirds spread their wings and flew in the sky. Occasionally, they swooped down to the sea and picked up a fish that was struggling to twist its body. They sprinkled a string of pearl-like water droplets. The life of the world reproduced in this noisy silence. Reincarnation, 1,000 years or yesterday, the sea was still as turbulent as before. The fishermen who had long been used to such a life would usually catch some small fish and shrimp near the shore and fry them in a dry pot without adding oil or salt. However, today there was not a single fisherman in the sea of Wulei County. It was almost noon, and the people in the county all gathered in the direction of the execution field. Although it was called the execution field, it was actually a wasteland. There was no platform or anything like that. However, the people did not care about that. They just wanted to see the result of the people who had hurt them. Some people even brought the memorial tablets of their dead relatives from home and waited quietly, waiting for the time when the yang qi was the most abundant. Zhang Zhong had already led a group of officials here. There was a table in front of them. The people in charge of the execution kept fiddling with things. As they burned incense, they kept muttering. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also came here. They squeezed into the crowd and became bystanders, even if they were the ones who planned this. The executioners today were the members of the Zhizhuang Protection Team and the Zero Team. 31 people were chosen. No matter how hard they trained, they would always be a little lacking if they had not personally experienced blood. When the 31 bailiffs were brought up, the people around them cheered. No one was sad that the people in front of them were about to lose their lives, because these people had taken the lives of others before. Amidst the cheers, the sound of crying could be heard. The person holding the tablet cried, and said something to the tablet. When the 31 people were forced to kneel on the ground, Zhang Yi finally appeared. He was surrounded by the 71 bailiffs who were released yesterday. These bailiffs, who were usually arrogant, did not look like they did today. They looked like shriveled chickens. The Yushan County Magistrate had also arrived with Zhang Yi. He was the only one who had come. Last night, Zhang Yi had sent someone to find him on horseback, hoping that he would be able to stall them for a while. When the time came, the two county magistrates could work together to pressure Zhang Zhong. Unexpectedly, the Yushan County Magistrate was already on his way to Wulei County. Otherwise, he would not have arrived at this time. Nian Wanjiu only brought 10 bailiffs with him. He had rushed over for other matters. When he found out that Zhang Zhong was going to kill people, he agreed to oppose with Zhang Yi and save the people. When the two of them arrived, the preparations were almost done. Zhang Yi looked at the bailiffs beside him, then looked at the 200 people with crossbows. He suppressed the idea of breaking in and shouted at Zhang Zhong, "Provincial Governor, please wait. I have something to say." Zhang Yi's voice made the people around him tremble. They looked at the county magistrate, who also wanted to kill him, and then looked at Zhang Zhong. "It's already noon. Start the execution. If anyone tries to stop you, kill them." Zhang Zhong did not pay attention to Zhang Yi and directly gave the order. The purpose of this was simple. The people who were released yesterday would leave a shadow in their hearts. Even if they came today, they would not be of much use. Zhang Yi had to come. Otherwise, who would dare to work with him in the future? But it was useless even if they came. He wanted to let everyone know that they followed Zhang Yi because he did not have the ability to help them at critical moments. The 200 guards with crossbows in their hands shouted in unison, "Kill!" Looking at the people who unsheathed their swords and loaded their crossbows, Zhang Yi did not know what to do. He gave Nian Wanjiu a look. Just as Nian Wanjiu was about to speak, a guard on the other side turned his crossbow over. Nian Wanjiu swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His life was more important. Who knew if they would shoot it? With a slight delay, the 31 people in the execution field dropped their swords. Among them, 30 people were relatively good. Only one person stretched a little when he used his strength. In the end, his head was not chopped off. This person trembled and was a little scared. But when he thought of what the young lady said, cowards should return to the inner court to do chores. Thinking of this person raised his sword and aimed at the place where he had just chopped. No matter how much blood spurted out, he chopped down again. With a thump, this person's head was finally chopped off. 31 people were killed. The surrounding people were silent at first. Then, some people began to cry. They held the memorial tablets and came to the execution field. They knelt there and kowtowed to the memorial tablets. After kowtowing, they turned to Zhang Zhong's direction and kowtowed to him. With this group of people taking the lead, the others who did not hold the memorial tablets also knelt down and kowtowed to Zhang Zhong. No matter how Zhang Zhong asked them to get up, these people did not get up. Just as Zhang Zhong was about to go down and persuade them personally, he turned his head and saw that he had already turned around and was walking back with Nian Wanjiu. He immediately shouted, "Stop right there, Wulei County's county magistrate Zhang Yi. You told me that you had something to do just now. Why are you leaving now? Are you playing with me? Men, take him away." This shout was indeed effective. The commoners stopped kowtowing, and the crying people also stopped. They turned their heads to look at Zhang Yi. They slowly stood up, wanting to know what the provincial governor wanted to do. Zhang Yi was too busy being angry. He did not expect Zhang Zhong to find trouble with him at this time. He cursed in his heart. How could Zhang Zhong not know what he was going to say? He had already killed people, and he was still asking him? Thinking like this, Zhang Yi couldn't say it out loud. Seeing people rushing over, he hurriedly shouted to Zhang Zhong, "Darren, this official was scared just now and forgot about it." After hearing Darren shout, this official remembered. "I asked Darren to forgive me." Even if Zhang Yi was unwilling to accept this, he had to admit defeat at this time. He realized that he could not see through Zhang Zhong. After coming here, how was he like the other officials when they were appointed? Usually, when one became an official in a new place, there were only 3 situations. The first was to know the local officials and get along well with them. The second was to have ambition. First, they would show weakness and find an opportunity to make a comeback. They might succeed, but they might not. The third was to call the officials under them over and give them a lecture, thinking that everything would be fine. This kind of person would usually come with glory and leave with their tails between their legs. However, Zhang Zhong was neither of these. When he came, he acted like he was doing official business. He did not hide his actions at all. The first day he arrived, the next day he killed people and captured people. In just 3 days, 39 lives were lost. However, he asked about the specific matters in the manner, capturing people, killing people, releasing goods, and lending money. What did he want to do? Zhang, he really could not think of anything. However, he knew that this Zhang Zhong was definitely a person who killed people without batting an eyelid. He could not anger him. Even if he killed him, he would be investigated by the imperial court. However, if he lost his life, would it matter if he was investigated or not? Zhang Yi thought quickly. He only used a few breaths of time to think it through. When the surrounding commoners saw that Zhang Yi, who had bullied provincial governor Shi, had given in, they cheered and cursed. Zhang Zhong did not stop them. He let Zhang Yi feel the anger of the commoners. With him around, Zhang Yi did not dare to talk back. He also did not dare to stand up, and he did not dare to leave. The commoners cursed for a while before gradually calming down. They moved to the back and made space for Zhang Yi to stand in front of Zhang Zhong. They waited for Zhang Zhong to deal with Zhang Yi. The commoners finally found their backbone. The new official had only been here for a little more than 3 days, but he had already done a lot of good things. The commoners knew clearly that the new official had something to do with the new official. Otherwise, why would they wait for him to come? Especially the loan. The annual interest was only 10%. It was almost the same as borrowing for free. Zhang Yi walked towards Zhang Zhong first. He did not dare to leave for a long time. He followed behind. The cursing just now also affected him. The two of them were in a very bad mood. However, they had no choice but to squeeze out a smile on their faces. Didn't you see that the 4 judges who usually cooperated well with them were sitting there obediently and giving them looks? Zhang Zhong put on airs and sat there. He did not look at Zhang Yi. Instead, he looked in front of him. Zhang Yi endured the sullenness in his heart. He came forward and bowed. Provincial governor, this official has something to say. Speak. Zhang Zhong lifted his eyelids and uttered a word in a drawn-out voice. Yes, Your Excellency. I came here to find you because I want to ask what should we do when the rain gets heavier in 2 days. Zhang Yi casually picked a topic to ask. Zhang Zhong noticed that after hearing Zhang Yi's words, the commoners also quietened down. They seemed to be waiting for him to say a solution. He thought for a while and asked, "What did you do in the past?" In the past, under the leadership of Sir Shi, we worked hard to improve the irrigation system. We diverted the water from a mountain and the water from the rain into the sea. However, because the magistrate lacked money, we could not do it all. The results were very little. Zhang Yi explained and pushed the responsibility to the previous provincial governor. Oh, the magistrate lacked money? I wonder if there is money in the county? When I came here the day before yesterday, I passed by the county magistrate's office. Zhang Yi, your house was built quite well, Zhang Zhong said lightly. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. He secretly thought that Zhang Zhong did mention this matter. Fortunately, he already had an explanation. Sir, the money did not come from the county magistrate's office. It was a gift from this official's friend. County Magistrate Zhang Yi, you have such a friend? Call him over and let me see him one day. Zhang Zhong just happened to have this plan. He wanted to find the person behind this. Otherwise, it would be useless to just deal with the county magistrate. If you want to see him, this official will naturally find him. Why don't we meet tonight? Zhang Yi also found an opportunity. Chapter 415. Zhang Yi was finally released. Nian Wanjiu used the same reason. There might be a flood in Yushan district, so he was also released. Zhang Zhong did not have the time to deal with these 2 people, especially Nian Wanjiu. There was no evidence of his crimes, so Zhang Yi would not do anything to him now. The people who came to complain the other day did not only complain about the bailiffs, but also about Zhang Yi and the other officials in Wulei district. When the people's affairs were more or less settled, he would get rid of the people behind this and then deal with them. The 2 county magistrates were released, and the people were slightly disappointed. They thought that they could take the opportunity to kill the 2 magistrates. There were smart people among the people, and they knew that the new high-ranking official had his own considerations, so they told the people who did not understand. The people who did not understand still did not understand, but they knew that the new provincial governor was a good official. With the provincial governor around, they would not be bullied by the district in the future. Zhang Zhong and the other officials returned to the manor first, leaving the members of Team Zero to clean up the execution ground. There was no rain, and there was no snow. They fetched water to wash the blood away, and did not put the dead people outside for others to see. They dug holes and buried them to avoid attracting mosquitoes and flies. The people dispersed, and all of them were in a good mood. Those who bought goods and borrowed money prepared to go back and eat something good to celebrate. Those who set up the stalls lowered the price of the goods so that they could sell them earlier and go back home. Those who opened a shop also added more food for their shop assistants or themselves. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also prepared good things for the 56 people. They brought frozen beef from home and were not very particular about the steak. They were very casual when choosing the meat. It was not that Zhang Xiaobao did not know about steak. He was very familiar with this aspect in his past life, but the conditions did not allow it. After all, it was medium rare. After it was cut open, there were still traces of blood. Zhang Xiaobao did not like to eat it. He liked to eat well done, and he was often criticized for having no taste. The main reason was that after the chef he hired in the past finished cooking, he would use a knife to cut it open and sprinkle cumin and chili powder on it. This time, in order to celebrate the success of the seedling protection team, she cooperated with Wang Wan to make some. She even specially prepared grape wine to accompany the 56 people to eat. It was the first time that the members of Team Zero of the Vigorous Protection Team had killed someone. Those who did not kill were responsible for collecting the body and cleaning up the bloodstains. When they killed someone, they only felt their heart palpitate. However, when they smelled the blood, they felt a little disgusted. When the 56 of them returned to the inn, they first soaked their blood-stained clothes in water. There was a specialized person in charge of washing them. After that, they took a good bath themselves. Only then did they change their clothes and go to the courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already prepared the ingredients. As soon as everyone arrived, they began to quickly cook. With more than a dozen frying pans cooking at the same time, they were able to make nearly 30 servings in one go. 2 frying pans were enough for everyone to eat. There was no need to be too particular. Medium rare was the standard. The 56 of them sat there and waited obediently. It was not the first time that they had eaten the food cooked by the young master and the young lady. In the past, they had eaten well and were looking forward to this time. Looking at the knives and forks on the table, everyone understood that it was the strange way of eating without using chopsticks. They were familiar with this and used it more smoothly. Soon, the first pot was ready and served to the table one by one. The 56 of them had never eaten beef cooked in this way. They had just killed someone, and it was so bloody. They felt a little disgusted. However, the meat was edible. There was also grape wine beside it. This was not the cheap wine that they usually drank. A big bowl of it cost 200 copper coins. After a while, the second pot was ready. Each of them had a serving. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also had a serving in front of them. First of all, this thing is hot. You have to be careful when you eat it. Another very important thing is that no matter what you find later, you are not allowed to show any expression of discomfort on your face, and you are not allowed to spit out anything. Otherwise, before eating, Wang Wan told the 56 of them. Otherwise, they would have to explain it to them. Everyone understood. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan started eating first. From the outside, the meat didn't look like much. After they cut it open, blood started to seep out. Because it was frozen beef, there was a lot of blood. Zhang Xiaobao used a knife to cut off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Zhang Xiaobao chewed it carefully and drank a mouthful of wine. He told Wang Wan, It's edible. I know. It can be eaten even if it is fried into ashes. Xiao Bao, look at the traces of blood. How beautiful. It reminds me of the blood that spurted out from the neck cavity when we killed people. It was so red and so bright. Drinking this wine is like drinking their blood. Eating this meat is like eating their meat. Wang Wan said while eating. Her hands moved very accurately. Little young master, little lady, can we change the wine? This wine is too expensive. The distilled wine that we usually drink is pretty good. A team member saw the traces of blood in the cut meat and listened to the little lady's words. He tried to keep his expression natural and carefully asked, "You want to drink strong wine? Do you want to drink deer, antler blood wine, or snake blood wine?" Zhang Xiaobao asked with a serious face. "No need, little young master. This is fine. We will eat immediately." This person was shocked. He was afraid that the little lady was afraid of being tired. He was afraid that the little young master was not satisfied with what they did. The little young master was rarely angry with them, but he did not think that being angry meant that he was ready to give up. These people carried supreme glory. If they were kicked out of the team, they would not be able to live anymore. They would die of shame. The 56 people did not dare to say more. They ate according to Wang Wan's request. The meat with traces of blood was indeed disgusting. If it was a normal person, they could bear it. However, they had just killed someone. The unwillingness and hatred of the person before death seemed to be right in front of them. The blood that was sprayed out seemed to be right next to them. Wang Wan stopped when she was halfway through eating. Isn't it just killing a person? What's there to feel bad about? Those people deserve to die. Just beheading them is already letting them off lightly. Some should be cut into pieces. When they take the life of others, will they also not be able to eat? Don't think too much. Put your mind on the food. Try it and see if it tastes good. After Wang Wan finished speaking, everyone felt a little better. The steak that was served at the beginning had already turned cold because they ate slowly. However, these people still ate it into their stomachs and drank the wine. Under the influence of alcohol, they were a little more willing to face the matter of killing people. After eating, they rested for a while. The 56 people continued to train. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to arrange other things. Since they had moved to Luzhou, they would not be able to leave for some time. The sand table game had to be arranged for people to check the terrain. This had to be persevered. It had nothing to do with how much money they could make. The main thing was the military map, the local specialties, and the minerals that they found by chance. Other than that, they had to do business. If they wanted to open a restaurant, they could not just open a place. There were so many ingredients from the sea. It would be a pity if they did not make good use of them. Also, when this place became prosperous in the future, there would be many people coming and going. If they did not occupy a place, it would be difficult for them to occupy a place. Xiao Bao, how do we come here this time? With your father's official position, we don't need to spend money to occupy a place. Wang Wan held a holder with a piece of silk cloth on it in one hand. With the other hand, she threaded a needle back and forth. While threading, she talked to Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan planned to learn embroidery. In the past, she liked to do cross-stitch when she was free. Now, she had to learn embroidery when she moved here. She knew that women could no longer be officials at this time. She had to find a way to change her profession. The clothes of the people here were usually made by their own families. The richer the family, the better the women were. If they spent money to make clothes outside, they would be laughed at. She wanted to learn embroidery first. Then, she would open a ready-to-wear shop here and find a few good hands to make clothes for others. As long as she learned the general steps, she could design clothes according to the style of that time. She felt that it would not be a problem for her to learn with her IQ. She had once discussed with Zhang Xiaobao about what Tang clothing was. Later, she found that the clothes worn by the people of the Tang Dynasty were Tang clothing. The clothes that appeared with the mentality of accepting people from all walks of life were Tang clothing. There were all kinds of clothes in Chang and City. This made her mind active. She felt that it was not impossible to set up a large clothing group. She could even make some jewelry. Now that there were few people wearing earrings and rings, she could slowly guide others to wear them. Then, she would have many ideas to design. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang, who was embroidering and was in a daze. After a while, he said, "Actually, I know how to knit sweaters. I'm asking you how to do business." Wang Wan waited for a while. She did not expect to hear such a sentence, so she asked, "Oh, it's easy to do business. Later, find a 3-star male manager and let him do it. Now, we just lack a little basic power. We can provide the power, but we can't only rely on us to open a shop. It's a state. Do you remember what was written in the history books in the past? I read a little, and it left a deep impression on me. At that time, people did not work for their own families. Everyone gathered together and calculated the money according to the share. Later, this method did not work, and people became poorer and poorer, so they separated. But not many years later, just a few decades later, people gathered together again. When the production resources were distributed, those who gathered together got a smaller proportion, but the actual amount of resources was more than before. Later, I thought about it. The first one is a political management method, and the latter one is a business management method. Zhang Xiaobao began to talk about the production model with Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded after listening. "Then, you're going to use the business management method here?" "Yes, we will use this method to unite the local small businesses. We will take the lead, and they will put in more effort. We will go out. If the land route is not easy, we will use boats. We will let them transport the goods here to sell outside. Those who do the same business will form a trading company. Many trading companies will form a business management committee. Then, they will share the shares of each other. This way, it will be difficult for others to make a move. When our own people manage, they can also think about how to ensure their own interests. Under this method, ensuring our own interests is ensuring everyone's interests. It is the same for the fishermen. We will organize a fleet, reasonably allocate the sea area, and let the fishermen join in. This way, we can catch more fish." Zhang Xiaobao was more relaxed in this aspect. There were so many models to choose from. It was just a matter of adjusting the details to fit the situation here. Chapter 416. Zhang Xiaobao took out the plan and began to discuss the details with Wang Wan. They discussed how to share the shares, how to distribute the benefits, what kind of people to choose for management, how to cooperate with each other, and how to transport the goods in the future. Apart from sending the goods to more remote places, they would basically be transported by water. The two of them discussed until the evening. Zhang Xiaobao listed many previous cases and finally came up with a plan. The details were not as confusing as before, and the people here did not need those restrictions. If someone really did it in the future, they would add on. They found a 3-star manager and talked to him for more than 2 hours. They told him to bring people to contact the local merchants tomorrow morning. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan then remembered that Zhang Zhong had already contacted the people over there. The 2-story Hai Tao Pavilion could be considered the best restaurant in the province. It was located in the prefectural city. If you walked along the widest street in front of the prefectural city, you would be able to see the building after walking for more than 1,000 steps. At this time, Zhang Zhong was sitting in a room on the 2nd floor of the restaurant that was separated by a screen. When Zhang Zhong saw the screen, he shook his head. The restaurant did not think about it carefully enough. There was actually only a space separated by a screen and not a separate room. His family's restaurant had a special place for people to talk about secret matters. Not only was there a separate room, but there were also 2 floors around the room. The middle was empty, and some linen was stuffed in to prevent noise. When Zhang Zhong arrived, there were already 3 people waiting in the room. One was Zhang Yi, the other was Nian Wanjiu, who did not want to come, but had no choice but to. As for the last person, Zhang Zhong had not seen him with his own eyes, but he knew this person. This was all thanks to his son. Whether it was Zhang Xiaobao or Wang Wan, they both knew the importance of information. When they arrived at this place, the first thing they had to do was to spread the information out. If they did not know anything, they could ask the local people or the local gangsters. These people were well informed. As long as the people approved of the officials, they were on the same side. As long as the people scolded the officials, they should be dealt with. There is no need to send special investigators to the government to understand. They just needed to listen to the people. Zhang Zhong knew that this person's surname was Shun, and his name was Shun Guifu. It was a very ordinary name, but what this person did was not ordinary. He divided the salt pans that were supposed to be managed by the prefecture. One for Zhang Yi, one for Nian Wanjiu, and one for himself. His share was the largest, and the other two had to be given to the people in the yamen. Apart from that, Zhang Zhong also knew that Shun Guifu had a caravan that traveled here from the capital. However, they did not have a fleet, so they had to travel by land and sea. Since Lu Zhou's tributes were good, some people had set their eyes on this place. Moreover, they also had salt. This salt seemed simple, and it could bring Shun Guifu an additional income of several thousand strings of coins every year. In order to obtain more profits, he joined forces with some people in the provinces and made the provincial governor a mere figurehead. He even imprisoned the provincial governor, so the provincial governor did not have any power to use. The newly appointed provincial governor was clearly suppressed to the point that he could not turn the tables. He had no choice but to submit a memorial to the imperial court. However, he did not have any evidence. It was just a feeling. Moreover, his memorial might not be able to be sent directly to the capital. His family was already there, and the 50 mansion soldiers were too weak. Apart from this information, Li Sun also revealed that Shun Guifu had a prince backing him. He was not the crown prince. Therefore, Li Sun's intention was to do what was necessary. If worst came to worst, he would step in and support them. After all, he was not afraid of a prince who was not the crown prince. Li Sun was very dissatisfied with this. Look at the local people who were being cheated by that little bit of money. If he dared to compete, he would smash him to death with money. In fact, Li Sun's intention was to tell Zhang Zhong that as long as the prince did not come personally, he could deal with Zhang Zhong however he wanted. He was not afraid of luring him out. How much money could he get from here in a year? Just those local specialties and tributes. At most, it would be 10,000 strings of coins. It was estimated to be 5,000 to 6,000 strings of coins, not including the salt. The money for the salt should be from Shun Guifu's greed. How pitiful. Was it worth 5,000 to 6,000 strings of coins? He was so poor that he went crazy. At worst, he would give him some business and pity him a little. Li Sun was confident in this aspect. He was rich. Zhang Zhong went through these things in his mind. He said with a straight face, "I am here. If you have something to say it quickly. Provincial Governor Zhang, there is no rush. It is better to eat first." Zhang Yi was not as afraid as before. He also changed the way he addressed Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong did not care about the way he addressed him. He still said with a sullen face, "I am not used to eating outside food. Tell me, what is the matter with your good friend? Why does he give money to officials for free? What is his motive?" The three of them did not expect Zhang Zhong to be so difficult to talk to. He had an attitude of condemning them. Shen Wanjiu was the one who got the least money. He was also a little afraid of Zhang Zhong. He did not dare to say anything. Zhang Yi had just said it, so it was not good to continue. Shun Guifu could only smile and pick up the teacup on the table. He said to Zhang Zhong, "I have long heard of Sir's reputation. Sir loves the people like your own children. When you were in Sanshui County, your family started a business. You also helped the Yamen of Sanshui County to give the Yamen runners a salary. When you arrived at Huayuan County, it was even more amazing. I did not expect to meet Sir here. Sir, the wine and dishes have not been served yet. I will use tea instead of wine to toast you. I think that after Sir comes here, the local people will have a good life." Shen Guifu held the bowl and waited there. He thought that after hearing what he said, Zhang Zhong would feel uncertain. He would say a few words of kindness and drink a bowl of tea with him. In this way, he would be easier to talk to in front of Zhang Yi and Chen Wanjiu. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a while, Zhang Zhong just looked at him with a cold smile. He did not have the intention to pick up the bowl. This made him feel awkward. He asked, "Sir, what are you?" "What am I?" "Shen Guifu, you are just a small businessman. I am a fourth-rank official in the imperial court. There are many people who want to respect me. Do you think I will give face to anyone? You dare to show off the news you received 2 hours ago. Your family in Kaifeng is not planning to live anymore." Zhang Zhong's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder in Shun Guifu's ears. He had just received the news. How did Zhang Zhong know? It seemed that he knew a lot of things. He even knew where his family lived. What else did he know? Sir, I don't mean anything else. Sir, you don't know. I also do things for others. Shun Guifu changed his previous calmness and wisdom. His hand, holding the bowl, trembled. The water in the bowl spilled out, but he did not dare to put it down. He said to offer tea, but others did not drink it. He did not say that he should be disrespectful. If he put it down, it would be disrespectful. If he put it down, it would be easy to lose the lives of his family members. He wanted to remind Zhang Zhong and let Zhang Zhong know that his background was not simple. Zhang Zhong and Yin Wanjiu could not express how regretful they were now. From Zhang Zhong's words, they knew that Zhang Zhong was not ordinary. When they heard Zhang Zhong talk about his family, they did not believe it. Now they had to believe it. Zhang Yi signaled Yin Wanjiu with his eyes. Wei Wei shook his head. He did not want to stand out now. Zhang Yi had no choice but to speak up himself. Provincial governor, there are some things you don't know. Brother Shun, sometimes we are forced to do things. Forced? You were forced to rob the salt pans in the province? Then, I will write a memorial and ask the emperor. Which dragon's son forced Shun Guifu to do this? Which dragon's son forced him to join forces with Lu Zhou's men to suppress provincial governor Shi? The emperor has so many dragon sons. I'm sure one of them will stand out, right? Zhang Zhong was confident of his victory. There was a hint of arrogance in his tone. At this moment, Shun Guifu could no longer hold the teacup in his hand. It fell onto the table with a splash. He did not seem to notice that the water had scalded him. When they heard the commotion, two workers immediately rushed in. They looked at Zhang Zhong first. When they saw that Zhang Zhong was fine, one of them asked, "What can I do for you, sir?" When the four people in the room saw the two workers, they were stunned. The two workers were not the same one from before. Their clothes were clean and tidy. One of them had a handkerchief on his shoulder and the other on his forearm. They looked energetic as they stood there. They made people feel comfortable just by looking at them. The most important thing was that there was a rice sprout embroidered on their chests. It was a very cute rice sprout. You too? Zhang Zhong did not know what to feel. He pointed at the two workers and asked, "Master, between the clouds and the water has bought Ocean Wave Pavilion. From now on, Ocean Wave Pavilion will belong to Between the Clouds and the Water. My brother and I are workers who have just been transferred over from the shop in Hangzhou. We've just arrived. The same goes for the manager and the master. Master, do you want to eat here?" One of the workers answered respectfully to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong nodded with a smile. "Yes, the food cooked by my family is very comfortable. The three of you should have a taste as well." Zhang Zhong did not need to ask to know that this was arranged by his son. The so-called manager was Zhang Liang, and the master was naturally the original head chef of Between the Clouds and the Water, Master and I. He was used to the dishes cooked by Master and I. His son had even thought about this. He could not blame his son and daughter-in-law for not knowing. The two little guys had calculated too many things. If others wanted to know clearly, they would be exhausted just by listening. The most surprised one was Zhang Yi. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the two workers. "When was it sold? Why didn't I know about it?" In reply to County Magistrate Zhang, "It was sold the day before yesterday. Your distant relative may not have told you. We came a little late and encountered a big storm. We have to go back and explain. We just arrived today and took over the shop." The worker replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "How is that possible? Who told him to sell it? He dares to make the decision under his name?" Zhang Yi shouted loudly. He forgot that there was a provincial governor here. Chapter 417. Zhang Zhong also learned about this. In his mind, Zhang Yi must die. At that time, the owner of this restaurant was forced to jump from the roof of the second floor. He broke many bones and later died. Zhang Yi didn't know that Zhang Zhong wanted to kill him. He thought that Zhang Zhong was happy and cooperated with them because the restaurant was bought. Shun Guifu didn't have such a good idea. He knew Zhang Zhong's character from the letter he sent. He was not so clean and had killed people. Thinking of what Zhang Zhong had done before, He reached into his pocket with his trembling hand and took out a string of coins. There were about 10 pieces. He put them on the table and said to Zhang Zhong, "My lord, this is 6,000 strings of coins. I want to make a big profit and buy the things you transported on your ship. Unfortunately, you came before I could buy them. Take this 6,000 strings of coins. I'll leave Luzhou tomorrow. No, today, and never come back. My lord, what do you think?" Zhang Zhong glanced at the flying money on the table. The top one was 500 strings of coins. If that was the case, then 6,000 strings of coins should be 12. If it were someone else, they might be tempted, but he smiled. "Shen Guifu, do you want to leave now?" "It's too late. Since you got the news, you naturally know how much money my family has. 6,000 strings of coins is too much. I'll take this money and use it to do something for the people. When the time comes, I'll give you a quick death. Men, arrest these 3 people for me." Following Zhang Zhong's order, the screen was suddenly kicked down. 20 people rushed out from the other side. A flash of saber light flashed, and the 3 people sitting at the same table with Zhang Zhong were all detained. "My lord, I don't want to die. Please spare my life." Zhang, he suddenly climbed up, but he didn't dare to really climb to the ground. The saber was still on his neck. "Many people don't want to die, but they were killed by you." Zhang Zhong picked up the flying money on the table, sighed, and said in a very soft tone. Zhang, he did not dare to struggle, but he could open his mouth. He unwillingly asked, "Sir, those people were in trouble before you came. It has nothing to do with you. Can't you just let it go this time?" At this time, Nian Wanzhou also shouted, "Sir, let's put the past behind us. At least when you came, nothing happened here. Why do you have to offend people? Even if you kill us, can you bring the dead back to life? My lord, you don't think that only Shen Guifu is capable of turning our province into this, do you? Sir, as long as you let me go, I will tell you. Even if I don't let you go, you still have to tell me. I don't believe that you can hide anything from me under the great torture. Indeed, I have nothing to do with those people who died, but I want you all to die. The reason is because you all turned around without saying anything to me after arriving at the execution field." Zhang Zhong did not give the 3 people any chance at all. It was useless to say anything. "My lord, not saying anything counts as a reason?" Nian Wanzhou unwillingly asked. "Yes, this is my reason," Zhang Zhong replied straightforwardly. At this time, Shen Guifu saw that there was no chance for him to live, so he asked in resignation, "Governor Zhang, can you tell me how you know about me? And how did you know that I received the news 2 hours ago?" Zhang Zhong thought for a moment and nodded. "Fine, I'll let you know why you died. You and that person usually transmit information very slowly." He did not dare to use the military and official methods to transmit information for fear of being discovered. Therefore, when he collected information and transmitted it, he used another method, which is the express delivery. In Yaozhou, no matter what the news is, it will arrive within a day, regardless of wind or rain. After leaving there, it is a 2-man, 6-horse race. After reaching the official stop, as long as you spend some money, you can get supplies. It can be said that they travel day and night. An hour before you receive the news, they had already arrived. Could it be that they were detained when they arrived at the official stop? Shen Guifu continued to ask. "No, why would I be detained? The information you got was too simple and crude. It didn't even mention that I was the owner of the EMS. It seems like you guys didn't do a good job of gathering information. You guys used the EMS to find out about me and then used them to send information. If I didn't know, what would I need them for?" Zhang Zhong did not care whether the 3 people knew or not. The 3 of them would definitely be killed. As for the worry of Nian Wanzhou pretending to be mysterious, he did not care. As the governor of a province, it was impossible for anyone to think about it. There were only so many things here. The output of the tribute and the salt were also there. If someone really wanted to get involved, it would be for this little thing. Those with little ability would be dealt with one by one. Those with great ability would not care about it and would just throw it to the guards of the prince's mansion. Zhang Zhong, you have to think carefully. You do not have the right to kill us 2 county magistrates. You can only think about reporting it. When the higher-ups send people to investigate, we will tell them about your express delivery. Let's see what you will do in the future. Zhang Yi's mind turned quickly. He immediately thought of a new method of blackmail. Zhang Zhong did not care at all and walked out. One of the three people said to Zhang Yi, "Master did not plan to kill you." It rained heavily and caused a flood. Wulei County Magistrate Zhang Yi, Yushan County Magistrate Nian Wanjiu, and Shan Guifu, who came to do business, were guarding the most important place. In the end, they were unfortunately washed away by the flood. "No, I do not want to die. I have something to tell Master. Brother, help me pass a message. I will give you 100 strings of coins." Nian Wanjiu was scared. The little bit of hope he had just now had disappeared. The person holding him shook his head. "If you gave me that before, I would have dared to accept it. But now, no matter how much you give me, it is useless. You have money but not life to spend it. Let's go. Tell me what you know, and I will give you a quick death." Zhang Zhong quickly solved the matter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to worry. They are too bold. Isn't it enough to only use the express delivery in the state? Why did they accept the business here? What if something happens midway? Who can bear the responsibility? Zhang Xiaobao had just received the news not long ago. He was happy that the news came in time. He was also worried that they had gone too far. There was no unified maintenance channel here. At the very least, they had to wait for the game store to open up everywhere. It would be best if the restaurant also opened up branches. At that time, they would not have to rely on the official rest stop, the hotel, or the game store to provide their own horses and food to form their own information transmission network. "Xiao Bao, are you afraid that the news will be leaked?" Wang Wan thought about the speed of the person who came. The county magistrate of Yaozhou did not dare to use military horses. Otherwise, it would be the fastest speed for an emergency report. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "I'm not afraid of the news being leaked. I am afraid that Li Longji will not be willing to accept the news. If we use his official rest stop to send the letter, what if he also wants to use it? Won't we not have enough horses? The most important thing is that he did not get any benefits. We can't let the person who came to send the letter back. Mobilize the family's money and open hotels in various places. It doesn't matter if they are small. Buy good horses and ask them to wait for a while. After the arrangements are done, we will accept the business from other places. It is not easy at all. Who do you think can think of so many things before doing something? In fact, the most important thing to solve is the communication system. If there is a radio, it will not be so troublesome. If we want to send a message, we can just send a telegram. How does that thing work?" Wang Wan suddenly thought of the slow transmission of information. They actually had to use horses to transmit information. How fast can a horse run? How long can a horse run? It is better to fly a kite with the wind. After cutting the string, the kite can float for dozens of miles in a breath if the weather is good. Flying a kite? "Xiao Bao, why don't we raise some pigeons? In the future, we can use pigeons to send messages. If we can pull a few hundred pigeons from the pigeon's house to other places, we can fly them a few hundred times. If others can tame them, we can also try." Wang Wan suddenly thought of a method to send messages over long distances and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao actually had this idea long ago, but he does not know how to do it. When he heard Wang Wan mention it, he said, "But we don't know how to do it. Otherwise, we can ask others to see who knows how to do it. Sleep first. Tomorrow morning, we will go out for a walk. There are many strange people. I think that is fine. I think that old man who helped your father is more powerful. Ask him where he is tomorrow." Wang Wan pulled a thin blanket over her navel and slept next to Zhang Xiaobao. After sleeping for a while, she suddenly said, "Xiao Bao, why are you so cold? You are not afraid of the heat anymore." "Who knows? Go to sleep." Zhang Xiaobao muttered and moved to the side and fell asleep again. Zhang Zhong came back. He wanted to see his son, but he heard that his son was asleep. He could only go back to Jiang Wang clan and tell them what happened just now. He also praised his son and daughter-in-law. The next morning, Zhang Zhong went to find Zhang Yi and Nian Wanjiu. He believed that after a night of interrogation, they should be able to get some information. "Master, you're here." Zhang Yi told you what he knew, but Nian Wanjiu refused to open his mouth. He kept muttering, "I can't say. If I say, I'll die. If I don't say, I'll die." I really couldn't pry open his mouth. As soon as the guards saw Zhang Zhong, they came forward to report. It seems that we have met a tough bone. Let them go first. Don't let them die. Now is not the time to die. As long as they don't interfere with what I am doing, it will be fine. When I am done, I will send them to the capital. Zhang Zhong did not expect Nian Wanjiu to be so stubborn. Since he did not want to say anything, it was fine. Master, you are not going to kill them? This person thought that Zhang Zhong was going to kill them. Zhang Zhong waved his hand. A country has its own laws, and a family has its own rules. They should not be killed by me. Why should I kill them? Even if they are sent to the capital, they have the ability to ask the court to let them go. That is the court's business. I can't just casually kill them. If I kill them, I will not be able to control them in the future. If I kill someone who should not be killed, won't I regret it for the rest of my life? Master is right. If you kill them, you may be wrongly accused. Master, do you still want to go in and take a look? This person respectfully said. Chapter 418. When Zhang Zhong went to work, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not stay idle. They took more than 20 guards and went out for a stroll. The two of them did not want to suddenly encounter any danger when they were walking outside. Places that were easy to encounter danger, such as the mountains, were absolutely not to go. They wandered around the county, especially places where there might be people who raised birds, such as the market. If there was anyone who raised pigeons, they would have to ask carefully. The two of them strolled slowly. There were indeed quite a few people in the market, but most of them were selling things. If they couldn't sell anything, they would barter. The goods they sold weren't anything good. They were all daily necessities. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked for more than 100 feet, but they didn't see anything that caught their eye. There was no trace of people who sold birds. Not to mention birds, even those who sold flowers, fish, and insects could not be seen. This is the effect of not having money. It has made people put away some of their playful mood. The only thing they can do is to think of ways to work more and then eat their fill. It is really too pitiful. Wang Wan looked at the clothes that the people around were wearing. She did not see many new clothes. The so-called new clothes were not patched. Even the people in the shop could not do this. Even the people in the shop were wearing patched clothes. It will get better, as long as they do not lose hope in their hearts. I guess the people in the shop are deliberately wearing torn clothes. Let's go. There's a shop selling the 4 treasures of the study in front of us. Let's go inside and ask. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan forward under the protection of a group of guards. When they arrived at the door of the shop, the person inside was standing near the door and looking outside. Do you have anything good to sell here? Zhang Xiaobao asked. What good things? If you think it is good, then it is good. If you think it is not good, then it is not good, even if I exaggerate. The man standing at the door said politely. At the same time, he kept looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He also liked children, especially cute ones like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan entered the store and looked at the items. They found that there was indeed nothing good, so they believed the man's words. Wang Wan curiously looked around the shop and asked, Are you a waiter here, buddy? I don't have the money to hire a waiter. I only have enough food to eat. If I hire another waiter, both me and the waiter will starve to death, the man said helplessly. Oh, so that's how it is. Then why are there so many patches on your clothes? I see that some of the patches don't seem to be places that can be rubbed off normally. Wang Wan pointed at the man's clothes and asked. The man looked at Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao warily and couldn't answer for a while. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to understand something and said to the man, My name is Zhang Xiaobao. I am the son of a new provincial governor. You don't have to be afraid. After Zhang Xiaobao's words, the man immediately let out a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and signaled for Zhang Xiaobao and the others to follow him. He turned around a door that led inside and passed through a corridor. He led the group of people to the outside of a room. If I knew you were the young master, I wouldn't have been afraid. To be honest, these patches were specially sewn on. Otherwise, if the bailiffs of the county saw them, they would think that there is still money to be made in my shop. It is the same for other shops. Some ordinary people with slightly better families also wear patched clothes when they go out. Usually, the things sold in the shop and the stalls outside are all ordinary goods that definitely don't dare to display good goods. If that's the case, they will be snatched away and won't be given a single copper coin. If the two of you really want to buy something, then go into this room and take a look. The things inside are all good. Since you're the family of the new great official, I won't make money. I will directly sell at the cost. As long as there is a great official here, the future days will be good. The man stood at the door and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan suddenly understood. At the same time, they were a bit angry. When they got off the ship, they sent people to collect information. They actually didn't find out this news. They failed in their duty. The two of them nodded at the same time and let the man lead them in to take a look. When they entered the room, they saw that it was indeed different from the things displayed outside. Zhang Xiaobao came to the front of the pen rack and looked. He pointed at a pen and asked, "Shopkeeper, how much is this pen made of weasel hair? Let me see. If you want to buy it, just give me 60 copper coins. The cost is the cost." The shopkeeper came over and reported the price. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. 60 copper coins is indeed not a profit. It seems that the price you paid is also low. I will give you 100 copper coins. I will buy it. As Xiaobao spoke, he naturally didn't need to take out money. He was still young and couldn't carry too much money on him. The person next to him passed the money over. The shopkeeper was very embarrassed when he picked it up and said, "Actually, the cost of this pen is only 56 copper coins. I just said 4 copper coins. The space is also considered as storage money. I didn't ask for much. Do you know who raises birds here? My father likes little birds, so I want to buy 2. Zhang Xiaobao felt that this person was too kind. He kept so much stock and only asked for an extra 4 copper coins. It was normal to say that it was 70 copper coins. To buy such a pen in the capital, one couldn't even think about it without 200 copper coins. The shopkeeper held the money in his hand and was a bit excited, saying, "Actually, it is cheap. The people who hunt here also can't sell their prey at a high price. The people outside don't come to buy much. It is not worth it for the people here to go out once. You asked about the birds, there really isn't one. However, if the new good official wants one, he only needs to post a notice. Then, many people will go up the mountain to catch birds. A good official, isn't it easy to get a bird? No? Oh, then forget it. If he can't post a notice, how can he be a good official? Then, we will leave now. I wish the shopkeeper's business prospers." Zhang Xiaobao didn't ask about the birds, but he knew the attitude of the local people towards his father. This could be considered a gain. As they spoke, the group walked out again. The shopkeeper followed behind them. When they were about to reach the door, the shopkeeper said, "Young master, why don't the two of you take some paper back? This paper is good for practicing calligraphy. Although it is not as good as good paper, it is actually a good official who posted a notice. He is a good official who doesn't force people to do things. Those birds that sound good indeed don't exist. However, in our county, there is a family that raises pigeons. It is Old Man Chong. His pigeons are not bad, but it is a pity that they don't sell them. The bailiffs are the same. His family has a few strong guards. The bailiffs have suffered a few losses and don't know why they don't dare to provoke them." "Pigeons? Which family? Tell us the place, and we will buy all the paper you have." As soon as Zhang Xiaobao heard the word pigeons, he immediately became energetic. What he wanted was pigeons. While asking for money, he pulled the shopkeeper and asked him to lead the way. "Follow this road to the west. After passing the government office, then the county office. After walking for more than 1,000 steps, you will see a small wine shop. After going around that house, you will see a small courtyard. Old Man Chong lives in the courtyard." When the shopkeeper heard that the new young master bought all the paper, he was very happy and stood at the door to show the way. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan carefully noted it down. They didn't care whether the paper was properly brought or not, and directly trotted in that direction. "Is anyone here? Help me shout." Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao found the courtyard. They stood outside and shouted towards the inside. They also asked the bodyguards who followed them to shout. The bodyguards' voices were very loud. "Is anyone here? Come out and breathe. Hurry up, or we will tear down the courtyard." A bodyguard shouted foolishly. His shout made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan tremble. They hurriedly said to him, "Who let you shout like that? Be polite. It seems that I will have to give you more training in the future. It is easy to get into trouble when you go out." It's still the two children who are sensible. This old man is really afraid of others tearing down the yard. You're Xiaobao. You're Yaowan, smart and quick-witted, aren't you? As soon as Zhang Xiaobao finished scolding the bodyguards, an old man came out from inside. He was supported by someone and walked to the courtyard gate. In fact, it was just a fence. There was no high wall at all, so they could easily see the people inside. The old man asked someone to open the door while smiling at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were not surprised at all. The only thing they did not expect was that the person who raised the pigeons was this old man. Wang Wan's mouth moved. "Do you think the old man knows us so well through the pigeons? Does he know anyone in the capital?" "I think so. So the pigeons raised by the old man are not ordinary pigeons, but the carrier pigeons we are looking for." "This is good. Let's see how we can persuade the old man to raise them for us." Zhang Xiaobao also thought of this and replied to Wang Wan. The two people walked forward, and the bodyguards behind them followed closely. When they reached the door of the house, the old man suddenly said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "The space inside is small. Can you let your bodyguards wait outside?" When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard this, they raised their heads at the same time and looked into the old man's eyes. They did not see any conspiracy, but they still did not dare to take it lightly. Zhang Xiaobao hesitantly asked, "Can we bring two people in and let them stand? We don't need too much space." "Okay, let's bring two people in. Then let's bring two people in." The little girl has a lot of thoughts. She can't be tricked. The old man did not refuse this time and led the four people in. Wang Wan said sweetly, "Grandpa just praised us for being clever. If we don't bring two people, Grandpa will not be able to take responsibility if something happens. You little girl are not ordinary. No wonder Minister Bai praised you as rare in heaven and earth. Tell me, how did you find me? Why did you find me?" Chapter 419. Wang Wan's trust in Zhang Xiaobao made her stand there and give the old man a smile. The old man put down his hand, looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Kid, you can't let Cuckoo take such risks in the future. Can you guarantee that you can kill me in one go? Or can you make me unable to hurt Cuckoo? I used to be a guard, then a bodyguard, and then a housekeeper. I have seen many things." Zhang Xiaobao coughed and let go of his hands. He didn't make a sound. Wang Wan could tell that the old man wasn't an ordinary person. He didn't mean to hurt them. Otherwise, based on what the old man said just now, if it was true, he would at most suffer some injuries when dealing with the two of them. Since there was no danger for the time being, they decided to chat first. They couldn't ask about the pigeons right away. Wang Wan smiled sweetly again. Old Grandpa knows Grandpa Bai, but Grandpa Bai has never mentioned old Grandpa. When we return to the capital, we'll ask him why he didn't tell us earlier. Little girl, are you still testing this old man? I know him, but your Grandpa Bai's status is much higher than mine. I'm just a housekeeper. In the past, when I saw him, I would greet him. This time, if you didn't come, he wouldn't have told me, especially you two little guys. That letter praised you again and again. Seeing you two today, I know that hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. You are really extraordinary. One dares to use himself to test me, and the other is standing in a position that can threaten me. Although I can't guess how he can hurt me, the kid's position makes me very uncomfortable. Little girl, if he moves, will you move? This time, the old man reached out to touch Wang Wan's head again. Just as he was about to touch Wang Wan's head, he bent his fingers like a claw and grabbed Wang Wan's head. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao moved. He used his elbow to hit the old man's waist. At the same time, his other hand had already pulled out the steel needle from his sleeve. His elbow didn't touch the old man, but the hand holding the steel needle actually stabbed the old man from behind. It was impossible for ordinary people to do this. They wouldn't use any strength, and it would dislocate the arm. However, Zhang Xiaobao could do it. This was the escape torture technique. It was used to break free from bindings or handcuffs, and it could also be used to attack unexpectedly. Wang Wan also reacted immediately. She tilted her head back and used the iron bridge technique. Her legs left the ground, and she used the tip of her foot to tap the old man's calf. If one looked carefully, they could see a little cold light in the pom-pom in front of her shoe. Although the old man was just being supported by others, his reaction was not slow at all. Regardless of Zhang Xiaobao's elbow that hit his waist, he directly reached out to grab Zhang Xiaobao's hand that came out from behind. It seemed to be very difficult. He had to use his arm to slightly push Zhang Xiaobao away. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to touch the hand that attacked from behind. While blocking Zhang Xiaobao's attack, he also had to deal with Wang Wan. The old man seemed to feel that Wang Wan's kick wasn't simple. He didn't raise his leg to block, but raised the leg that Wang Wan was about to kick backwards, dodging Wang Wan's attack. At the same time, he bent forward and grabbed Wang Wan's calf when he missed. Zhang Xiaobao didn't use his elbow to attack the old man's bites. Instead, he took advantage of the old man's hard resistance and suddenly raised his right leg from the side. Wei Wei bent her body towards the old man, so that the steel needle in her right hand moved forward a little more. Her right leg was also able to kick the old man's body. The small velvet ball on Zhang Xiaobao's foot also flashed with a cold light. Wang Wan dodged, and when her attack didn't hit the old man, she first used her hand to support her body. When she supported herself, her body slid backwards, and she turned 180 degrees. She kicked the guard's leg who hadn't reacted yet, and her foot rubbed against the ground with all her strength. Wang Wan's body immediately slanted up, and her head just happened to be facing the old man. She put her hands together and separated them, and with half of her arm bent, she bounced towards the old man. The old man had just turned sideways to avoid Zhang Xiaobao's kick when he saw Wang Wan flying towards him in such a posture. Moreover, Zhang Xiaobao's side had already bent down, and along with the movement of the steel needle in his hand, he had no choice but to give up the idea of standing still. He used his hand to support himself against the wall beside him, and his body directly moved back 2 feet. At this time, Wang Wan had already bounced to the old man's position just now. Zhang Xiaobao stopped with his back sweep, and with a spring of his leg, Wang Wan used her elbow to support herself and directly came to Zhang Xiaobao's side. Zhang Xiaobao half-squatted, while Wang Wan stood sideways. Both of them had 2 steel needles in their hands. The old man seemed to have not done such vigorous exercise for a long time. After dodging, he coughed. After a while, he said, "Good skills, even if you're using weapons, if I'm not wrong. The steel needles in your hands and the sharp knives hidden in the little things on your feet are all poisonous, right? No wonder you are so bold. 2 little kids, it seems like any one of you can deal with them. If that's really the case, if this old man didn't overestimate you in advance, I would have really suffered losses. This old man knows that you wouldn't do that even if you could take this old man's life, but I can't run away from some losses. Xiao Bao, what's wrong with your arm? How can you attack from behind from behind?" And Cuckoo, at that time, you couldn't see Xiao Bao's movements at all. "How did you know that he could hold me back?" "Mine was trained." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he rolled up his right sleeve. Inside, there was a hidden arrow launcher. There were already 3 hidden arrows on it. Trust and tacit understanding. Wang Wan also rolled up her left sleeve. There were also 3 hidden arrows. This time, the old man was speechless. The other party still had a backup plan, and he was forced to this point. Although he was a little older, he could even deal with an ordinary Imperial Guard. The 2 little kids were more than 5 years old, and their nominal age was 6 years old. Even if they were a little older, like 8 or 9 years old children, and they were still holding weapons that they had to dodge, it was still very impressive. It seemed that it was not easy for ordinary people to harm the 2 little kids. Their cooperation was too good, and their attacks were all killing moves. Needless to say, when the needles pierced the body, blood would be drawn and the throat would be sealed. Moreover, there were hidden arrows that were not used. Not to mention other things, when Xiao Bao stabbed the needles in the back, he used a hidden arrow. He would definitely be shot, and there was no way for him to dodge. At this time, the 2 Imperial Guards came over. One of them asked with concern, Little young master, little miss, are the two of you okay? Zhang Xiaobao rubbed the arm that had just used the detoxification technique and looked at the two helplessly. Even if there is something wrong, I can't count on you. When we go back and start training, if something really happens, cuckoo, and I will have died 100 times before you can react. Wang Wan rubbed the back of Zhang Xiaobao's arm. The detoxification technique was not that easy. It could make two handcuffed arms at the back to the front in an instant. It was easy to imagine the pain at the place where the bones were connected. She was also very dissatisfied with the two Imperial guards. She glared at them. In the future, I will specially add this kind of reaction training. The two of you are far from enough. Less than 3,000 words free. Chapter 420. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't do anything to the guards. They had just trained for more than a year. It was impossible to expect them to be like the Imperial guards. They could only train them slowly in the future and teach them what to do. The old man now looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two children, more and more pleasing to the eye. The two children cooperated very well in the fight just now. Their movements were clean and neat. When they grew up, the two of them would have no problem dealing with the guards in the palace together. This was the combination of two swords, right? It seemed that the two masters in by Shu's letter should be a man and a woman who taught two disciples respectively. In this way, the two masters could be said to be very knowledgeable and knew everything. The two guards were frightened. They still didn't understand what had happened just now. They only saw the young master and the young lady quickly gesturing with the old man. The old man retreated, and the young master's arm seemed to be injured. They didn't know anything else, but it was too fast. You two go out and wait outside. Xiaobao, and I will talk to Grandpa. Wang Wan helped Zhang Xiaobao massage the back of his arm and ordered the two guards. The two guards knew that the young lady was a little dissatisfied with them, so they retreated embarrassedly. They secretly decided that they must practice martial arts well. Not to mention going to the battlefield to kill the enemy. They must at least protect the people they were supposed to protect. In the future, if the young master and the young lady were to do something, they wouldn't be able to live anymore. Grandpa, let's go inside. Grandpa is really powerful. If you had a knife in your hand, Xiaobao, and you and Xiaobao should have used the sleeve arrows. No one would have thought that two 8- or 9-year-old children would hide hidden weapons in their sleeves, and even less would have guessed that the two of you would react so quickly and cooperate so well. Tell me, what do you want this old man to do this time? The old man did not wait for Wang Wan to finish praising him, and praised the two of them. The old man was indeed very satisfied. From the position before the attack to when he retreated, the two of them were always so perfect. One was the main attacker, and the other was the support. Wang Wan was still smiling sweetly. Grandpa, we don't have anything to do. We were just taking a stroll, and then we came to your place. We heard that there was an old man living here, and we saw him on the shore. So, Xiaobao, and I wanted to talk to you and ask about the things here so that we can go back and tell Xiaobao's father. Oh, strolling? Then you guys really know how to stroll. Come in. Xiaobao's move just now was really frightening. It caught him off guard and caught him off guard. How could his arm do that kind of action? Detoxification technique, good skill. It must not be easy to practice, right? The old man led the two of them into the house. The layout of the house was very simple. There was a couch, a chair, and a table. There were a few small stools on the side, and a small table in front of them. There was nothing else. Zhang Xiaobao shook his arm and felt much better. He would be fine after resting for 2 more days. The detoxification technique was not that easy to use. He consciously sat down on the small stool with Wang Wan, and then said to the old man, Grandpa, you can't learn this skill now. Little kids can learn it, but it's too harmful to the body. It's very painful, and it may leave behind a root cause of illness in the future. This process is very difficult. Oh, if it's so difficult, how did you learn it? The old man also understood how much damage that kind of action just now would cause to the joints of the bones. How else can I learn it? I clenched my teeth and endured it. Taking advantage of the fact that my body is flexible at this age, I can't just use it for fun. Every time I use it, I need to recover for a few days. When I go back, I have to apply medicine. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Then, does Cookin know how to do it too? The old man asked again. Wang Wan nodded. She only knows a few simple actions. She's not as good as Xiaobao. Grandpa, do you feel that it's humid to live here? It's by the sea. When the sea breeze blows, it brings the moisture of the sea here. Also, it always rains here. If you feel that it's humid, don't live in such a house. Live in a bamboo building. Humid? How can it not be humid? I've long gotten used to it. Bamboo buildings are good, but the people don't have the time and money to build bamboo buildings. They work all day long just to eat. Since you're here, I'm waiting for you to help the people live a good life. The old man was aware of this. However, in the past, he could only dream of building bamboo buildings. Now, he had placed his hopes on the Zhang family. Bai Shu's letter had detailed some of the things that the Zhang family had done. It seemed like they could manage Luzhou well. When he thought of this, the old man said, "The 18 ships that followed you here are very useful. You can ship the local goods out and sell them for more money. I wonder if your family is willing to do this?" The land route is controlled by Qinzhou. When the goods are transported, the officials there will take some benefits. When the goods are sold and the benefits are included, there will be no more profit. In the east is Lianzhou, and in the middle is a strait that cuts off part of Luzhou. There are mountains on that side, and only some mountain people who might not even have a household register live there. It's not easy to talk to them. If you don't go through that narrow strait, it'll take half a day to get there and half a day to get back. Moreover, the local people in Lianzhou live a similar life as here. The things here are not worth much. If you sell salted fish in the same sea, you can get it, and other people can get it too. Why would they want to buy from you? The caravan that goes far away is only the one with the surname Shun. In the beginning, there were other caravans coming here, but the local officials drove them away and left the Shun guy behind. Life here is getting harder and harder. The old man explained in detail. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan listened attentively. The informants had a rough idea of what happened. Now, after listening to the old man, they had a clearer idea. Grandpa, how many mountain people do you think have no household register in Luzhou? What do they need? Can you let them come out of the mountains? There's still a lot of empty land here. My family and Cuckoo family's Yongye field have been given, but no one is planting it. It'll be a waste if we leave it there. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the mountains. Since there was no household register, it meant that the actual population was more than the registered population. Life in the mountains was not as comfortable as life on the flatland. It was just that the local people used to exploit them, so life in the mountains was better. The old man thought for a while and said, "Your family has brought nearly 1,000 Kaifeng people here. Isn't that enough? If you estimate the mountain people, there are about 2,000 of them. They live in a scattered area. There are more in the mountains in Qin province. If your family has the ability to pull them down, there should be at least 5,000 to 6,000 of them. However, the mountain people don't trust outsiders. They are fierce. If you want to use force to pull people down, the little prince's guards won't be able to do it, let alone the guards in your family. If they are as strong as the two of you, we can give it a try." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very happy when they heard that. It was good that there were people. It did not matter if they were not willing to get in touch with them. If they were fierce, they could be recruited into the army. Zhang Zhong only had an official position in the army, but he did not have any soldiers. At this time, Wang Wan said, "Grandpa, do the local people have any relatives outside? How do they send messages? Is it the Shun guy's caravan? How did you get in touch with Grandpa Bai? Did you take the official route?" Ha. These two brats, just like what Baigo said, they were very clever and could not be compared to normal brats. They even said that they came here for a stroll. In other words, they just wanted to ask this old man if he had a flying slave, right? It's a pigeon. The old man was also a smart person. As soon as Wang Wan said that, he knew what the two of them wanted. Wang Wan smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "There really is a carrier pigeon. Grandpa, where did you get this carrier pigeon? Can you help us raise some? It would be best if you could teach us how to raise them. We can use the method of hatching poultry to exchange with you." Zhang Xiaobao also knew the importance of carrier pigeons. If he did not take out some substantial benefits, he could not do it. He gritted his teeth and prepared to take out the method of hatching poultry as an equivalent exchange. The old man's eyes lit up. He hesitated and said, "Your family's method of hatching poultry is not a long-term thing. Don't think that it's just poultry. When the poultry are in the nest, they don't lay eggs. At that time, a chicken will lay less than 10 eggs. Some will even lay less than 20 eggs. There's a big difference between a few dozen more eggs and a few dozen fewer eggs. It's good to take it out. Although your family has already taken out many things, there are still people who want good things. As long as you remember that the emperor remembers what your family has offered, it's fine. Wait for me to write a letter to the master and ask. If master agrees, I will help you train some people to raise flying slaves. My master is currently idle at home. In fact, he is busy with Meiguan Road and enrich. My master's surname is Zhang. I wonder if the pigeon eggs can be hatched. Zhang Jiuling? He's back." Wang Wan immediately thought of this person and was especially happy. Zhang Jiuling's home was not too far from here. In the future, she could have Zhang Xiaobao's father write letters to them. "He's back. Little girl, what do you plan to do? Do you want to spend money to help fix those 2 places?" The old man asked with a smile. "Yes, we must. We're not sure if the pigeons can be hatched. We could try. First, we won't tell anyone about the hatching method. When we have enough ducks here, Uncle Zhang will return to the capital. Then, we'll have Uncle Zhang bring the method back." Zhang Xiaobao changed his mind again. The old man was stunned. "How do you know that my master can go back?" "Of course he can go back after the places are fixed. Grandpa, tomorrow, no, in a moment, I will send someone over to learn how to train and raise pigeons from you. Give me a number, and my family will immediately pay to fix the roads for Uncle Zhang." Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic. He was prepared to bleed and use money to exchange for the method. "Well, 1,000 strings of coins should be enough. We can't let your family pay for it. Find a few smart people. Why don't the 2 of you follow along?" The old man liked the 2 children. They were smart and sensible. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. 1,000 strings of coins is too little. My family will pay 10,000 strings of coins to let the people who are fixing the roads eat better and let Uncle Zhang relax. Cuckoo, and I can't learn anymore. We will definitely find smart people. In a moment, I will have lunch with Grandpa. Grandpa, you must give me face. Reward, I couldn't ask for more. Baigo has mentioned many times in his letters about you 2 accompanying him to eat. The old man smiled with relief. He rubbed the 2 children's heads with a kind look on his face. Chapter 421. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did a big thing. The old man did not ask Zhang Xiaobao if he could decide on the money. Bai Shu had said in his letter that when the 2 kids did something, their family seemed to be very supportive. When they decided on something, they would tell their family, and their family would agree. This made the old man very puzzled. Why? Could it be that the family deliberately raised the 2 kids to do things outside? Or did the master predict this and tell the 2 kids in advance? It was not until he saw the 2 kids that he figured it out. Although the 2 kids were young, they spoke and acted like little adults. They were well-behaved and steady. No wonder Baigo liked them. It was so comfortable to be with the 2 kids. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan prepared to cook something for the old man. They went to look for ingredients. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were at peace with the old man, the prefecture was not peaceful. Zhang Zhong naturally would not let go of the people he caught. Shen Guifu wanted to punish them directly. As for the person behind this, Li Sun would bear the responsibility. He did not care what the Shun family thought. He also had to send a memorial to ask the other side to investigate the Shun family. Li Sun and the people he followed and the money he brought this time were all confiscated. The 2 arrested county magistrates were also sent to keep an eye on them. Zhang Zhong finished writing the impeachment memorials and had them send them to the capital through normal channels. When they arrived at the capital and received the approval, the construction here was almost done. The original local people in the 2 counties were investigated to see if there were any serious crimes. If there were, they would be sentenced according to the crime. If not, they would be educated and continue to be employed. The officials under them were counted. Those who were involved were all arrested. The prison cells in the prefecture were almost full. Those who were not local and could not be beheaded were sent to the docks to build a stronger dock. After a few days, when the people who were locked up became obedient, they would also be sent to work. There was no need to keep idle people. After arranging the affairs of the two counties, Zhang Zhong posted a notice to let the people know the situation. One day, in just one day, 2 people that the commoners hated were arrested. At the same time, a few other people were arrested as well. The commoners could not believe their eyes. The new good official was too amazing. In just a few days, he had been here. He had the daily necessities, and the money of those who wanted to do something was also in his hands. He killed those who needed to be killed and captured those who needed to be captured. He acted swiftly and decisively. Xiao Sanzi, what do you think a good new official can do? I really didn't expect that those 4 people from the division or whatever didn't dare to jump out and cause trouble. An old woman did not know how to read. It was the people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family who stood beside the notice and told the commoners the contents of the notice. There were too few commoners here who could read. Now, the commoners were used to calling Zhang Zhong a good official, a good official. The person who was asked was a young man who had just returned from the seaside. He was carrying a basket of prawns and was preparing to set up a stall to sell them. It took more than 2 hours to walk from the seaside to here. He wanted to sell them quickly, but when he saw the notice, he stood there and listened. When the old woman asked, the young man thought about it and shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, it will be better in the future. Since 2 days ago, no one has come to rob me when I sell things. It seems that what the good official said that day was not wrong. My family has money. I want to borrow some money to buy a bigger boat so that I can fish more in the future. Okay, I want to change. If I have too much fish, even if I can't sell them, I can eat them as rations. It's better to dry them and keep them. It's better than starving. When you earn money, you must remember to return it to the good official. The good official should have money. I want to live a few more years and see what the good official can change this place. The old woman smiled so much that her eyes almost couldn't be seen. At this time, a person came from the east side of the street and ran directly to Xiao San. Xiao San hurriedly greeted him. This person was a manager of a restaurant in the city. He usually bought the fish and prawns that Xiao San caught. Uncle Xian, are you also here to see the notice? Xiao San asked respectfully. He also turned his body to the side to let Wei Wei see the prawns behind him, hoping that the person would buy them. What's there to look at? I've also posted one on my side. I'm happy to know that the scourge has been caught. Little San, I'm here to tell you a good thing. I thought you would arrive earlier today, but I didn't expect you to not arrive yet. I came out to take a look. I wanted Aku to look for you, but Aku is shy and shy. Uncle Xian looked at Xiao San and said happily. Xiao San knew that Aku was Uncle Xian's daughter. Every time he went to sell things, Aku was in charge. What a beautiful girl. Unfortunately, his family was poor, and he didn't dare to show any trace of affection. Hearing Uncle Xian mention Aku, Xiao San lowered his head, as if he was afraid of this name. His voice also became small. Uncle Xian, what good thing is it? I really don't know. It's a very good thing. Some people here want to cooperate with some local businesses. My shop is one of them. There are also fishermen. If you're willing to fish by yourself, you don't have to do anything. If you have other ideas, you can join the fishing company. The fishing company has big boats that can go farther into the sea. The things you catch will be better than what you get here. When the time comes, the people in the fishing company will sell the things and share them with the people who join. They will also give money for the sick people, make clothes for them, and fix their houses. The people who join just need to fish and don't need to worry about selling things. It's said that the wages they earn will be several times higher than what they do by themselves. Uncle Xian patted Xiao San's shoulder and said he thought that Xiao San was a good person and always wanted to marry his daughter to him. Xiao San was surprised and asked, if I join them and catch 100 caddies of fish, they won't be able to give me 100 caddies of fish? Will they deduct a part of it? You can catch 100 caddies of fish because they give you the boat and net. They also help you sell the fish. Do you want to get it? You can't be so heartless. Uncle Xin was a little unhappy. That's not what I mean. I mean how much they deduct. If they deduct too much, they will have to make clothes for the people who join them and fix their houses. If they deduct too little, they will lose money. We can't let them lose money, Xiao San quickly explained. Uncle Xin was satisfied. I'm happy that Xiao San thinks this way. Join them. Who cares how much they deduct? As long as it's more than what you earned before, it's worth it. I don't think they will lose money. If you can catch more hawksbill turtles, you will have more money. These are tributes. Do a good job and build a new house. I'll cook and live a good life with you in the future. Uncle Xin, I don't deserve. Why don't you? If I say you can, then you can. You were late today. Aku is still worried. Come back with me. I want all the shrimps in your basket. Remember to do a good job in the future. Uncle Xin didn't wait for Xiao San to finish. He pulled Xiao San and started to walk back. They had just taken 2 steps when a new notice was posted. They had to stop and wait for it to be read. A servant girl in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family stood under the notice and said to the people gathered around, "From today onwards, all hawksbill turtles and other kinds of turtles are not allowed to dig up eggs on the beach. Even if they catch the small ones, they will be released. In the future, we will dig some large ponds on the beach and put some weak hawksbill turtles and other kind of turtles in them. Now, we will find someone who is most familiar with these things and will be in charge of this in the future. You must know what these things like to eat. You must be able to tell which ones are strong and which ones are weak when you see them. Sign up here and tell us about your family. Our people will take note of it. You can't lie. If you lie, you will be beaten and sent to the docks to do manual labor. You won't be paid." The people didn't understand why they couldn't dig up eggs. Those eggs were very delicious. They also didn't know why they were raised. There were some in the sea and they could be caught. If they were raised, they would grow too slowly. How long would it take to raise them? Someone asked this question. The servant girl looked at that person and said angrily, "You only think about yourself? If you don't leave something for your descendants and they are caught and lost, how will your descendants live?" People who go hunting in the mountains know that those with cubs are not hunted. What's the difference between digging up eggs and killing the cubs? Let me say this first. These are the words of my master. In the future, he will send people to watch. If anyone dares to dig up eggs and cause trouble, don't blame my master for being angry if they are caught. If my master is angry, even if there is no law, my master will find a way to make your life difficult. When the people heard that the good official valued this, they nodded. Xiao San said loudly, "My father knows how to do this. I will sign up for my father. We will listen to whatever the good official says. If anyone doesn't listen, they will be going against me." When he shouted, the other people also shouted. They felt that the servant girl was right. If they were caught and lost, what would happen to their descendants in the future? They weren't afraid of those things growing slowly. After they died, they could leave it for their sons to continue raising. People in the crowd began to stand up and sign up. Those who knew each other also recommended. The mistress reported her family situation. After the other party recorded it, she pressed her thumbprint. She turned to Uncle Xin and said happily, "Uncle Xin, I didn't expect that they would even take in people who can't walk. Now my father will have a job to do, and our family will have more money. Your father is quite capable. If he hadn't been pushed onto the reef and broken his leg, he would be considered a capable person. Now that the person who pushed your father has been beheaded, your family's life will be better in the future. Tomorrow, I will talk to your father about the matter between the 2 families. We can't delay it any longer. If we delay it any longer, Aku will become an old maid." Uncle Xin was also happy. He also didn't expect that a person with bad legs would be accepted by a good official. After his daughter married over, she wouldn't have to suffer. The 2 of them talked as they walked. They talked about the past and their expectations for the future. The sea breeze blew, bringing along the clouds in the sky. Gradually, the sky darkened. However, the 2 of them didn't feel gloomy at all. Instead, they felt more comfortable. "Let's go. Wash away all the old things and make this place clean." Xiao San shouted toward the sky when he arrived at the entrance of Uncle Xion's store. Chapter 422. Pedestrians were in a hurry. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the sadness of the past was gone. Today, people were busy cutting meat and mixing noodles. Children were standing by the stove. Outside the window, it was drizzling. People seemed to want to let the heavy rain wash away the previous hard days. When it was overcast, they bought some meat and took some vegetables home. They either fried the meat or made dumplings. Children at home swallowed their saliva and waited beside them. When a misty rain fell, it was time to eat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen were also busy. The wontons were called wontons. The wontons were stuffed with seafood, prawns, and soup boiled with shark fin. They were poured into the wontons and rolled out. Then they put pickled mustard in the bowls, some dried shrimps, seaweed, and coriander on top of the wontons. 3 bowls were carried to the table. The old man stood aside and watched the 2 little guys working together tacitly. He thought the 2 little guys would just cook some noodles. There were already cut noodles in the kitchen, but he didn't expect that they would chop the wontons and make wontons. They were busy, but not in a mess. They were so nimble. When the 3 bowls were placed on the table, the old man couldn't wait to taste one of them. He ate one of them, which was fragrant and fresh. After drinking a mouthful of soup, the old man stopped. He was a little reluctant to eat it. Looking at the 2 kids who were slurping the soup happily, he said with a sentimental smile, "Brother, no wonder Baigo wrote in a letter that many people went to between the clouds and the water. Some people went there just to eat. He also ate there every day." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan can make such delicious food. You can imagine how good the food between the clouds and the water is. No, you have to add conditions for raising and training pigeons. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were eating to their heart's content. The fresh shrimps in the sea were really delicious. When they suddenly heard the old man's words, they stopped at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao still had the wonton in his mouth that he hadn't eaten yet. He reached out with his chopsticks to pick up the white chicken that was also in the pot and placed it on the old man's plate. He asked in a muffled voice, "Grandpa, what are your conditions?" Wang Wan nodded with a piece of seaweed hanging from the corner of her mouth. "In the future, you'll have to arrange my meals for me. I can't always let Baigo get all the benefits." The old man was very thick-skinned. He didn't even blush when he said this. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao swallow the yunton and let out a long sigh. "Grandpa, next time, don't say such things out of the blue." I almost choked. "Isn't it just a meal? In the future, if Grandpa wants to go out, you can go to the Ocean Wave Pavilion to eat, or have the Ocean Wave Pavilion deliver it to you. My family bought it and even brought a chef over. He's the original chef of Between the Clouds and the Water. The chefs here were learning from him, and the waiters had also brought some over. The taste was not worse than other places, especially the seafood. They could eat it on the spot according to the old grandpa's taste. When the time came, they could customize the menu for the old grandpa. That should be fine, right? It's just a meal. Why are you so serious? It's scary." Wang Wan picked up some seaweed for the old man and said, "It's scary. Grandpa, eat quickly. It won't taste good if it lumps up. You can't wait until all the soup is in your mouth. If you like yuntin, xiaobao, and I will come here often to cook for you in the future." The old man looked at the 2 kids and blinked hard. He raised his hand and rubbed the corner of his eyes with his sleeve. He stuffed the food that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gave him into his mouth. Then he scooped up a big yuntin and chewed it vigorously. He was not afraid of the heat at all. No wonder Baigo said that I'm enjoying life. He must be not used to the sudden absence of 2 people over there. Xiaobao, find them later. I'll live a few more years and enjoy life for a few more years. I promise I'll teach them well. I can see that your family members must be living a comfortable life. They cook so well, and when they pick up food for me, they're so natural. This is a habit they have developed. The old man was a little jealous of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families. He didn't know how the 2 families taught their children. Comparing other children with the 2 kids, it made all the parents in the world feel ashamed. When Zhang Xiaobao heard the old man mention his family, he smiled happily and said, "It's comfortable. Every family member has a separate medicinal cuisine recipe. Grandpa, go to the Ocean Wave Pavilion first to familiarize yourself with it, and then you'll have it." Wang Wan also smiled sweetly and said to the old man, Grandpa, you were so good at that time. Why don't you find some people to train in the future? You can watch from the side. If anyone doesn't do well, you can beat or scold them. There's also a sand table. When the terrain is explored, I'll play with you. Or you can live in my house. I could chat with my grandpa and Xiao Bao's grandpa. Wang Wan found that the old man was lonely, so she wanted to find something for him to do. There were many chess and card games at home, and there was also a gay ball game. She thought that the old man wouldn't be so lonely. Her grandpa and Xiao Bao's grandpa didn't care about other people's status. They wouldn't give in to each other. Okay, tonight I'll go to the Ocean Wave Pavilion first. There's no need to stay at your place. If you have nothing to do, you can go there and take a look. Tell me, how do you plan to manage this place? Did your father ever tell you about it? The old man promised Wang Wan, then looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed the soup and nodded. He did. In the future, everyone here will work together and set up various large and small trading companies. These companies will then form a chamber of commerce. When buying and selling things, they will negotiate the price with others. This way, we won't have to worry about others deliberately lowering the price. Good idea, but it's a pity that your family has to do this. In other places, the families of officials don't have such methods. Those who do have methods have to be coerced by the officials. They also have to compete with each other. It's very rare for them to work together. There aren't many big businesses here, and they just happen to lack a leader. You also don't have to worry about the government interfering. In addition, your family has a large fleet with new sales, so it's convenient to transport goods. The goods here aren't easy to sell because there's a sea in Qinzhou and the surrounding areas. All the goods are the same. If you ship them to the capital or Sichuan and then ship them back from there, it seems that you won't be able to sell them. The old man heard Zhang Xiaobao's idea and felt that it was feasible. Moreover, in the future, the locals will be able to earn money and help analyze the situation. As he spoke, he found a problem. There weren't many people here, and the goods shipped back from the other side would soon be enough for the people here to stop buying. Zhang Xiaobao saw that the old man only cared about talking and didn't eat, so he put down his chopsticks and said to the old man, "Old Grandpa, do you think that when those goods are sold to a certain extent, the supply will exceed the demand? It's simple. Repair the roads. Before those goods come and go, we'll repair the roads that lead to the other places. Since Qinzhou is blocking us, we'll repair the roads to Lianzhou, Sumaozhou, Shangxizhou, and Fengzhou. We can build bridges in Lianzhou. The Chamber of Commerce will pay for it, and the provincial government will also pay for it. We'll have the 4 prefectures provide manpower, and we'll pay for it. As long as we harden our hearts, we'll be able to repair the roads in less than a year." Wang Wan also said when the time comes, if they want good from the north, there will be caravans coming here to buy them. At the same time, they'll transport the goods from the other prefectures to sell. In fact, it's just that we lack a provincial governor who's willing to suffer losses. Otherwise, we would have worked together long ago. Only through circulation can we prosper. There's no lack of goods here, but the main thing is that there's a lack of means of circulation. This makes the cheap goods in the 2 prefectures become expensive. Qinzhou is blocking us, so when the time comes, we'll use the same method to block them. We don't have to do anything, and the local merchants will force the provincial governor of Qinzhou to come and ask for peace. The old man understood now. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said, "You two have learned a lot. It's a pity that I don't know much. Otherwise, I'd teach you well. Just like by Go, it's hard to find a good teacher, but it's also hard to find a good disciple. I know about the other prefectures, but Sumaozhou and Lianzhou are on the opposite side of the sea. Why don't we just ship them over to sell them?" The old man didn't know much about business. It was mainly because business was related to politics. He didn't know what political economy was, so he could only ask. Who asked these 2 children to be taught by an expert at home? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew why. Earning money wasn't the goal. Helping Zhang Zhong was the most important. Wang Wan said to the old man, "Actually, it's on purpose. If not, why would we build roads? We let them come over to buy the goods to increase the circulation and increase the floating population of our prefecture. These people need to eat and stay in hotels. There are also caravans that will arrange for people to wait for the goods here. This requires a special department to appear and act as a middleman. Some people feel that our prefecture is good, so they will stay and live here. At the same time, it's also a form of attraction to the people in the mountains. I don't believe that they won't want to live a better life. Now the old man understood. Everything was to accumulate political achievements for Zhang Zhong. The financial resources of the Zhang family had always been used by Zhang Zhong. People couldn't help but admire the effort that the Zhang family had put in for Zhang Zhong. They even made a little loss in business, such as cooperating with the locals, which would make the Zhang family earn less. Even so, they had to bear the burden and pave the way for Zhang Zhong. Thinking of this method, the old man couldn't stay still and ate faster. The reason why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't finish eating was that they were waiting for the old man. When accompanying guests or elders to eat, the host and the younger generation couldn't finish eating first. It was very impolite. Seeing that the old man had finished eating, the two of them sped up. Just as the old man finished eating, the two of them also finished eating. They began to clean up the dishes and put them in the kitchen. There was no need to care about them. The old man had someone to wash the dishes for him. The old man found that he couldn't find any fault with the two children. He just liked them. He took the tea made by Wang Wan and sat there, sighing with emotion. If the people in the world could be like the two of you, then our Tang Empire wouldn't have to worry about the surrounding countries. I have to write down this method and send it to Master. Let's see if Master can understand it and learn to find a way out for the people there. Chapter 423. The county magistrate of Huaqing County, Huaqisheng, was also riding a donkey. The mountain road was not easy to travel on. When he heard Su Lai talking to his people, he also said, "You guys are the same. You spent so much effort to make us a mere figurehead. What about now? We haven't made you a figurehead yet. I'll give you a chance. If you think you have connections, quickly run away and find someone." When the officials of Huaqing County heard the county magistrate's words, they all shook their heads. They didn't dare to run away. If they did, they would be arrested. There was no one they could find. Those who knew them were the county magistrates of neighboring counties. If they ran into each other, they would at most have a meal together. Even if it was a normal matter, they might not help. Not to mention that the provincial governor of a province wanted to deal with them. Fortunately, they didn't have any lives on them. When they arrived at the provincial governor's place, they would admit their mistakes. Perhaps the provincial governor would let them go. They were indeed regretful. Who would have thought that the new provincial governor would be so tough? He had money and people, and he didn't show any mercy. They had also heard of Shen Guifu. He was a capable person in the capital, and he was the son of the emperor. If such a person could be dealt with, what were they worth? The news of the two counties being dealt with was deliberately spread by Zhang Zhong's people. He directly asked people to post notices in the two counties. The notice was written clearly. When the people of the two counties knew about it, they cheered for a while. However, the people who had the Shun family's mark on them were in trouble. The notice was written clearly that the two counties were to be taken over by the people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. These people from the inner courtyard usually had some contact with them. When they came over, they had specially trained them. Although they were inexperienced, they had no problem holding up the place. The county magistrate of Huaqing County, Huaqisheng, and the county magistrate of Ninghai County, Su Lai, had nothing to do with the person surnamed Shun. The geographical location made it impossible for them to interfere with the salt pans. They didn't have to share the money. If they wanted to share, they would take more. They only took out a little to rope in the people under them. The purpose was to make them a figurehead bit by bit. They couldn't get the money, and they couldn't interfere with the matters of the salt pans. The two of them had been looking forward to this day ever since they knew that there was a new provincial governor. Finally, the day they had been waiting for finally arrived. Just like the heavy rain, the wind and clouds surged and came so quickly. The two of them gathered together and discussed for a while. Then they gathered their subordinates and asked them to come and surrender themselves. They said that the provincial governor might give them a lighter sentence because of their initiative. In fact, they just wanted to bring these people to the provincial yamen and let the provincial governor deal with them properly. Then they could do things with peace of mind in the future. It was raining heavily. A group of more than 30 people walked in the rain. They didn't feel cold or uncomfortable at all. The 2 county magistrates and several people who hadn't been bribed felt very happy. The others were still thinking about what to say when the time came and how the provincial governor would deal with them. In the heavy rain, the construction on the dock also stopped. The workers hid under the temporary shelter and drank hot soup. In order to hurry, they changed the 4 meals provided by Zhang Zhong into 2 meals a day. They ate 1 meal in the morning and 1 meal in the evening. Zhang Zhong still didn't know about this, otherwise he would never allow it. It was raining heavily outside. The person in charge of cooking boiled some hot soup and added a lot of ginger. The people who worked had different meals. Those who were assigned to work drank seafood soup. There was little ginger and little oil in it. Those who were paid to work drank chicken soup. In addition to ginger foam, there were some ginseng whiskers with a layer of oil floating on top of it. There were also some dry biscuits left for them to soak in. In Sanshui County, of course, the first kind was better. It was seafood soup. No one liked the second kind. There was no lack of chickens in Sanshui County, especially the Zhuangzi of Zhangzhong and Wang family. But it was different here. Where did the seafood come from? The people who were sent here fished it from the shore. Small crabs and conches could be fished up casually. The people who cooked didn't even wash them. They directly boiled a big pot of soup. It was salty, so they didn't need to add salt. The rain is good. It has washed away some dirty things. Unknown, eat quickly. You don't need to put the biscuits in the soup. Just bite off a little bit and taste it slowly. Then drink the soup. That's good. A person was looking for the best way to eat food. He looked at the people who were sent here not far away and said loudly on purpose to let them hear him. They usually should have 3 meals a day. Others had 2 meals, but they only had 1 meal. No one in the local people would think that it was wrong. It was good enough to drink some soup now. Who would give them biscuits? Those people also heard it. They couldn't tell what they were feeling. If it was before, how could they be so embarrassed? They ate and drank well. Unfortunately, they didn't enjoy enough. Everything turned into bubbles in the sea. They didn't know how long they would have to work here. Some of them were sentenced to 10 years of work. They were worried that they would have to work for 10 years. When they were free, they would probably be exhausted to death. The one called Unknown was a young man of 16 or 17 years old. At this time, he was staring at a person on the other side. This person had beaten him more than once. He would find an excuse to beat him up. If it weren't for the whip marks on this person's body when he came over, he really wanted to go over and beat him up. He wanted to return the favor to him. In the end, he didn't need to do anything. That person was in so much pain that he wanted to die. When the marks on his body came into contact with the seawater, the taste was indescribable. The person who was being stared at seemed to feel this gaze. When he turned his head and saw that it was Unknown, he sighed, turned around, and slowly drank the soup. Humph. He got off easy. Since he was whipped, then forget it. The last time he beat me, I was in pain for half a month. I was afraid that I would have to work even if the salt water came into contact with it. He deserved it. Unknown took a bite of the biscuit and muttered. The people from Kaifeng were eating with them. Because of Zhang Zhong, the people from the 2 places seemed to be more pleasing to the eye. They gathered together to chat. When they worked, they also helped each other. They seemed to be very harmonious. The people from Kaifeng could drink any soup. In fact, they wanted to taste the seafood soup, but there was little ginger in it. They could only choose the chicken soup. There was a thick layer of oil on top. When they put their mouth on it and sucked, the oil was still thick. It seemed that they couldn't finish it no matter how much they sucked. Just as they were hiding under the shed and chatting, several figures appeared in the distance. They could not be seen clearly in the heavy rain and were very blurry. When the 7 figures approached, the local people immediately said to a woman who came from Kaifeng who was cooking, "Quickly prepare 7 bowls of soup. Add more ginger." These are people who came down from the mountain. They must have been drenched all the way here. The woman immediately began to serve the soup. In addition to the ginger, she also added some chopped green onions. She placed them there and waited for the 7 people to come closer. Among the 7 people, one of them was being supported by others. He was limping as he walked. By the time the 7 people reached the nearest shed in the rain, all of them had lost their strength and sat on the ground. One of them, who was supporting an injured person, even started to whimper softly. The injured person grabbed his thigh with one hand and touched the 14 or 15-year-old child beside him with the other. He said a few words that others couldn't understand. The older child finally stopped crying. Only then did the injured person turn his head and say to the person who brought the soup over, "Brother Lou, please don't blame me. Thank you. It takes 6 days to walk from our place to here. I don't know if it will rain or not. When I saw the place, it was raining heavily. I accidentally fell down and cut a big hole in my leg. I also sprained my foot. The fur and jade feathers I brought were all wet. I can't sell them for much money. Remember the money for the soup first. Oh, and the ginseng roots. Well, after selling these things, I will give you the money. Give me some of the burned wood ash. I will stop the bleeding. They don't understand what you're saying. Don't ask them. Are you going to build a dock here?" This person's face was pale, and he spoke weakly. Listening to his words, it seemed that he existed specifically to be a translator. The other 6 listened to this man in all matters. He said a few words to them, then picked up the bowl of soup and drank it in big gulps. When the woman passed them a biscuit, they took it and ate it without saying a word. Over there, someone had already started to make wood ash for this person. This was the most common method. After the wood ash was brought over, this person pulled the leather trousers hard. A 1-foot-long hole appeared on the outside of the leg. It was still gurgling with blood. The place beside it was washed white by the rain. Just as this person was about to smear the ash, a person from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family, who had come from more than 20 sheds, shouted, "Wait a minute. Don't use that ash. I have something good here." The injured person stopped what he was doing. He looked at the person and said, "I don't have so much money to give you. Is this a seedling on your clothes? Why do you embroider this thing? We only embroider it on the body. We won't stab such a weak seedling." Weak seedling? This big brother, don't look at this seedling. How many people tremble in fear when they see it? How many people will feel at ease when they see it? Come, big brother, I will take a look at your wound. It's free. You came from the mountain, right? My master, that is, the provincial governor, has regulations. Anyone who comes from the mountain can send goods to the provincial government office. The government office will buy them at a high price. They will also send a set of clothes, 2 caddies of salt, 5 caddies of vegetable oil, 20 caddies of corn, and 20 caddies of wheat flour. If you're injured, no matter how serious it is, as long as you're not dead, you will do your best to save you. As this person spoke, he had already put the medical cotton into a bottle of alcohol. He asked the person next to him to open this person's wound. After taking a deep breath, he said to this person, "Big brother, it's very painful. Bear with it." Chapter 424. At this time, another person with rice seedlings embroidered on his clothes came over. He took out 2 pills from his backpack and put them in front of the injured person's mouth. He said to the injured person, "This is for pain relief. This is for reducing swelling. You will be fine after eating it." After he gave the pills to the injured person, the 6 people who came down from the mountain immediately became vigilant. The injured person said something to the 6 people, and the 6 people calmed down. After eating the 2 pills one after another, the injured person said to the person who gave the pills, "I told them that you don't need to use any poison if you want me to die. Just leave me alone. You can't stop the swelling with ashes. Even if you stop it, I might not be able to survive. You also have a rice seedling with an extra circle of thread on your body. You have 1 circle more than him. He has 2 circles, and you have 3. Does that mean your status is higher than his?" "Yes, I am a 3-star servant, and he is a 2-star servant. You came down from the mountain, right? When the rain stops, follow us to the provincial government. Your wound is too deep and long. Drink more soup. When we arrive at the provincial government, let the doctor examine you." The 3-star servant didn't hide his status at all. It was also his honor. The injured person nodded and asked, "Usually when taking medicine, it is boiled and drunk. Why do you have pills? The results of the medical school of Huaiyuan County are not much different from the pills of Yamacha County. They are only for pain relief and reducing swelling. After boiling the medicine, you can roll it into a ball with honey. It is convenient to bring it with you. You can eat it when the wound is healed. The 3-star servant explained. The injured person was already numb from the pain. Another person was bandaging his wound with gauze. He was very careful. He even wore a pair of gloves. He didn't need to touch the wound and gauze directly. After tying a knot, blood still oozed out. However, it did stop bleeding. The bleeding was not fast. With the medicine applied, it would be completely stopped in a short time. Why are you wearing gloves? You didn't lie to me just now, right? Is your master really willing to give you so many things? Or for free? Did he really say that the treatment is free? The injured man looked at his bandaged leg and felt much better. However, his body was a little cold. He only felt warm after drinking a few mouthfuls of hot soup. He asked the person who had finished bandaging him. Wearing these gloves that have to be washed after one use is like touching the dirty things on my hands to your wound. The things I use for you are the cleanest. Indeed, it doesn't cost me money. Now, am I asking you for money? What's more, these things belong to me. Even if others want money, I won't ask them for it. The medicine you took was his own. When you go back, you have to report it and supplement it. I didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. The 2-star servant said with a sincere expression. He then checked the place where the wound was bandaged and felt relieved. The injured man really did ask. He repeated the words of the 2-star servant to the 3-star servant. In the end, he asked, "Is it true?" The 3-star servant looked at the other person and nodded. It's true. Not only will you get a set of clothes, 2 gin of salt, 5 gin of vegetable oil, 20 gin of corn, and 20 gin of wheat flour. If you're injured, you will be treated. I can also arrange things for you to do. If your people want to come down to work, the master will arrange it for you. No one will bully you. The wages will be the same as the others. If you do well, you will do better. When the 3-star servant said this, the 2-star servant secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, there was no such thing. It was all his own idea. The master would tell them some things. From the analysis, he deduced that the master wanted the people in the mountains to come down. Naturally, he had to give some benefits. Today, he finally had an opportunity. He first promised some benefits. When he returned, he would explain to the master. If he did something wrong, he would be punished. If he did right, he would be rewarded. Even if he was punished, he would still do what he had to do. His promise represented the master. Even if the master lost a lot of money this time, he would still pay according to what he said. He felt that he was very careful when he said these benefits. The 3-star odd job servant naturally couldn't undermine him. Competition was competition, but they were not allowed to use underhanded methods internally. They had to be unified externally. When he agreed, he added some benefits, telling the 2-star odd job servant that both of them would bear the consequences. This time, the injured man believed him. He looked at the people around him and found that these people seemed to be different from the people he met when he went down the mountain. Their eyes were clear and their faces were rosy. They were very energetic. They weren't like this in the past. He took a bowl of soup from the person beside him and ate 2 mouthfuls. He was puzzled and asked, "Are you guys building a pier?" And it's a big pier. Could it be that a big ship is coming? This, brother, they're already here. There are 18 big ships. There are many goods and people on them. You guys haven't come down for a long time, so you don't know. The officials here have changed. The highest ranking official has changed. What's his name, CI? Anyway, it's powerful. Said, listen, this name is not ordinary. The original county magistrate, Zhang Yi, has been arrested. Another one, Nian Wanjiu, has also been locked up. Those people who bullied us when you came down are all there. Look, they're drinking seafood soup. They don't have any biscuits. Each and every one of them has been whipped. Once they touch the seawater, they will die from the pain. There was a person in the crowd who liked to talk. He came forward and spoke to the injured man. He pointed in the direction of the people who were working for free. The people surrounding them opened up a path for them. The injured man looked over and saw that there were indeed a few people who were showing off and showing off. At this time, they were able to work. It seemed like it was just as the person in front of him said. They were arrested. There were even 2 people who he recognized. At this time, he forgot about the pain and said a few words to the 6 people behind him. The 6 people stood up and glared at him. "What are you looking at? If you continue looking, I will dig out your eyeballs. I will stay here for half a year. After half a year, see how I deal with you, mountain barbarians." The person who was being stared at glared at them and scolded them. "You still dare to shout? I will let you shout. Shout as hard as you can. When the original provincial governor was here, half a year, I will let you do it for half a year. Later, we will take you back and interrogate you again. I will not lock you up for 8 to 10 years. I will write my name backwards." A man from Kaifeng who was in charge of these people saw that this person was threatening others and went over to beat him up. The people around him did not dare to come over and help. They could only watch him beat him up. The person who was being beaten did not have any shackles on him, but he did not dare to resist. He was beaten until he cried out in pain. There were still injuries on his body. Seeing this person being beaten up, the eyes of the 6 people behind the injured man lit up. They could not speak the language here and could not understand, but they could see. They knew that person. In the past, he had robbed them many times. Now that he was beaten, it meant that this place had changed. "How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Those bad guys in the past have all been dealt with." The person who spoke just now said at this time, "Yes, I didn't lie. It has changed, really changed. In the future, when we go down the mountain, we will not be bullied anymore, right? Isn't the price for the furs fair?" The injured man was in fear all the way. When he came, he had thought of giving away some of the fur for free so that he could sell the rest of the fur for more money. He could buy some things back, especially salt and cloth. Although this place was not far from the sea, they were also short of salt. It took 6 to 7 days to walk and half a month to go back. There were 2 people on the mountain who were about to give birth. The children could not be wrapped in fur. They felt uncomfortable and always cried. Usually, they would come once a month. This time, it happened to be 1 month. They did not expect that he would be injured. They met someone to treat him, the kind that did not require money. In the end, they knew a big thing: the world had changed. After saying this, the injured man fainted. The people in the inner court checked and knew that he had a fever. They did not wait for the rain to stop and shouted to the people around, "Who is willing to help carry him to the provincial government? Lift the shed as well to block the rain. He is sick and has a fever. If we don't send him to the hospital, he will die." If it was in the past, no one would care. Many people who came down from the mountain died of illness. They did not even have a good life. So who would care about others? But this time it was different. Maybe it was because they had a yearning for life, or maybe it was because they knew that the new, good official would give them a good life. People also became kind. Immediately, a few young men stood out and made a rack to put the man on. Then another 50 or 60 people lifted the entire shed up. They tied ropes around the pillars and threaded them with logs. Then a few people lifted the shed up with all their strength. A group of people jogged towards the provincial government. Some people followed behind, waiting for the right time to change hands. The 6 people who came down from the mountain ran in the shed in a daze. From time to time, they would look at the only person who could speak the language. As they ran, someone started to shout, "Hey, hey, hey!" Everyone followed along and adjusted the rhythm of their footsteps. Their speed increased a little. The 6 people who came down from the mountain also followed and shouted. They felt that shouting like this gave them strength. As they shouted, tears flowed down. They did not understand the language of the people here, but they were not fools. They knew that their own people were sick, and these people were helping to find someone to treat them. Otherwise, they would not have to carry the shed and run together. If they wanted to find a place to bury them, they could just drag them there. Zhang Lu, do you think I will be punished when I go back this time? Just now, I promised a lot of benefits. The 2-star odd job worker asked the 3-star who was running beside him. How would I know? Wang Xing, you are really bold. Do you know how many mountain people there are? If you give everyone like this, I guess the things we brought will not be enough. Anyway, I have boarded your pirate ship. We will bear the consequences together and enjoy the benefits together. Zhang Lu is also taking a gamble. If he did well this time, although the biggest benefits would go to Wang Xing, he would still get some. If he did not do well, he would only be punished, but he would not be chased out. Wang Xing laughed and said, I guess I did the right thing this time. Even if the mountain people know about the benefits, they will not come down immediately. They will wait for some goods to be sent back and then come back. I guess they will have just made contact with the mountain people and be able to do some business peacefully. Think about it. It is impossible for all the mountain people to come down, right? They will only give one person who comes down once and not a second time. There are women, old people, and children there. They will be able to hold on until the goods come back. If not, they will buy some from the surrounding places. Chapter 425. In the heavy rain, some were happy, some were sad, some were moved, and some were resentful. Lu Shaoqing and the other three were very resentful at this time. The four of them casually found a small tavern, ordered a few dishes, and warmed 2 pots of wine. Looking at the heavy rain outside through the open window, they were all in a bad mood. They still had their positions, but they did not have their authority. There were many things that they did not need to use their seals for. There were many things that the provincial governor's seal was still useful for. The judges were supposed to support the provincial governor. The matters that the judges could decide, the provincial governor could also decide. The matters that the judges could not decide, the provincial governor could also decide. The four of them reserved their seats, but the people below didn't listen to them, and the people above didn't need to listen to them. Lu Shaoqing looked at the wine and dishes on the table, and his anger rose again. These wine and dishes were all unloaded from the ship, and when he saw and thought about it, he felt the current situation. Zhang Zhong doesn't have the time to fight with us. What should we do when he has arranged everything else and is free to fight with us? Do we watch helplessly as we don't get any benefits from before? Do we have to compromise with him? Lu Shaoqing still picked up the dishes and drank a mouthful of wine. He looked at the puddle on the ground outside and said to the other three. The three of them also thought of the same thing, but they couldn't think of a way. They had a little money on hand, but it was impossible to bribe others. Even if they added up, they couldn't compare to Zhang Zhong's family's wealth. Just this loan alone, they had loaned out about 13,000 strings of coins, and there were still 2 counties people who hadn't been loaned out. With only a 10% profit, they could only earn 13,000 strings of coins a year. If the four of them had this much money, how could they still lend money? Countless transactions were waiting for them. When they were transported to and fro, there was a difference of a few percent. Now, they could not compare. If they wanted to use money to buy people's hearts, there was only one result. Without money, they would lose people's hearts. Other than this, there was also martial strength. However, martial strength did not seem to be necessary. The crossbows were already used, so what was it a fight? They were not the original provincial governor anymore. The last method was to hand in the memorial. This had been done once, but the next day, the memorial was placed in front of the door and stopped halfway. Say something. If you don't say anything, are you waiting for me to think of a solution alone? Who knows what happened to the booklet? Lu Shaoqing slapped the table and asked when he saw the three of them staring at each other. Lower your voice. What are you taking pictures for? Someone turned around and shouted. Do you know who we are? You dare to teach us a lesson? You. Lu Shaoqing pointed at the man and didn't know what to say. I told you to keep your voice down. So keep your voice down. Why do you have so much to say? Isn't it just a judge? Catch me? Tui, just think of it as the past. Then I'll slap the table to help you loosen your muscles. I've long found you an eyesore. The man spat in disdain, and the 6 people at the table followed suit. The 7 of them were stronger than normal people, and their faces were tanned. One look, and you could tell that they were the kind of people who did manual labor. Lu Shaoqing didn't dare to make a sound. He knew that if he made a sound at this time, he wouldn't be able to find a place to reason with them. If Zhang Zhong knew about this, he would definitely laugh himself to death. He turned back and said to the 3 people, It's true that when a tiger falls to the plains, he will be bullied by dogs. Don't pay attention to them. Continue thinking of a way. He wanted to keep the peace, but But the 7 people didn't want to. They couldn't find an opportunity. In the past, they were scared to death. Even if they did some work to earn some money, they would still be taken away. It was all because of these 4 people. Now that there was a new provincial governor, how could they not take revenge? The one who spoke just now stood up and walked to the 4 people's table. He said to Lu Xiaoqing, "What's wrong with you? Don't you know how to apologize? Do you think you'll be fine after slapping and talking? What else do you want? After all, we are judges. Aren't you afraid that we will arrest you? You are bullying us." You're right. We're just people from the outside. How do we offend you? You send people to take a cut of the work we do. You can bully us, but we can't bully you back. Are you a human and we are animals? The man clenched his fists as he spoke. It looked like he was about to beat them up. Chao Harue at the side said, "That has nothing to do with us. We are officials and have many things to do. Of course, there are things that we didn't consider. It won't happen again in the future. Don't worry." Do you think I'm stupid? I know that it won't happen again in the future. The new provincial governor is a good official. How can you be an official? What's there to explain? Are you scared? You really have 2 mouths. Apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me. I alone will take care of the 4 of you. If you don't like it, stand up. You didn't consider it thoroughly. Do you dare to say that you didn't get a share of the money? It looked like it wasn't easy for this person to find such an opportunity. He wanted to vent his anger. He came from the outside, and it was tough. He wanted to make a fortune here. In the end, he almost died. He didn't even have enough money to go back. Sorry, it was her fault. Please be magnanimous and let us be quiet. Chao Harue apologized and cried. It wasn't that he was afraid. So what if he got beaten up? It was because he thought that if he got beaten up, Zhang Zhong and the others would be happy. He couldn't take this beating no matter what. As a judge, he was forced to such a state. There was even a provincial governor waiting for him to make a move. He felt like he was going to die. The man was satisfied. He looked at Lu Xiaoqing. "What about you?" "I'm sorry, everyone. Let's be quiet." Lu Xiaoqing didn't even look up. His face was as dark as the sky outside. "Can you be more sincere?" The man asked unhappily. "Everyone, it was my fault. Please don't lower yourself to my level. I'm really sorry." Lu Xiaoqing forced out a smile. It's good that you know you were wrong. Eat. Continue eating." The man was satisfied. The other 6 people were also satisfied. Even if they were exploited for such a long time and robbed of so much money, they felt very good after these few words were said. It could be considered as revenge. They had a good time, but Lu Xiaoqing and the other 3 didn't have a good time. How were they going to eat? Many people in the restaurant saw this scene. A secondary 6 official was bullied to the point of lowering his head and apologizing. Fan Jianxi couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up, threw down the money, and ran out. He didn't care if the rain was heavy or not. The other 3 people also walked out. The 4 people walked along the road in the rain without any destination. Chao Harue cried as he walked. In the end, the other 3 people also cried. The more they cried, the sadder they felt. The more they cried, the more they felt wronged. The more they cried, the more they hated Zhang Zhong. The people at the side occasionally saw them, but they didn't have any sympathy. Some people even scolded, crying, "You also have a day like this. Do you know how to feel? How many people have been exploited by you? Don't talk about crying, they even want to die. It's better for the 4 of you to cry than so many people crying. Cry until you die." The scolding wasn't soft. The 4 people also heard it, but they didn't have the leisure to care. They were mainly afraid that the person who scolded them would also beat them. They knew very well what they had done. "This won't do. I want revenge. Let's leave this place tomorrow and say that we're going out to take a look at the commoners. We'll go to Qinzhou and inform Governor Ning about Zhang Zhong." Jiang Huanshe finally couldn't help but think of a person and said to the other 3 people. After hearing this, the 3 people hesitated. Lu Xiaoqing asked, "Tang, Governor of Ning has always been against us. When we asked him to transport salt, he didn't agree. He even blocked the road over there and asked us to give him some tributes. If we go to him now, he will definitely laugh at us. Also, it may not be useful. What do we have to negotiate with him? We're like stray dogs. Being laughed at by him is better than being dealt with by Zhang Zhong in the end. We will tell him that Zhang Zhong is rich, Tell him what Zhang Zhong is doing here, and tell him that Zhang Zhong has a ship. Do you think he won't be anxious? Their whole family is in Qinzhou, and they are close to Luzhou. It has a lot to do with him. Jiang Huanshe finally understood. Wasn't it just a matter of being laughed at? What could they do? It was better than being bullied here. Was it better to be laughed at by the governor or bullied by ordinary people? All right, we will go tomorrow morning. Come, let's go to my house for breakfast. We will let the two of them fight each other. No matter who loses, we will be happy. Fan Jianxi had also thought it through. She brought the three of them home. The other two could no longer object. The four of them were now in the same boat. Zhang Zhong did not know that the four of them were planning to deliver information to someone else. He was checking the accounts. The four judges were not simple. There was nothing wrong with the accounts. They collected what they should and handed in what they should. There were more than 1,300 strings of coins in the mansion, and there was also food in the storehouse. Zhang Zhong could not find trouble with the four of them. He knew that this was the normal income, but there were some that did not. However, he could not find anything. The four of them are quite capable. It is impossible to find anything. I will wait for Xiaobao to come back and ask Xiaobao. His accounts are more complicated than this, but it is not bad at all. Zhang Zhong put down the account book and muttered to himself. He stood up and walked to the entrance. He looked at the rain outside and rubbed his face. He turned around and walked to the signing room. He wanted to see how the people in the inner court were doing. After all, this was the first time they were allowed to leave. At this moment, a group of people came running along the street. There was also a big shed. Their feet made splashing sounds as they stepped on the water. At the same time, there was also the sound of people shouting. Zhang Zhong stood at the entrance, wanting to see what was going on. The mansion's entrance was always open, just like the entrance of the county yamen. What if someone came to complain? As the footsteps approached, Zhang Zhong took a step back and waited for the footsteps to appear in front of the mansion's entrance. Zhang Zhong was stunned. He immediately asked, "What's going on? Wang Xing, tell me." Chapter 426. Zhang Zhong was stunned. He didn't have time to think about what Wang Xing said about making decisions. He immediately let these people enter the manor. Someone ran over to find a doctor. It was safer to treat this kind of illness. The main thing was that these people came down from the mountain and could be communicated with. No matter what, they had to be saved. The 6 mountain people who also came down from the mountain were arranged to bathe and change clothes. Some people also prepared some food. The people who helped didn't chase them out. They also arranged rooms for them to repeat the 6 mountain people's routine. The commoners were very happy. They sent these people back alive, and they were even allowed to stay in the manor by a good official. This wasn't a place that just anyone could come here. After they finished bathing and changed into dry clothes, they came to a hall to eat. They were even more excited. Now, they had something to talk about when they went out. At this time, Zhang Zhong was also listening to Wang Xing and Zhang Lu's report. After knowing that these were mountain people and the way they dealt with them, he nodded with satisfaction. Good, you did a good thing. Wang Xing directly promoted to 4 stars, and Zhang Lu also promoted to 4 stars. According to this promotion, go and receive your rewards yourselves. Thank you, Master. The 2 people said happily at the same time. They turned and ran to receive their rewards. On the way, Wang Xing said to Zhang Lu, "You have to treat me to a meal. Let's eat in a good restaurant outside." "Sure, the best restaurant is our Ocean Wave Pavilion. I can afford it. Let's eat seafood." Zhang Lu agreed readily. After all, it didn't cost much, and it was seafood. Zhang Zhong waited for the 2 people to leave. He sat there and began to think about the future. At the same time, he was very gratified. The people in the inner courtyard were much stronger than before. They could take care of things on their own. Although they didn't give out much, it was enough to make people feel that it was a lot. As long as the mountain people's matter was solved, this place would be stable. Someone, go and tell this matter to Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Tell him to come back quickly. Zhang Zhong stood up and prepared to check on the sick man. He shouted to the people in the steward's room. 2 people immediately ran over, putting on their straw raincoats and bamboo hats. By the time Zhang Zhong found the place for treatment, the 6 hill dwellers were already standing in the hallway of the house. They did not dare to enter and disturb him, nor did they want to be drenched outside. When they saw Zhang Zhong coming over and saw Zhang Zhong's official robes, the 6 people knelt down one after another. They were very respectful as they spoke in a language that Zhang Zhong did not understand. Zhang Zhong hurriedly helped them up one by one. Since they couldn't communicate with words, he would use his body to do it. Zhang Zhong smiled and lightly patted each of their shoulders a few times. He then pointed at the room for treatment and made a shushing gesture before he also waited. After waiting for an hour, he still did not see anyone come out. Just as Zhang Zhong was getting anxious, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran in. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the 6 people and whispered to Zhang Zhong, "Father, how is that person?" "I don't know. The doctor is still treating him inside. Let's wait for a while. Only that person can speak 2 languages. Without him, I have no idea what these 6 people are talking about." At this time, one of the 6 people came over and said a few words to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong looked helpless. Zhang Xiaobao also frowned. If it was a commonly used dialect or a dozen commonly used languages in the world, he would have no problem at all. However, he had never heard of this dialect before. Wang Wan, on the other hand, came over with shining eyes and tried to say a few words to the hill dweller. The hill dweller shook his head and slowed down his speech to speak to Wang Wan. Wang Wan frowned and also slowed down her speech. She began to talk to the hill dweller with her hand gestures. After talking for a while, the 6 hill dwellers knelt down and kowtowed to Zhang Zhong. They seemed very happy and respectful. "Cuckoo, how did you know?" Zhang Xiaobao's lips moved. "I learned it. What can I know?" Wang Wan raised her head and said, "Actually, I came into contact with this language when I was doing a mission in the past. At that time, the place they were was too torturous. The 2 neighboring villages spoke different languages. Fortunately, they all knew Mandarin. I stayed there for 3 months and learned from the locals when I was bored. When I was almost done, I left. I didn't expect the hill dwellers to speak the same language as the people there. Occasionally, there would be a difference in vocabulary. You'll know after a few gestures." Zhang Xiaobao understood now. He looked at his father and thought about how to explain it to him. Zhang Zhong was indeed curious. How could his daughter-in-law speak such a language? His daughter-in-law had always stayed at home. When did she learn it? Although he was curious, Zhang Zhong had already acquiesced to this kind of thing. He could accept even more unimaginable things. He had already gotten used to it over the years. What else could he do? His son was his, and so was his daughter-in-law. When he saw his son looking over, he touched his son's head and said, "Xiao Bao." In a while, when that person wakes up, when I talk to him and ask him to convey his thoughts to the 6 people, let Cuckoo listen by the side. Don't make a mistake. Zhang Zhong didn't mention why Cuckoo would say such a thing. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and didn't say anything. However, he was very touched. Although there were so many incredible things, his family never asked and always supported him silently. Wang Wan stuck out her tongue. Just now, she was anxious and excited. Otherwise, she wouldn't have talked to him. She stood at the side and thought for a while. She felt that she should be familiar with the vocabulary, so she started talking to the 6 people again. Before the person came out, Wang Wan had already understood a lot of things. She said to Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Zhong, "He said that village? Tribe? There's some people, more than the people who sent them here, fewer than the people who work at the docks. They produce chuayu there. They also said that they lack salt. 2 children are about to be born, so they came over to exchange for cloth and salt. They used the salt to rub the children's bodies and used cloth to wrap the children. They said that if they used fur to wrap the children would be uncomfortable and would always cry. They also said that the people here didn't treat them well in the past, but now the people here are good to them. They said that they don't need to give them so many things. They just need to buy the soaked fur at a normal price. They will buy things back. Every time they say that the sun in the sky has to rise 6 to 7 times and set 6 to 7 times before they can arrive. They also said that they want to thank us for saving their people. Without that person, They won't dare to come out to buy things in the future. They want us to save their people. They can give us more things the next time they come. That's it. That's it. Zhang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. That's easy. I'm just afraid that they can solve everything by themselves. If they lack things, then give them. There are more people than the people who sent them here. There are more than 100 people who sent them here. They take turns to carry the shed. There are more than 1,300 people at the docks. It's hard to count. Zhang Xiaobao was also worried. Suddenly, he thought of an idea and ran out. After a while, he came back with a bag of money on his arm. He put it on the ground and gave Wang Wan a look. Wang Wan immediately started talking to the 6 people again and pointed to the copper coins on the ground. A person stood there, squatted down, and played with the copper coins. He smiled and grabbed some of them in his hand. He added a few more, thought about it, and subtracted a few more. After a while, he added and subtracted a few more. About 300 people. Got it. Sigh. It seems that they don't count. Zhang Xiaobao estimated the number of copper coins that he caught. There were more than 300 copper coins. As for the number of copper coins that this person added and subtracted, it was not important. Wang Wan said a few words to this person. This person smiled and stood up. Wang Wan grabbed 6 jin of copper coins and stuffed it into this person's hand. After she made a gesture, this person happily kept it and put it in his arms. Along with the sound of the door, the doctor stood at the door and said to Zhang Zhong, "Master, he is fine now. These few days, give him 3 doses of medicine every day. After changing the medicine twice, he will recover." Zhang Zhong nodded. "Thank you, Dr. Feng. Go and rest." Dr. Feng was really tired, so he didn't say anything. He nodded to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a smile and walked out. Zhang Zhong led the 6 people, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan into the room. A person was lying on the bed. He was a little weak, but he was awake. When he saw Zhang Zhong come in, he immediately turned over and bowed to him. Zhang Zhong caught up with him, supported him, and said, "How do you feel? Where do you feel uncomfortable? I will find another doctor to come and take a look. These are your 6 clansmen. They have been waiting outside." At this time, the 6 people also came over and said to the person. The person was about to turn over and get down again. His eyes were red as he said, "Sir, you are also waiting outside." "Sir, I'm just a mountain villager. I don't deserve you. You also helped to take care of the 6 of them. Sir, you are a great benefactor to my clan." "What mountain people? Since I am an official here, then they're all citizens under my rule. 6 young men, it makes me happy to see them. Recuperate well, and when you can move again in a few days, let the 6 of them carry the gifts that this official has bestowed upon you and carry you back. I heard that you have a child who is about to be born, so you must take good care of him. Having a new life is a good sign. When my son, Xiaobao, was born, my family was overjoyed. Since then, our lives have been getting better and better. It's the same for you. Since I'm here, I can't just watch you suffer." Zhang Zhong put down his pride and chatted with the person. He even pulled Zhang Xiaobao in front of him to let the person see. Zhang Xiaobao naturally knew what to say. He called him uncle and smiled innocently. Zhang Zhong said this, but in his heart, he thought, "Your child can't be compared to my son and daughter-in-law. There is nothing they can't do." Chapter 427. Hearing the words of the injured aboriginals, Zhang Zhong felt a little uncomfortable. He felt that he had deceived these so-called barbarians who appeared ferocious but were actually kind inside. They appeared to be barbaric but were actually filled with yearning for life. Zhang Zhong's expression changed. Zhang Xiaobao, who was proficient in many kinds of psychology, immediately understood what was going on. He quickly said, "Father, I still don't know this uncle's name. When he has a child, I'll ask him to send her here. Then I'll have a younger brother or sister." Hearing his son's words, Zhang Zhong also recovered. He personally looked at the bandaged area and said to the villager, "You have to be obedient. You are all people under my rule. If you don't listen to me, how can I let everyone live a good life? How should I address you?" "Sir, my name is Na Shu." "Sir, can you really let everyone live a good life?" "You won't bully us, villager?" It was the first time the injured villager had seen such a high-ranking official. He could not imagine how big the official was. After all, it was a very big place. Everyone had to listen to this person. In the past, he was disgusted with the authorities and hostile to the people here because he came down the mountain to do work and beg for food when he was young. The people here did not treat him well. He learned the language here and became an important person for the people here to interact with the people here. On the mountain, his position was second only to the chief. This time, he came down and was injured. He did not expect to benefit from this disaster. The small official bullied people, but the big official was so kind. He unknowingly approved of Zhang Zhong's ruling position. Zhang Zhong put on a straight face. "Not Shu, right? In the future, I don't want to hear the name villager. In my opinion, we are all the same. You just live on the mountain. How can you send Chui Yu to the state? When will the child be born? If it's too late, I'll send people to send the things needed. When the child is born, if it's a boy, I'll take him as my adopted son. If it's a girl, I'll take her as my adopted daughter. She can come down the mountain and live in the state capital. I'll give you land. If you don't come down the mountain, I'll send people up to teach the adopted son or daughter. My son Xiao Bao and daughter-in-law Cuckoo will have a younger brother or sister." The tree knew a lot of things. After hearing Zhang Zhong's words, it couldn't continue to lie there. It suddenly sat up and looked at Zhang Zhong. It swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and spoke with a trembling voice. "Your Excellency, you really want to adopt my child? But, when I look at you, I can guess that the child in the future will be very likable." Xiao Bao and Cuckoo play together, but they don't have a companion. In the future, when they have a younger child, the two of them will have one more person to play with. Xiao Bao, have people prepare 100 bolts of silk, 100,000 coins, 20 kilograms of honey, 10 bolts of silk, and 1 bolt of cotton cloth used by the family. Send 100 frozen pork knuckles first, 20 jars of wine, and 10 kilograms of Longjing tea. As for the rest of the grain and oil, you can do as you see fit. Zhang Zhong praised Na Shu and ordered his son to prepare the things. Zhang Xiaobao agreed and left. Wang Wan stepped forward and said, "Actually, Xiaobao and I want to have a younger sister. Uncle, if you have a younger sister, send her to me as soon as possible. I will play with her and teach her to read and write." Wang Wan was afraid that others would prefer boys over girls. She had experienced it herself. The reason why she was thrown into the Zhang family was because she was a girl. But now, no one would look down on her. What made her happy was that Zhang Zhong, her future father-in-law, had never looked down on her. Perhaps it was because of her relationship with her future mother-in-law that she married Zhang Zhong, so Zhang Zhong did not dare to look down on her. At this time, she deliberately said that she liked a younger sister. If she really gave birth to a girl, Nashu would not look down on her. Nashu looked at the little girl in front of him, as if he had eaten a calming pill. Thinking back to the things that Rinpoche said to give, he felt a burst of excitement. He finally felt the ability of a high-ranking official. He gave so many things that he did not even dare to think about, but he did not hesitate at all. "Darren, isn't it a little too much for you to recognize a son or daughter?" Nashu did not dare to accept the gifts. "What do you mean by a lot of things for you to recognize a son or daughter? Those are not things for your son or daughter when you recognize a son or daughter. They are things for your wife to nurse her body. How can this official recognize a son or daughter so simply? That will weaken the reputation of my Zhang family. Have you seen the boats at the docks? At that time, regardless of whether they are male or female, I will give them a boat first. The rest can be discussed later." Zhang Zhong wanted to make a good show. He wanted to let all the people on the mountain know how the provincial governor would treat them. Nashu was so frightened that he began to tremble. No matter what, the gifts he mentioned earlier were only for his woman to use. His child was not even born yet. Rinpoche was going to give him a boat when his child was born. He had seen the boat before he fainted. It was because of the heavy rain that he could still see the boat. He knew how big the boat was. Even if he sold his entire clan, he would not be able to buy that boat. Yet, he was going to give it away just like that. He did not care about other things. His child was not a child. She was clearly a treasure. When Zhang Zhong saw that Na Shu was too agitated, he helped him lie down again. He advised, "Brother Na Shu, there's no need to worry. You'll know in the future that my family is not short of money. Even the combined wealth of the entire Lu Zhou can't compare to my family. My family is in the north of the capital. When you have the chance, you can bring your brothers and clansmen there to have a look. You'll truly feel at home when you're there. If you have a daughter, when she's slightly older, she can learn something here. If you have a son, your clansmen can move here. When the time comes, I can even let the son be an official." "Huh? Darren, if it's a boy, you want to let him be an official? Then what about your Xiaobao?" Na Shu panted heavily. He felt that he could not bear the good things happening one after another. When he thought of letting the son be an official, he began to worry about the other Xiaobao. Zhang Zhong smiled. "I'm a fourth-grade official. I'll be promoted to a higher position in the future. How can I let the son be an official? Even if I can only let one son be an official, I'll let my adopted son keep it. My son, Xiao Bao, doesn't need my help. If Xiao Bao becomes a general in the future, he'll be able to travel 1,000 miles. If he becomes a businessman, his fortune will be comparable to that of a country. If he becomes an official, then the corrupt officials of Great Tang can only wait for bad luck." Zhang Zhong felt that he was telling the truth. However, he realized that others might not believe him after he said it out loud. At this moment, Na Shu had no time to distinguish between the truth and the lies. At least, he knew that this new official's family was not ordinary. When he thought of this, he told Zhang Zhong about the matter that the two people from the inner court had mentioned. Zhang Zhong's smile did not change. "Brother Na Shu, to be honest, I haven't considered this matter. They said it themselves." So those things are all. It's all true. As long as they say it, the Zhang family will admit it. If they make a promise to something that didn't happen, then it's the promise of the Zhang family. Brother Na Shu, you can rest assured," Zhang Zhong said seriously. Na Shu rubbed his temples vigorously. He really couldn't understand what was going on with this high-ranking official. The words he said and the things he did were incomprehensible. The first feeling he had was that he was rich, a lot of money. The second feeling he had was that he was kind, not only to mountain people like him, but also to his subordinates. A servant could make a promise on behalf of the master, and the master even admitted it. Na Shu did not think that such a high-ranking official would waste time to fool him. He could only choose to believe it. He would know when the time came. When the other 6 hill dwellers saw that this high-ranking member of their tribe was so agitated, they asked anxiously. Na Shu also told the 6 of them what he had told Zhang Zhong just now. After they finished, Zhang Zhong looked directly at his daughter-in-law. Wang Wan nodded and gave an affirmative expression. Zhang Zhong was relieved. At the same time, he felt an indescribable sense of pride. His son and daughter-in-law each had their own strengths. When the 2 children were together, all difficulties were no longer a problem. Wang Wan then asked Na Shu, "Uncle Na, is your surname Na?" "Haha, I gave this surname myself. There is no surname in the tribe. We don't even have a name. When the child is born, we just give him a name. Look at him, he's called Na Tuesday. He followed my surname." Even though Na Shu was wary of outsiders, he could not face Wang Wan's pure eyes, cute smile, and sweet voice. He answered all the questions and pointed to one of the 6 people and explained to Wang Wan with a smile. Wang Wan pretended to look at that person curiously and asked, "Uncle Na, don't you Zhuang people have a written language? Why don't you have a name?" "Zhuang people? What kind of tribe is Zhuang people? There is no written language. They can't even remember numbers. They don't want to go down the mountain because they are too different from the people here. They are afraid of being cheated." Na Shu was also confused. He had never heard of anything about the Zhuang people. This time, Wang Wan didn't say anything. She took a step back because she saw from the corner of her eye that Zhang Zhong was about to speak. Zhang Zhong sighed at his son and daughter-in-law's eyesight. He said to Na Shu, "I've thought about what Brother Na Shu said. In the future, I will ask people to teach the people in the mountain some knowledge. Arithmetic and literacy are the simplest things. It's just that there is a language barrier. Brother Na Shu, you have to help them. By then, all the people in the mountains will be able to read and calculate. They won't have to worry about being cheated in the future. It will be convenient for them to live or do business at the foot of the mountain. What do you think, Brother Nashu? Really? If someone comes to teach, our tribe will give them the best food and the best house, Nashu said happily. It's true, but we can't send people over yet. My daughter-in-law is too young. We have to ask people to come down from the mountain. Cuckoo, talk to Uncle Nashu. As soon as Zhang Zhong finished speaking, Wang Wan immediately spoke to Nashu in the dialect that she was familiar with. Chapter 428. Zhang Zhong was shocked. Didn't his daughter-in-law just say a few words in a dialect? This person's reaction was too big, wasn't it? Cuckoo, what did you say to him? Zhang Zhong was puzzled. What did his daughter-in-law say to scare him like this? He didn't say much. He just said that there's going to be a flood and asked the people in the mountains to come down and hide. Even if they get washed away by the water, there's a boat that can take them to a higher place. If the mountain collapses, it's over, Wang Wan explained. How did you know that there's going to be a flood? Zhang Zhong's heart tightened. He could not believe what others said, but if it was his son and daughter-in-law, he had to believe it even if he did not understand. Even if his daughter-in-law said that the moon would fall tomorrow, he would still organize people to move, let alone a flood. Wang Wan saw Zhang Zhong's worry and said a little embarrassedly, Father, it wasn't me who said it. It was Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang is Zhang Jiuling's butler. He's very good at martial arts and forced Xiao Bao to use methods that he shouldn't have used. Only then did he force him to retreat. He used to be a guard and even knows how to raise pigeons. Xiao Bao is still suffering. Xiao Bao is injured? Why didn't I see it? He didn't say anything? Zhang Zhong forgot about everything else and only thought about his son. What's there to say? It's just sore and painful. Just bear with it. I'll give him a good massage before he goes to bed tonight. Wang Wan knew the pain, but she knew what kind of person Zhang Xiaobao was. He did not care about this little bit of pain. Then, Cuckoo, you'll have to take care of him tonight. Do you know when he's going to have a flood? Zhang Zhong did not know what his daughter-in-law meant by using methods that he shouldn't have used. He thought that it was a demon or a celestial's method. Otherwise, how could two people force a former guard to retreat? He knew that his son could endure the pain. Presumably, the two of them had their own ways of dealing with it. The thing that worried him the most was the flood. He had heard of Zhang Jiuling before, but he didn't expect that his family would be here. It wasn't easy for the state's middle school to improve. If it was washed away by the flood, everything would be gone. This was especially true for the crops planted here. It was almost time to harvest, and they could continue to plant crops. They could harvest twice or thrice in a year. It all depended on what they wanted to plant. If the rice that they had prepared at home were to be washed away by the water, there would be a shortage of food for this season. Wang Wan was also a little worried about the flood. It would delay a lot of progress, but she was not afraid. She still had a few days to prepare. The loss of property was a small matter. It was fine as long as the people were fine. Dad, there are still about 5 days left. Grandpa Zhang didn't calculate it himself, but some old people here said it. Some said it would be 7 days later, and some said it would be 5 days later. Many old people said so we have to believe it. At least 5 days, at most 7 days. Wang Wan summarized what the old man said when they left, and said to Zhang Zhong, Dad, everything has been arranged. But when I came here just now, I heard that the river that we prepared to drain water from the artesian well has risen a lot. Hurry up and arrange for the disaster relief. This time, we are really going to lose money. Some of the money that we borrowed was used to buy the shops. We can't let the people who damaged the houses bear the cost of the flood. Zhang Xiaobao came back at this time. He was in a bad mood. He calculated and calculated, but in the end, he could not calculate a natural disaster. That tree, who was standing at the side, heard everything the three of them said. When he heard that it was a flood, he immediately became anxious. The tribe would be flooded once every year. No matter how they changed the location, it was useless. When the flood came, it would not go back to the original location. Zhang Zhong was also worried. When he saw that tree looking at him, he said to him, Brother Tree, don't worry. Send people back immediately. Don't bring anything with you, just some food and water. It should take less than 6 days. Go back and ask people to cut trees and make rafts. When the water is big, they can come down. That tree had no other choice. He could only say a few words to 2 of the 6 people who were faster. The 2 people turned around and were ready to run out, but they were stopped by Zhang Xiaobao. His movement was very simple. He was 2 meters tall. He jumped up from the ground and jumped 2 meters in the air. He flew 2 feet in a row, and the 2 people had to retreat. What's the hurry? Take the things with you before you go. Wang Wan rushed to the door. Zhang Xiaobao was half a body's height. Wang Wan happened to stand beside Zhang Xiaobao and said to the 2 anxious people. Only then did the 2 people realize who they had offended. They knelt down and cowed out. Get up. Get ready immediately. Remember to go back quickly. Even if you die, you have to spread the news. Wang Wan said to the 2 people again. She ran out with Zhang Xiaobao to arrange food and water. This was simple. They just had to find a guard. They had things that they always prepared. The 4 slow people and the injured tree were left in the house. They anxiously waited for news from the other side. It would take at least 10 days. Zhang Zhong had no time to chat. He said a few words and left in a hurry. The notice was written in the blink of an eye. He asked people to hold umbrellas and read it loudly in the provincial government for the people to hear. The content was to let the people be prepared to leave at any time. The small boats on the 18 big boats were all lowered. The guards of the prince's mansion and the strong people in the inner courtyard all went out to cut trees. The people followed suit. The construction of the docks stopped. People evacuated and made rafts. The things in the houses that should be moved were moved to welcome the arrival of the flood. The honesty of the provincial government was different from before. The people did not doubt. Some families who knew how to read the weather responded positively. In the midst of the busy work, Fan Jianxi and the other 3 people were secretly laughing. They hoped that the water would be bigger and stronger. They hoped that all the houses would be washed away. Even the houses behind the unfinished provincial government would be washed away. Zhang Xiaobao held his chin with his hands. He looked outside at the rain that showed no signs of stopping. He blinked and said, "The sky is falling. Okay, don't memorize these things. It's not easy for you to learn. Keep them. Think of a way to reduce the loss." Wang Wan crossed her arms. She heard Zhang Xiaobao mumbling and nudged him. Zhang Xiaobao stopped. He looked at Wang Wan and asked, "Do you want fame or money?" "I can't make up my mind now." "What fame and money? The flood is coming. It's terrible. Fame and money are too far away. Think about how to save the lives of the people in the province." Wang Wan was worried about the coming flood. In this kind of situation, some experienced people were more accurate than the weather forecast. After checking the weather, they could say when the flood would come. Zhang Xiaobao pinched his thigh hard and said, "I'll listen to you. If you want lives, prepare to take other people's lives and let them come over to develop. This move is a little immoral, but we have to make up for the loss of our side in the flood, and it's also a good thing to save people. It's a pity that there are not enough boats. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have let the cooks and workers go back so early. I'll let them stay for a few more days. Now start to collect the ropes. Be quick." Wang Wan was stunned. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Comrade Xiaobao, you don't want to calculate when the flood is coming, do you? You just watch those people be drowned by the flood? You just watch the children cry alone? How can you do this? You want to make money from the national disaster? How did your grandfather, the dean, get you promoted in the first place?" Wang Wan was really angry. Usually, she would accept Zhang Xiaobao's calculations. However, at this time, based on Zhang Xiaobao's words, he wanted to make up for the loss. He wanted both money and fame. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled and said, "It's a misunderstanding. How can I forget that scene? I was thinking whether I should ask them for money after saving them or treat them well to gain a good reputation. When you said that, I made up my mind. We need people. Luzhou's population is too small." "What do you mean? I don't understand." Wang Wan was still angry. "Nothing much. It's just that this rain is not normal. When I went to arrange according to my father's instructions, I heard someone say that they had picked up a few big fish in the county. They fell quite heavily. Why do you think the fish fell? Could it be that they found it too lonely in the water and flew into the sky? Zhang Xiaobao narrowed his eyes and said. Wang Wan paused for a moment before she asked tentatively, could it be a typhoon? Isn't this the wrong season? A typhoon is coming. What's the right season? Let's go and make arrangements. We'll save more people. To be honest, I hope that everyone will be safe. However, this is only a wish. Let's do our best. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pulled Wang Wan and rushed out without opening an umbrella. 15 minutes later, a new announcement was made in the provincial capital. The servants were also shouting in various places, asking the people to demolish their houses and pack up their belongings, especially those with roof beams. They were to unload the logs and use strong ropes to make wooden rafts. They did not want the other miscellaneous items in their houses. If they could be packed, they could be put on the wooden rafts and get people to prepare more ropes. The fast horses could only spread the news in Wulei County and Yushan County. The two counties further away could not do anything. Although they had sent people there to make preparations, they did not have time to demolish their houses. Everything was prepared. The entire province was under martial law. The two counties further away might not be able to do it, but the two counties here had no problems. At the same time, the matter of loans was also announced. All loans would be waived. All goods that had been paid for in advance would be given away for free. After all, nothing would be left behind in the end. The Zhang family would bear this loss alone. The people also understood that this matter was serious. The new good official gave up so much money directly. He was definitely not lying to them. The people in the two counties began to demolish their houses according to the announcement. They tied up the wooden rafts one by one and took their belongings with them. They waited for the good official to make the next arrangements. At this time, there were still some people who were in a hurry. Along the way, they met people on fast horses who came to announce the announcement. When the horses reached dangerous places, they could not run. The people on the horses could only give up on the horses and run to the two counties on foot. Do you want to live? If you want to, follow me and run quickly. When you reach the provincial capital, help organize. If you do well, maybe Governor Zhang will spare you this time. Chapter 429. On the second day, most of the houses in Wulei County had been demolished. The people who had lost their homes did not complain about the good officials at all. They just waited for the good officials to make arrangements for them. All the tents on the ship were taken out. There were also temporary sheds. They moved slowly towards the seaside. The people followed the tents and sheds. Occasionally, there would be some hidden bad guys who wanted to cause trouble. When they were discovered, they would be killed immediately regardless of whether they were guilty or not. The rain was still falling. The people from Zhang family's inner court had already spread out and went to various places to buy things, especially Qinzhou, which was the closest to them. They used money to pave the way and bought a large amount of herbs, food, and cloth back at a price several times higher. It was also raining heavily in Qin province. It was the same for the neighboring provinces as well. Occasionally, there would be people who would pick up the falling fish. In some places, the houses were blown away by the wind. In this era where information was not up to date, all of this had been forgotten. The four judges who wanted to leave had no choice but to stay because of the state of martial law. They didn't intend to listen to the notice, but the house was still demolished. The four of them took the deed and wanted to go to Zhang Zhong to argue, but they couldn't even meet with him in person. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, in this era of power, what could you do if your house was demolished? A place that was constantly promoting the rule of law could be demolished just like that. Moreover, the nature was different. This was not for personal gain. If it was not demolished, it would be flooded in the end. It was a pure waste. The rain these 2 days was too heavy. Some old people said that they had encountered it before. The Dragon King was angry. They had encountered it once a few decades ago. At that time, the people here ran to the mountains. Although they were not flooded, the mountains collapsed and many people died. Zhang Xiaobao was ready to take a gamble. At most, he would just spend money. Why would he need so much money? If he could not keep his father's position, who would be able to keep his money? Go on with all your might. Zhang, this time you will lose tens of thousands of strings of money. Isn't his family rich? Let's see if his heart aches or not. Ha ha ha. Let's see if it's bigger. Even though Lu Shaoqing's house had been torn down, he was still with his family. The servants had made a wooden raft and a shed. His family and the other 3 families had gathered together. The 4 judges were eating and drinking under a shed. When they saw the heavy rain and found out that the Zhang family had given up on all their loans and goods, they were all as happy as if they were celebrating the new year. Chao Hui took a sip of the warm wine and said with an undisguised smile, "This time, not only did the Zhang family lose money, but Zhang Zhong's position is also in danger. Such a big disaster. If the emperor knows about it, he will report it to the heavens and punish himself. How can the officials under him think about it? You can't say that. Some people said that the Zhang family scattered and went to different places to buy things. If they buy enough things and reduce the loss, maybe the emperor will consider it." Jiang Huanshi was also happy, but she was a bit worried that Zhang Zhong could escape this time. Fan Jinshi, who had been silent all this time, said, "The Zhang family is rich. If they can buy things, the price will not be low. I know this. Recently, they bought the most things in Qinzhou. The price is 5 times higher than usual. So what if they buy things? The house is gone." Will the Zhang family repair it? I don't believe that the Zhang family is so rich that they dare to repair the house for more than 7,000 people in Qinzhou. The 4 people talked, and from time to time, there was laughter. This news quickly spread to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After Wang Wan heard, she curled her lips and said, "In the beginning, we left them alone to deal with them slowly because we thought they had some ability. I didn't expect them to be so bad. When real politicians are in conflict with each other, they will not gloat when the people are suffering. They don't even understand what politics is. Yes, we can make use of them, but we definitely shouldn't be so happy. If I were them, I would look for my father and tell him about this matter. Conflicts are conflicts, but when facing external forces, we have to compromise. They've already broken the jar. After this matter is over, we'll deal with them." Zhang Xiaobao was also very angry. If this kind of thing happened in the current imperial court, they would find a way to deal with it, even if it was a conflict. The imperial court in the past was not too bad. There were not many parties fighting. Even if there were, they would not use the people as a bargaining chip. After all, they were still influenced by some ideas of governance. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan said, "Xiaobao, I can't wait. I want to deal with them as soon as possible." Zhang Xiaobao first thought about the typhoon and the flood, and then his hand touched his face. Wang Wan was relieved after seeing this. She knew that the 4 judges were going to be unlucky. If Zhang Xiaobao was good at making money in construction, then he could be said to be a top figure in calculating people. Continue to move to the seaside. Start making food in large quantities. Don't extinguish the fire. As long as the fire is big enough, wet firewood can still be burned. It's just that there will be more smoke. There's also a reserve of fresh water. Boil it all in the water and put in some salt. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and stopped. He walked to the door and gave orders to the person who was there to deliver the news. The series of things Zhang Zhong did a few days ago were reported. Under his orders, basically all the people obediently followed and did whatever they were told to do. Even if they did not understand at the moment, no one objected. All the troublemakers were dealt with. Pancakes were baked one after another, steamed buns were steamed one after another, and pots of water were boiled and filled into water bags. While the commoners were working, they were also moving towards the seaside. There were only 8 ships left out of the 18 that were on the seaside. These 8 ships were enough to squeeze in a few thousand commoners. See, this is the strength of the government. As long as the government officials are capable, they will definitely not be afraid of disasters other than earthquakes. Wang Wan said with her chest puffed out. Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips and said, "This is the responsibility that we dare to bear, okay? What strength of the government? My father has the final say in Luzhou's government. There's no secretary or army to make trouble. Of course, it's up to him to say what he wants. Which government official is willing to throw in the money of his family like we are doing? When Wang Wan saw that the people were doing things smoothly, she relaxed and began to argue with Zhang Xiaobao. Isn't it because we have to keep our position? Whether we keep our position or not, at least our family is really taking money out. You can say that we are pretending. Who can say that we are pretending for the rest of our lives? Well, I still have to ask someone to find some dry wood and a big fish net. Then, let the flood wash them away. The grains that were originally planted here are also gone. After the flood, I will transfer 100,000 strings of coins here and start all over again. It will be more convenient to plan. Zhang Xiaobao also made up his mind. Since they could not keep their position, they would start all over again. It was fine as long as the people were fine. It was just money. Not to mention that the Zhang family could withdraw enough money now. Even if they could not for the time being, they could go to the capital and ask for cooperation. Countless rich merchants would be willing to join them. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao was encouraging her and using this spirit to influence others, but she still felt reluctant. She ordered a person next to her, "Pick out the strong people who have nothing to do and help me harvest the rice here. Get as much as you can." Yes. The person from the inner courtyard responded. After finding someone to make the arrangements, he came back and asked Wang Wan, "Miss, your order just now seemed to be useless. According to the rules, the orders of the young miss and young master must be unconditionally carried out. But after carrying out the orders, you can ask, 'Miss, what do you mean?' Nothing. If we don't eat the people, we can use it to feed the pigs, poultry, and fish. It's better than throwing it away. If we can reduce the losses, then reduce the losses. Those seedlings are not harvested yet. The bottom is green and can be used to make fodder. Do you understand now? Don't be too excited and busy because now is the time to distribute water. You have to deal with things without any emotions. This is planning. Busy but not chaotic, anxious but not angry." Wang Wan was quite satisfied with this person. He would carry out what needed to be carried out and ask if he did not understand. The people from the inner courtyard should be like this. After the person heard this, he thanked, "Thank you, young miss. Young master, can you tell me why you want the people to make so many wooden rafts? We don't need so many at all. Just 1/3 is enough for the people to live. We still have the boats, so we don't even need 1/5. When Zhang Xiaobao saw the person from the inner courtyard asking him, he looked at the rice seedlings on this person's chest. There were 4 circles. He thought for a while and said, "I shouldn't let you know. You are only a 4-star. Let me remind you, our family has lost a lot of money this time. Do you think we should earn it back?" "Yes, we definitely have to earn it back. This kind of loss is too sullen. The heavens insist on messing things up, but this little one believes that the young master and young lady are even more powerful than the heavens." The person from the 4-star inner courtyard replied. He was not deliberately flattering them, as he also thought so in his heart. "That's natural. How can my family look at the losses and do nothing? Then let me ask you, can we earn back that money from the people in our prefecture?" Zhang Xiaobao wanted to give the person from the inner courtyard a strong impression. "No. Could it be that we have to earn the money of the people in other places?" The person guessed. "Something like that. Think further. Think carefully. Once you understand, you could be promoted to 5 stars. Don't just think about this and delay the proper business." In the end, Zhang Xiaobao did not tell this person why, and this person did not ask anymore. He knew that the first 4 stars only needed to make contributions or be outstanding during the examination. However, it was not so easy to be promoted to the 5th star. A 5-star inner courtyard person could be sent out to take charge. This could only be thought about by himself. The people of the 2 counties were busy. Not only did they have to take care of themselves, but they also had to wait for the people of the other 2 counties to come and help. Chapter 430. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Water began to flood everywhere. A few provinces were almost completely covered by the ocean. Even if there were mountains, it was useless. Those who hid in the mountains did not have to worry about being washed away by the water. However, the mountains would slide. No matter how much vegetation there was on the mountains, as long as the soil was saturated, something would happen. The valleys in the mountains were also filled with water. The heavy rain was still falling. From time to time, people would float by with a board. Qin province was flooded, Sumaozhou was flooded, Lian province was flooded, Shaanxi province was not far away, and Feng province was also in the area where the heavy rain fell. The typhoon landed on Luzhou. The people who had long been prepared moved to the valleys. The big ships were also far away. Only one ship was slightly slower and was stranded. The typhoon circled around Luzhou's bay and gradually dissipated. An old man who knew how to look at the sky told Zhang Zhong that it was just one dragon. There were no other dragons. Zhang Zhong did not care about the dragons anymore. He sent out countless small boats to pick up the people who floated over from the other 2 counties and the neighboring provinces. The people who lived by the sea might not be good in other aspects, but they had absolutely no problem in swimming. Those who went to the sea to catch big fish and those who lived near the sea all knew how to swim. Children of 4 or 5 years old dared to dive into the water to find things. All of them knew what to do when the flood came. Even those who were good at swimming did not swim on their own. Usually, they would find something floating and hold on to it. Ninghai and Huaqing counties had been notified. They made their own wooden rafts and put their belongings on them. However, they did not tear down their houses or prepare so many ropes. When the flood came, families paddled the rafts toward the state capital. This was their only hope. Father, mother, can our family still survive? Why don't we go up the mountain? It's higher there. The further we go, the lower it gets. A little boy of 8 or 9 years old was holding his 3-year-old sister in his arms. He wiped the rain off his face and held a big leaf in one hand to block the rain for his sister. He said to his parents, who were paddling with all their might, "Luo, Luo, people died on the mountain too. What if we go up the mountain and come down later? What if the new good official doesn't recognize us? Carry Bei Bei, we're going to find the official." The father used all his strength to row the wooden raft, enduring the onslaught of the rain. His son said. The mother also helped to row, crying as she rowed. Her home was gone, and her land was gone. She didn't know how she was going to live the rest of her life. The only thing she was thankful for was that the high-ranking official had sent the news early and returned the wooden raft. Her family was fine. The little boy nodded as if he understood and said to his 3-year-old sister, "Bei Bei, we'll have something good to eat in a while." The little girl, who was 3 years old, could not understand the pain of the adults. She reached out to touch the leaf that was blocking the rain and called out happily. After a while, the little girl was no longer so excited. She pursed her lips and said that she was hungry. The boy took a bite of a steamed bun, chewed it in his mouth, spat it out, and put it into the girl's mouth. "Be good, Bei Bei. Eat quickly. You won't be hungry after eating. When we get there, we'll have hot soup to drink." The girl ate half a steamed bun and was finally full. She curled up in her brother's arms and fell asleep. The boy thought for a while and put away the other half of the steamed bun. The family had brought food this time, but it was all raw. There were only a few dry steamed buns. It was better to leave them for his sister. He could eat the raw ones. The family of 4 sat on the wooden raft and floated in the direction of the state capital. As they floated, a large tree that had been washed down slanted and crashed into them. The couple tried to avoid it. In the end, they dodged the tree above the surface of the water, but the branches under the water hit the side of the wooden raft. With a cracking sound, the hemp rope tied to the wooden raft could no longer withstand such a large force. 3 of the ropes snapped in succession. "Husband, you take Luo Luo and go. I'll carry Bei Bei and follow behind." When the woman saw that the wooden raft had cracked, she shouted at her husband and was about to carry the little girl. The man was good at swimming, and so was Luo Luo. If something happened to the family, they would have to leave behind descendants. The boy was their descendant. The woman was already prepared to give up. "I can't leave my sister behind. I know how to tread water. Mother, the 3 of us will take turns treading water and carrying the wooden raft. We can't leave our sister behind, but we can't be without our mother." The boy immediately understood what his mother meant. He hugged his sister tightly and refused to hand her over no matter what. Luo Luo, it's useless. The water is so big. You can't turn around with a wooden raft. You'll be washed into the sea. Follow your father. The two of you can cross. The mother was also reluctant, but she had to give up at this time. Don't say any more. Row. The water hasn't scattered yet. I'll carry her. At this time, the man climbed onto the wooden raft. He used his hand to grab a piece of wood and his leg to clamp another piece of wood so that the wooden raft wouldn't scatter completely. However, every time the water hit, the wood would squeeze against each other, causing the man to feel pain. The woman nodded with tears flowing down her face. She said to the boy, "Put Bebe down and row with me. We're almost there." The boy hesitated for a moment. He took off his pants and put his sister on his pants while naked. He then put the leaf on his sister's body. Only then did he pick up his father's wooden raft and row with all his strength on the other side. The wooden raft moved forward for another quarter of an hour. The man's feet and legs were already bleeding from the friction. The fingernail on his left hand was accidentally squeezed by 2 pieces of wood. 3 fingernails fell off and blood seeped out. Just as the woman was about to grab her daughter and jump down in despair, a few black spots suddenly appeared in the water in front of them. The black spots were moving very fast, and at the same time, they were accompanied by splashes of water. While the woman was in a daze, the black spots were already getting closer. When she looked carefully, she found that they were actually 6 people's heads that occasionally popped out of the water and then sank back down. The splashes of water were also caused by the 6 people swimming. The boy also saw it and was stunned. He was a good swimmer and could step on water, but he definitely couldn't swim that fast. The 6 people's movements were almost the same. They seemed to be wearing black clothes, and even their heads were covered. Their heads sank and floated for a large distance. When they sank, their heads dove into the water. When they floated, their heads moved left and right. When they didn't encounter waves, their 2 hands alternated in front of them. When they encountered waves, they immediately changed their movements. Their 2 hands should be stretched forward and just happen to pass through the waves. The 6 people swam to the front of the wooden raft. One of them took out a rope from the bag in his arms and said to the person on the wooden raft, "Don't be afraid. We are the new provincial governor. We are the guards of a good official. We have been ordered to provide support everywhere. Get up, don't lie down." As the man spoke, the 6 people surrounded the wooden raft. One of them climbed up and began to tie the wooden raft again. The man was already out of strength. He lay there on his back and kept saying thank you. The woman cried and carried the girl up. The boy looked at the 6 people with admiration. He asked the person who tied the rope, "What happened to you guys just now? How did you swim so fast?" "We were using the most standard freestyle and butterfly swimming. Freestyle swimming is fast, and butterfly swimming is easy to pass through the waves. We practiced it regularly." This person was easy to talk to. He explained to the boy while tying the rope. The boy didn't know anything about swimming. He only knew that the 6 people were really not slow. He asked curiously, "You guys are from the Vigorous Sprout Protection Team, right? I heard that 56 people jumped off a very high ship a few days ago, and nothing happened to them. They can swim in the water for a few hours without getting tired. Is this how you guys swim?" "Boy, you are smart. We are from the Vigorous Sprout Protection Team. When it comes to swimming, other than some local people here, no one can compare to us. Master was afraid that something would happen, so he sent us out. You guys are the 12th wooden raft to be saved. Usually, when we train, we have to learn a few standard swimming postures, but we don't usually do that. Everyone has their own comfortable swimming postures. Today is not the time to show off. We can only use the most standard swimming postures. It takes more effort, but it is the fastest." This person's movements were very fast. In just a few sentences, there was only 1 wooden raft left. He tied it while talking to the boy. The boy looked at the 6 people with serious faces. He didn't feel scared at all. Instead, he was very calm. The 6 people's cold and handsome expressions made people know that they were very resolute. It seemed that no difficulty could beat them. "Big brother, can I join the Vigorous Sprout Protection Team? I want to be like you guys, rushing from so far and so fast to save people. You guys are wearing beautiful clothes. The boy asked with a look of yearning. The person from the protection team tied the wood and buckled it. He smiled at the boy and said, "It's not that easy to enter. First, you have to sign a death contract, then you have to undergo training. That kind of pain is unimaginable. Sometimes you even want to die, but you can't. If you want to enter, you have to learn how to read first. Do you know how to read?" "Can't read?" The boy shook his head regretfully. He didn't expect that these people were not only good at swimming and looked good, but they were also literate. "Then you have to learn well. First, learn how to read and write. Then, you can participate in the training. When you are used to the hardship, you will become better." This person encouraged the boy. At the same time, he thought of his own training. He still hadn't finished training. It was not a normal kind of hardship. Then, "Big brother, are you the people who can bear the hardship the most?" Compared to those two people, we are still far behind. If those two people fell into the water at the place just now, there is no need for anyone to save them. They can easily go back. If they are willing, they can stay for a few more days. Their food can be taken care of. This guard thought of the young master and young lady. He was one of the people who accompanied the two people into the old man's house. Thinking of the two little ancestors' reaction and ruthlessness, he couldn't help but tremble. The boy nodded and didn't say anything. Chapter 27. The wooden raft can also contribute. Corrected 5. The man lying on the raft spoke at this time. "You are indeed worthy of being a good official's personal guard. You are really good. That small boat in front is yours, right? There's also a person on it holding something and looking around. You guys don't look tired at all after swimming so far. Big brother's right. We are not tired. We're already used to it. This is nothing. Our usual training is much farther than this. Moreover, we have to carry weights. Big brother, don't move. Let me take a look at your injuries." The person on the raft came over and said to the man. At this time, the sound of a whistle came from the other side. "One long, one short, one long, two short." The 5 people around the raft immediately left the raft and swam in another direction. They were still switching between freestyle and butterfly swimming, and they were still as fast as before. "Big brother, don't worry about them. We found someone in danger again. Don't worry, they won't die. As long as they are still alive, when the people on the boat see them, they can be saved. Even if they drown, they can be saved in time." As the man spoke, he took out things from the small bag at his waist one by one. Finally, he took out a piece of oilcloth and said to the boy, "Come here and help me hold it. Hold it above my hand. Don't hold it blindly. It won't be easy to treat if it gets infected." The bodyguard first took out a needle and wiped the needle with an alcohol swab. He then wiped the place where the needle was to be inserted and gently inserted the needle into the wound. With a push from both sides, he opened up the extravasated blood and squeezed the extravasated blood out. Then he cleaned up the other wounds and bandaged the 3 fingernails that had fallen out. After all these were done, there was only one place left. There was a 2-inch long cut on the calf by the wood. The wound was so deep that the bone could almost be seen. The bodyguard dipped the cotton pad in alcohol and said to the man, "This is my own first aid kit. In order to keep you awake at all times, there is no anesthetic in it. Bear with it and bite it." As he spoke, the guard broke off a piece of wood and stuffed it into the man's mouth for him to bite on. Then, he rubbed the cotton wool dipped in alcohol on the wound. Even though the man was biting on the wood, he still cried out, tears flowing down his cheeks. "It'll be over soon. What's this wound? You didn't see someone who dislocated his own shoulder and put it back with his own body." That person's expression didn't change at all. He was still attacking when his shoulder was dislocated. "What's wrong with rubbing alcohol? I'm going to stitch it up later. Don't make a sound again. I'll treat you as a woman. You're not even a woman." The bodyguard listened to the man's shout and frowned. He carefully rubbed the dirty thing out of the wound and said, he remembered the short battle between the young master and the old man. The young master used the detoxification technique. The body connected to the young lady behind the iron bridge turned 180 degrees, and the sound made by the wrist bearing the force. Then he thought about how the two of them could still continue to attack at that time. How much pain did they have to endure? In the end, the two of them didn't have any additional expression at all. They could smile after a little recovery. The man didn't know who the bodyguard was talking about. He didn't expect that the bodyguard would be so respectful to the two children, not only because of their identity, but also because of their strength. But this man was still a man in front of his family. He held on. Even when the bodyguard sealed the needle for him, he didn't make a sound. He bit the piece of wood in his mouth, and his face was pale. He held on. After treating the man, the bodyguard didn't stay any longer. He said to the family, "Continue forward. There will be a patrol boat in front to guide you. In less than 3 hours, you'll be safe. There are places to eat, drink, and sleep. There are also doctors." After saying that, the bodyguard sealed his bag again. His body tilted, and he fell into the water with a splash. "Father, the good official is so amazing. The bodyguards can save us. Father, are you still in pain? This time, my sister is finally safe." The boy was happy. He paddled and said to his father. The head of the family also breathed a sigh of relief. It was painful. It had always been painful. But he could hold on. There was hope. No matter how painful it was, he was not afraid. He looked at his son with relief and said, "Those people are not ordinary bodyguards. Did you see their bodies in the water? Their chests were above the water. It wasn't done deliberately. They just stepped on the water like that. These people should be the good official's elites. The good official sent them out, so there must be fewer bodyguard around him. It's all our fault. We clearly sent people to tell us, but when we were making the raft, we didn't think about what we would encounter." The boy didn't think too much. When he heard his father say that the good official sent out his elites, he began to worry about the good official. If someone was up to no good, who would protect him? Thinking of this, the boy paddled harder, forcing his mother to paddle harder as well. While paddling, the boy said, "When I get there, I will stand by the good official's side. If anyone dares to hurt him, I will fight to the death." 6 hours was not a long time, but after 4 hours, they discovered that the sky was already dark and the rain was still falling. The family of 4 was still rowing with all their might on the wooden raft. Fortunately, from time to time, a boat with a lantern would appear in front of them. When they reached another boat, the family rowed the raft over. The boy asked the people on the boat, "How much more time do we have? I'm so tired." "You'll need more than an hour to paddle. Are you hungry? Come, have some hot soup." There was only one person on the boat with a lantern pointing the way. She was looking at the charcoal stove. When she was talking to the boy, her eyes were looking at the man lying on the bed. 3 bowls of pork and ginger congee were served. A hook was released from the boat and hooked onto the raft. 3 bowls, 1 for each of the 2 adults. 1 bowl for each of the 2 children was enough. The 2 adults didn't care. The boy's bowl was given a spoon. "Little sister, it's time to eat." The boy carried his sister over and used the spoon to scoop up some congee. He blew on it for a while and licked it with his tongue. When he felt that it was not hot anymore, he brought it to his sister's mouth. The girl was very calm the whole way. She didn't cry or make a fuss. When she woke up, she opened her eyes and blinked. Now that there was something to eat, she smiled at her brother and put the spoon in her mouth. She took a sip and the spoon was clean. She waved her small arms and said, "It's delicious. Big brother, eat. This little one is very interesting. Come, give his candy to the little one." The person on the boat looked at the brother and sister and took out a piece of candy and put in the boy's hand. The boy fed his sister a dozen spoons of candy before he started to eat. He put the candy in his sister's mouth. The girl seemed to know how to eat candy. She didn't swallow it, but kept it in her mouth. She moved it back and forth between her cheeks. She blinked her big eyes and was curious about everything. She didn't even notice that saliva was flowing out of the corner of her mouth. The wooden raft moved forward again. It was said that it would take more than an hour, but in fact, it only took half an hour. The family saw the scenery on the other side. The boy was like his sister. He opened his mouth and let the saliva flow out. After a while, he rubbed his arm and pointed to the other side and said, "That's the state capitol? It's full of lanterns." The 2 parents were also confused. There were countless lanterns in front of them, But that wasn't the most important thing. What made them stunned was that under the illumination of these lanterns, there was actually an endless stretch of flat land made of wooden rafts. There were wooden rafts next to each other, and people were walking back and forth on them. These connected wooden rafts moved with the waves, but they definitely wouldn't break. How many wooden rafts were needed to make such a flat land? In the middle of the wooden rafts was a big boat. The boat was also brightly lit. What made the family most shocked was that there were sheds on the wooden rafts. Father, did we come to the wrong place? How could it be like this? Could it be that this is a piece of land made by the Sea Dragon King? The boy finally wiped off his saliva and said to his father. The father was indeed dumbfounded. This scene was a bit too big. It made people look like a piece of undulating land. A big flag with cute seedlings painted on it was propped on the big boat. It made people know that this was the new good official's property. Row over there. The good official is indeed not ordinary. He actually made a piece of land here. All right, don't worry. No matter how big the flood is, it won't be able to break the connected wooden rafts. The father said to his son and daughter-in-law. Finally, he was relieved and fainted. Father, what's wrong? Mother, hurry up and row. There will be a doctor when we get there. The boy looked at his father and rowed with all his might. Without waiting for them to row to the place, a patrol boat came over and pulled their wooden raft over. When the wooden raft was connected to the land, the doctor rushed over first and began to treat them. The boy carried his sister and mother and was brought to a stable place. This wooden raft was also connected and repaired by someone, making this piece of land a little bigger. At this time, there was no need for Zhang Zhong to appear. There were many people trying to redeem themselves by doing good deeds. Registrar Yin was one of them. When he saw people coming over, he quickly came forward and said to Luo's mother, Madam, did you come here alone with 2 children? Ah, Registrar Yin, you are. The woman was so scared that she took 2 steps back and looked at the registrar in front of her in disbelief. You know me? Then you must be from Ninghai County. Don't be afraid. With the provincial governor here, you will have a good life in the future. This time, it's just a little water. The governor has already made preparations. Ninghai County, follow me. I will arrange a place for you to rest. Look at this little child. How nice, looking at me without blinking. Registrar Yin didn't dare to show off his power at this time. It would be easy for him to be shot dead. He smiled and said to the family, Chapter 4:31. Registrar Yin's expression changed. Just as he was about to speak, he didn't expect the boy's mother to help him. She slapped the boy's head and scolded, Kid, you don't know any better. Why are you telling the truth? Before the boy could do anything, his sister started crying. She called her brother and reached out her little hands to rub her brother's head. Registrar Yin wanted to jump into the water and suffocate to death, but he knew that as long as he jumped, he would be shot to death by the crossbow in the air. He couldn't get angry and redeem himself. Who asked him to accept 45 strings of coins? He used to think that it was a lot and couldn't earn that much in a few years. But now, he regretted it very much. 45 strings of coins was nothing. The provincial governor had already said that the first 100 people who did a good job in the disaster relief this time would be given 100 strings of cash each, provided that the people who had made contributions to atone for their crimes were excluded. People like them had no money at all. They could either do a good job or die. There was no third choice. Those who didn't believe that the provincial governor dared to do this had already been dyed in blood. The remaining people were those who believed that the provincial governor dared to kill their people. When people were killed, there was no trial, no evidence, and no one cared what time it was. It was very simple. You could move the crossbow and say that they were drowned. No one pursued, and no one dared to. The girl cried and stopped. Then, she giggled and opened her arms. Zhang Zhong, his son, and daughter-in-law were walking around. They looked around and happened to see this girl. Zhang Xiaobao liked children. When he saw that this girl was so cute when she cried, he opened his arms and welcomed her. The girl really gave him face. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao, she smiled and also opened her arms to let him hug her. You're really heavy. What's your name? How old are you? Zhang Xiaobao hugged the girl and asked happily. In the end, before the boy and mother could say anything, the girl stretched out 3 fingers and said, Bebe 3 years old. Brother, 8 years old. The first one was referring to herself, and the second one was pointing to the boy. This was nothing. At least, Zhang Zhong could accept that his son and daughter-in-law were better than this. But when the girl pointed at Registrar Een, she could kill. Bad wop. The girl only said one word and pointed at Registrar Een. Then, she burst into tears. Registrar Een was stunned for a moment before he knelt down with a thud. Little young master, I'm so resentful. I didn't do anything to them. I was laughing the whole time. Young master, don't kill me. I really didn't do anything. I was just picking up the people from our county. I already know that I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I only took 45 strings of coins. I really didn't do anything bad. Young master, please spare me. Registrar Een was most afraid of Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was different from other people when he killed people. Other people were either cold, angry, or smiling. Zhang Xiaobao's expression when he killed people was pure and cute. When the deputy magistrate of Huaqing County was killed, it was Zhang Xiaobao who did it personally. That scene was unforgettable for many people. Zhang Xiaobao held a crossbow with great effort and pointed the arrow at one of the deputy magistrate's eyes. He said, If you feel pain, tell me. It's my first time using it, so it's not very accurate. I'll be fine after practicing more in the future. There wasn't any killing intent in the deputy magistrate's eyes. He was just curious. In the end, the crossbow went in through the deputy magistrate's eyes and came out from the deputy magistrate's temple. The deputy magistrate didn't die. Zhang Xiaobao held another crossbow with great effort and pointed it at the deputy magistrate's other eye. He said innocently, I moved just now. It's a lie. This time I won't move. Tell me if you feel pain. In the end, this crossbow also missed. In the end, the deputy magistrate didn't know whether he bled to death or died of pain. Anyway, he didn't die a quick death. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a child? The deputy magistrate's death wasn't unjust at all. He once raped a woman in the county. This time, he met her and wanted to do something with her. In the end, the woman didn't agree and he slapped her. With this one slap, everything was revealed. Because of this, Wang Wan was angry with Zhang Xiaobao for a long time. She said that he made the deputy magistrate die too quickly. Zhang Xiaobao sincerely apologized and said that the next time he met the deputy magistrate, it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. In the face of such a person, Registrar Een would be lying if he said that he wasn't afraid. Zhang Xiaobao smiled innocently. He looked at the trembling Registrar Een and asked, Let this little girl give you 2 big slaps, okay? Okay. Hit her with all your strength. Thank you, little young master. I will remember your kindness for life. Registrar Een didn't care about whether it was embarrassing or not. He was overjoyed, not to mention that the little girl had grown up, even her mother would do. It was better than the little young master doing it himself. Bebe hit him. He's a bad guy. Zhang Xiaobao carried Bebe in front of Registrar Een and taught him. Registrar Een moved his face closer to Bebe. Bad guy hit. Bebe waved her small hands and hit Registrar Yin's head twice. She didn't know how to hit the face at all. She stretched out her hands and smiled at Zhang Zhong, saying, Hug. Zhang Zhong also liked children. He took Bebe over and kissed her hard. Unexpectedly, Bebe took the initiative to kiss Zhang Zhong again. She giggled. The surrounding commoners looked at Zhang Zhong with even more respect. Their thoughts were simple. The little girl didn't know anything, but they could tell who was good and who was bad from the little girl's attitude. The little girl's heart was the purest. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't expect Bebe to be like this. Zhang Xiaobao was actually more depressed. He said to Wang Wan, I was hoping to have a little sister called Bebe in the future. I'm Xiaobao, and she's Wang Wan. Together, we're a treasure. There are many people with the same name. You're surnamed Zhang, so is everyone else surnamed Gongchang? I've never seen someone like you. Look, Bebe is so cute. Wang Wan didn't agree with Zhang Xiaobao this time. She strongly objected and pointed at Bei Bei for Zhang Xiaobao to see. At this moment, Bei Bei kissed Zhang Zhong again. She pouted and pointed in the direction she came from. It hurts, it hurts. Daddy hurts. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He suspected that Bei Bei was someone who came from another place like him and Wang Wan. However, he felt that it wasn't the case. Unless this person was more powerful than him and Wang Wan, and hid more deeply. What kind of person could she be? Wang Wan also stared at her carefully. In the end, she said, "No, she's just born intelligent. She'll gradually forget about it after she's 5 or 6 years old." Why would she gradually forget? Is it because of the development of her brain cells? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of something very important. He still remembered when he was carried to the orphanage. Other people were different from him and would always forget. He could even remember every single one of his brothers and sisters in the orphanage. Wang Wan thought for a moment. She didn't walk in that direction with Zhang Zhong. He was just an injured person. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "That should be the case, right? According to scientific theory, human cells also undergo metabolism. Then why can a 100-year-old person remember things that happened when she was in her teens? Could it be that she didn't undergo metabolism at this time?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "What are you trying to say? Theology?" Wang Wan's education made her reject this kind of theory. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "No, what I want to say is science. In the narrow sense of science, theology will appear, but in the broad sense of science, there's no such thing. We just don't understand. I think the process of searching for the truth is science, not after discovering something." There you searching or discovering? Wang Wan felt a little cold from Zhang Xiaobao's words. You and I are both experiencing. We are neither searching nor discovering. Do you think our arrival is science or theology? If it's theology, where is God? If it's science, how can it be explained in the narrow sense of science? The simplest question is, where is the edge of the universe? You don't know, right? But we still exist and are still researching. After researching and researching, one by one, the people who invented the definition have all become religious and believe in God. What does this mean? Zhang Xiaobao began to analyze things in this world for the first time. Wang Wan was also confused and muttered, "What does this mean? What does this mean? Could it be the existence of God?" Wrong. It shows that our science is not advanced enough. Some people deliberately limited science. What our science couldn't understand back then, some people attributed it to superstition. According to me, there is no materialism, nor is there idealism. There is only selfishness. Or it can be said that materialism should not be separated from idealism. Idealism is also a material. In the process of idealism, there's the transmission of electricity and the metabolism of brain cells. As long as there is this, how can it be idealism? When materialism separated idealism, it was no longer materialistic. Zhang Xiaobao thought deeper and deeper. He put all his attention on this. He really wanted to know how he had come here. At this time, Wang Wan said, "Since everything is real, we have to cherish the real things. Since everything is fake, let's treat the dream as reality. At least there's you and me. Whether it's science or superstition, I pinch you and you hurt. In this material world, what should you do now?" Wrong positioning. I don't want to position science and superstition. I want to position why babies don't have a sense of height, just like sleepwalkers. Why babies forget some things when they grow up. Why can babies be preserved for a period of time after leaving the mother's body? Why can a placenta be used as medicine? Why can umbilical cord blood help treat leukemia? What exactly happened to us when we came out of the mother's body? Don't be afraid. What I want to say is that children have a very strong memory before they are sensible. Take vocabulary, for example. I don't know how good you are when you learn it. I think I'm a genius, but I have to memorize it at least 4 or 5 times before I can remember it. It is even more difficult to correct pronunciation. However, this was not the case for children. For some children, as long as you taught them how to call their mother once, they would be able to remember it. What was taught to the child at the age of 1? When the child grew up, Was it because of the infinite repetition or the hidden memory of the child that played a role? I have been thinking about it for a few years. Our joy and fear are more from when we are babies, before the age of 6. So I want to set up a baby class, but I don't know if the parents will be willing. Zhang Xiaobao finally said his idea. He wanted to set up a nursery that was different from other places. Do you want to train people who can be used, or who can promote the development of science? Actually, I understand what you're saying. Take hypnosis, for example. It is a joke to ordinary people, but we live in a hypnotic environment all the time. As long as people's metabolism can't be separated from the chloride ion, they will be affected by the flow of electrons. Put a normal person in a group of mentally ill people and listen to the screams of the mentally ill people every day. Very few people are unaffected. Of course, people like you are an exception. Wang Wan understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant. He wanted to bring out the essence of a baby as much as possible. He didn't want this essence to be deliberately destroyed later on, but to promote his development. Let's start with Huayuan County. I only thought of this when I saw Bei Bei. Bei Bei's mental waves should be greater than ordinary people's, and he should be able to feel everyone's attitude towards him. I feel that it would be a waste to form a system for him, but it would be a pity to give up on him. Zhang Xiaobao was in a tough spot. He was quite proficient in this aspect. The simplest example was when he had personally gone for an interview in the past. He had purposely made the room big. The place where he sat was like the throne of a palace, while the person being interviewed was surrounded by empty space. Especially behind them, when a door was opened, it was actually an open window, and it was at a place above the 10th floor. There were some sophisticated instruments on the chair. Some of the interviewees were afraid, some were empty, some were angry, some were calm, and some even turned around and left. Then you should do as you say, right? You made it so mysterious and scary. Wang Wan actually didn't want to get involved with things that were too realistic. You also feel afraid, right? I actually feel cold all over when I think about it. The more I think about the origin of a person, the more I feel insignificant, especially when it comes to the creation of the universe. Therefore, I decided that in order to not let those 4 people mess with me, I will let them know some things that we can't understand. Zhang Xiaobao didn't mention the child. He talked about the influence of spirit and thinking, and specifically targeted the 4 people. What about the child? Wang Wan asked at this moment. Children are divided into different age groups, and we use building blocks and drawings to cultivate them. It's a pity that technology can't keep up. Find a few people to talk about their own things next to the child, and it's all the basics. Where the child is willing to climb to listen, we can analyze according to probability. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the black and white water outside and felt that some things were really hard to grasp. Chapter 432. Zhang Zhong carried Bei Bei in his arms. Since he did not have time to open an umbrella, he could only stuff Bei Bei into his clothes. Then, he went to check on Bei Bei's father. This man was usually an honest man, so honest that it made people feel that he was a little cowardly. However, this time he stood up straight. After receiving treatment from the doctor, he ignored his injuries and busied himself with the others to collect the fallen trees. These trees were used to build sheds, and now the sheds were leaking. On the land formed by countless wooden rafts, the people who could not do anything tied themselves to the rafts. The wind and rain did not stop, and the waves were surging. With each wave, the land formed by the wooden rafts would rise and fall. There were many ropes that could be used, and they were firmly tied. The safety island in the hearts of the people was not broken. From time to time, the boats released would pick up the people who were washed into the water. Those who had their own rafts or boats would point out the way. The people of Luzhou were not the only people who were rescued. The mountain people and the people from other provinces were also rescued. When dawn came, only 200 to 300 people of Luzhou's 7,000 people had not arrived. It was unknown whether they were dead or not. Many mountain people were washed into the water and were also arranged on the land. They were vigilant against the people around them, and they did not refuse the food they were given. When Zhang Xiaobao, who had not slept all night, received the data of the missing people of Luzhou, he closed his eyes in pain. Wang Wan, who was beside him, also had a heavy heart. Although the two of them killed without batting an eyelid, they only killed bad people. They could not bear to kill these people. They knew too much about the darkness, and they always wanted to leave a pure land where the people could live like a family. Xiao Bao, expand the search area. Maybe some of the people ran to the mountains, and maybe some are still floating in the water. The four guys who are gloating are also here. What should we do? Wang Wan said as she massaged Zhang Xiaobao's head. After a day and a night, she finally saw the planning and calculation ability of an international swindler. The people of the inner court were sent out to collect information. All kinds of requests and information were reported. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge, and he arranged everything just right, no matter how big or small. He was able to take care of everything from the search area of the fleet to the injured and sick people. After arranging the search method, he would occasionally ask if someone's fever had subsided. What method did he use? All he had to do was ask a child whose mouth was injured if he could eat, and everything would be under his control. He would even ask about what the officials were doing to atone for their crimes. All the messy information would be sorted out in front of him. This was what it meant to have no empty seats under a great reputation. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed exhausted. He had not done this for a long time. Even though he knew he was tired, he could not stop. At this time, it would be a sin to not use his ability. Perhaps what he saw was just data, but in reality, they were living people. One less person would be an unbearable pain for a family. Hearing Wang Wan's suggestion, he nodded and said, "No need. Continue with your work. We'll just need to take a nap for 1.5 hours. Let our 56 people expand the search area. At this time, we can only use them. We've trained them for 1,000 days to use them for 1 day. Let's see how their training has turned out. Those 4 people also came? Good. Tell the cook not to give them food. Aren't you just waiting to see a joke? Even if they starve to death, don't let them build shelter. Let them stay on their own wooden raft. They are not allowed to come close to this land. If they have the ability, they can row elsewhere." Zhang Xiaobao said it casually, but Wang Wan knew that if they did so, it would be equivalent to giving the 4 people and their families a death sentence. The gale had only come once, and it was because of the geography of the bay. There was still other gale after that. If they were not connected, the small wooden raft could be overturned at any time. Wang Wan picked up the whistle and blew it rhythmically. At this time, the sound of the whistle traveled the furthest. Once it was passed down, the 56 people would know the new order. "Xiao Bao, are you really going to let the 4 people and their families die? There are still some servants." Wang Wan asked as she squatted on the wooden raft where water flowed out and down from time to time. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "Who said we're going to let them die? They still have land and money at home. This time, they will connect the wooden rafts by themselves. But food will be a problem. I don't believe that they are as well prepared as we are. When the time comes, we will sell them food. Do you think it's expensive to sell a steamed bun for 50 copper coins? It's too cheap. Vegetable steamed buns cost 100 copper coins each, and meat steamed buns cost 300 copper coins each. Let's get them to pay first. When they run out of money, we will write a written agreement. They have a salary and land at home. They can slowly pay us back later." Wang Wan did not have any intention of showing mercy. If she did not take this opportunity to teach the 4 people a lesson, they would not know how powerful she was. As for their families, Wang Wan did not think that they were innocent. If their families could persuade them normally, the 4 people would do the same. After receiving the order, the 56 people began to regroup. The original group of 6 or 7 people became a group of 2 people. They rowed the boats and used the clairvoyance to expand the search area. They also did not rest for the whole night. Most of the time, they were soaking in the water and did not eat anything. They were always ready to save people. Fortunately, this was part of their daily training, allowing them to work at high efficiency for 24 hours straight. One by one, they took out the black poppy ointment from their bags and took a small bite. The reaction was very fast when it entered their stomachs. It did not take long for them to feel that their stomachs were warm and they were energetic. They also knew that this was called overdrafting their physical strength, but they had to do it. Their lives were as heavy as a mountain. Even if they died, they had to complete the mission first. Needless to say, after expanding the search area, they really did find some people in need of help. Some people even climbed up the trees with their whole families. They were shivering from the cold and did not dare to jump into the turbulence. After being rescued and put on the boats, they knelt on the boats and kowtowed to the people who saved them. It was not only the people from Benzhou, but also the people from Qinzhou, Shaanxizhou, and Fengzhou. These places seemed to have experienced the flood earlier. Some people carried logs and floated over. Some people were even able to persevere and swim. The rescue guards were shocked. These people were really good at swimming. On a large log that floated out from the mountains of Qinzhou, a simple and honest-looking man kept talking to the 5 people on the log who had almost lost the confidence to survive. Don't worry, Zhang Dashan, will never be wrong. Don't be fooled by the flood everywhere. If we continue to float forward, we will reach my master's territory. My master is not like the other officials who wait foolishly and do nothing in the face of the flood. My master is definitely prepared. Dashan, don't lie to us. If what you said is true, your master is the provincial governor in Luzhou. He is being bullied miserably now. If you have a master who is the provincial governor, why would you be here? You just bought a shop and you lost all your money, right? Now that the shop is flooded, how are you going to live in the future? If you are washed away by the water, you will be washed into the sea in the end. If, and I say if, we can survive, you can come to my place and be an assistant. I think you're a good person, so you should be good. A man in a Sioux-embroidered robe who was sitting on the log said to Zhang Dashan. He liked this guy very much. Zhang Dashan shook his head vigorously and said, I am not going to your place. When I find my master, I will ask him what to do. If the shop is gone, then so be it. Look at me, I am carrying a big bag with me. Inside are the things that will keep me alive. Before I came out, I brought 10 smoked chickens for my master. You must be hungry, right? You are lucky. 3 people can eat 1, and we can eat 2 first. This smoked chicken is not afraid of getting cold. It can be eaten even after it has been watered by the rain. I came here by land on the Zhang family's cargo ship. I wanted to open a shop here, and if I had the chance in the future, I would look for my master and give him some smoked chickens to eat. But as soon as I opened the shop, I was hit by the flood. Now I have to look for my master and ask for his help. I am so stupid, don't you think? When I find my master, he will give me money to open the shop. I have received a favor from him once, so I am embarrassed. The 5 people on the log didn't believe what Zhang Dashan said at all. It was full of loopholes. But at this time, it was really good to listen to it. At least they didn't feel so lonely. Zhang Dashan really took out 2 smoked chickens from a big bag. He first tore off 2 chicken claws, 2 chicken wings, and 1 chicken head. He gave the rest to the 2 people next to him and let them divide it among themselves. The other whole chicken was given to the other 3 people. People who didn't know how to eat would eat the chicken breast and the chicken thigh meat. Zhang Dashan, who dealt with chickens all day, was naturally not so stupid. He tore off the best part of the chicken and kept it for himself. He didn't feel anything when he took a bite. He was used to the taste. But it was the first time for the other 5 people to eat chicken. They had never tasted smoked chicken before, so they ate very quickly. The person who said that he wanted to ask Zhang Dashan to be his shop assistant had an idea and said to Zhang Dashan, Dashan, if you can really survive, I will give you money to open a shop. When the time comes, we will split it 50-50. You tell me the recipe, and I will give you 30% of the shares of the branch I open. How about that? I already said that I am not short of money when I come to find my master. I don't even know what the recipe is. I just brought a lot of seasonings and carry them all on my back. Why do I want to open a shop here? I just want to wait until I see my master and get the seasonings from his house. Otherwise, there will be a day when I run out, and it will take a lot of effort to go back. Zhang Dashan wasn't lying, but the others didn't believe him. He patted the big bag on his back and emphasized again that he was a person of an organization. As they were talking, a sharp-eyed person suddenly pointed to the front and said, Look, someone is swimming over. Save him. Zhang Dashan also looked over and said happily, What save? He's here to save us. Our Zhang family's most powerful guard is here. Hee, the master is really powerful. Chapter 433. While the other 5 people still thought that Zhang Dashan was talking nonsense, Zhang Dashan waved at the person swimming over and shouted, Pang, come here and tell me how the master is. I'll give you chicken. I just smoked it when I came here. I put more salt, so it's refreshing. Pang, good job. You swim fast. Seeing the main house's guards, Zhang Dashan was no longer worried. It was as if he had met someone from his hometown on a trip. He talked to them very easily. As expected, the person in the water sped up. When he swam closer, he wiped his face with his hand and glanced at the person on the log. He said to Zhang Dashan, Dashan, who else came with you? Where is he? Can't find him, right? Tell us the place, and we'll go and rescue him immediately. It's just me. Come here and hold the log. It's big and can't be heavy. How's the master? Where's the madam? How's the master and madam? Our young master and young lady are doing well, right? Here, this chicken wing is for you. It's salty. I made it like this on purpose. I was afraid that it would float for too long. Zhang Dashan waved his hand and asked Pang to come over. He stuffed a chicken wing into his mouth and asked happily. Pang held the chicken wing in one hand and the log in the other. He ate 2 mouthfuls and praised, Not bad, Dashan. You've trained your skills. It's delicious, even salty. It's been 2 days and 1 night, and I've only eaten hardtack. I've been vomiting acid. Finally, I've eaten something decent. How much do you have? Take it all out and share it with the brothers. The master is fine. The young master and young lady are exhausted. They didn't sleep the whole night and only ate hardtack. You'll know when you get there. Why are you here? Do you have water? Give me a sip. I don't want to drink the rainwater in the river. Zhang Dashan took out the water and gave Pang a few sips. He only gave him a chicken claw and didn't give him any more. I still want to let the master taste it. You guys eat hardtack. I don't believe that those hardtack will make you vomit acid. There's meat and vegetables in it, and it doesn't lack salt. Does our Lu Zhou have a lot of water? What do you mean, our Lu Zhou? You're from Sanshui County, okay? The water is huge, and everything is washed away. Master has brought the people of the province to build a platform with wooden rafts. It's not bad. Do you want to continue on your own, or do you want us to carry you? If you can walk on your own, then walk on your own. In another 2 hours, you will be able to drink the hot soup provided by the temporary supply ship. We still have to continue patrolling. Give me that chicken claw of yours. Now that Pang had something to hold on to, he felt much more relaxed. He extended his hand as he spoke. Zhang Dashan handed over the chicken claw in his hand and said, I told you that my master would definitely be prepared. Sure enough, wherever my master is our home. We will go there ourselves. You continue to save people. There's still people being washed over. All right, let's go. Pang let go of his hand. With a chicken claw in each hand and a chicken wing in his mouth, he walked forward in a relaxed manner. How is it? Did you see that? These are the most powerful bodyguards of our main house, the members of Team 0 of the Vigorous Protection Team. In the water, they are just like on the ground. What is this called? Yes, it's like walking on flat ground. Seeing them means that we have entered the coverage area of their patrol, so we don't have to worry anymore. Zhang Dashan only had a chicken wing and a chicken head left in his hand. As he ate them in small bites, he puffed out his chest, looking very proud. It was impossible for the 5 of them not to believe him this time. The way they looked at Zhang Dashan changed. The person who had been waiting for things to settle down to recruit Zhang Dashan also sighed at this time. He already knew that with the power of that official's family, it was impossible for Zhang Dashan to be roped in by others. At this time, the old man of the father and daughter pair asked Zhang Dashan, Dashan, you are a farmer. How did you have the money to open a shop? Now that the money is gone, will your master really give you the money? Of course, my master is good to us. I borrowed money from him first, and I will return it when the time comes. In fact, as long as I can go home, I won't be short of money. We are different from other farmers. We have 40 pigs, more than 300 ducks, and 200 chickens, so we don't lack money. Although we are farmers, we live in a 2-story building, and we have dozens of strings of cash at home. Last year's bumper harvest, our family earned a lot. We have people in Zhuangzi who are sick, and we don't need money for treatment. We also have people who make clothes for us. When we earn more money, we will go back and find a wife. When we have children, we will send them to the school in Zhuangzi. When Zhang Dashan talked about Zhuangzi and the main house, he became even more proud. He told the story of his family bit by bit, making people feel that he was not a farmer, but the main house in Zhuangzi. He lived in a 2-story building and raised so many things. His family was not sure of money at all. No wonder he was not worried at all about the house that he had just bought being washed away. The old man was satisfied. He held his daughter's hand and said to Zhang Dashan, "Dashan, what do you think of my daughter?" She said she would be your wife. "As long as you are good to my daughter, she will marry you after she settles down." "Father, I won't marry, so I will accompany you," the girl said shyly. Her words showed that she did not agree, but her eyes kept glancing at Zhang Dashan. She was very satisfied with this simple and honest man, especially the chicken that had not been eaten yet. It tasted so good. Zhang Dashan looked at the girl and said to the old man, "My Zhuangzi is different from other places. If she marries me, she will have to sign a death contract. I don't know if your daughter is willing to study. If she is not, I will not agree no matter what. We farmers need to be literate." "Dashan, you can read too?" The 5 people were surprised. They did not expect a farmer to be literate. "How can I open a shop if I can't read? I could do accounting, and I'm not slow. The accounting books I use are taught by the main house. If there is a loan, there is a loan, and if there is a loan, there must be an equal return. It took me a lot of effort to learn, but in the end, I learned it." Zhang Dashan felt that knowing how to do accounting was also a skill. Ordinary girls were not good enough for him. The woman couldn't take her eyes off Zhang Dashan. This man was simple, honest, and knew how to cook delicious smoked chicken. He was literate, and his family background was not bad. He even knew how to calculate. His body was strong. Thinking of this, the woman squeezed her father's hand. The old man immediately understood what his daughter meant. She had taken a fancy to him. Unfortunately, he was very capable and had high requirements. He even wanted to sign a death contract. "Dashan, no one in my family has ever learned to read. If I give my daughter to you, can you teach her? Why do you have to sign a death contract?" The old man did not want to give up such a good son-in-law, so he asked Zhang Dashan. Zhang Dashan smiled honestly and said, "I don't need to teach her. There is a special night school in Zhuangzi, and there is an invited teacher to teach her. The death contract must be signed. Otherwise, there are many secrets in Zhuangzi, and if you learn them and tell others, how can you do it without a death contract?" The old man did not know what secret Zhang Dashan had in Zhuangzi, but he could not bear to let his daughter sign a death contract. He hesitated. His daughter next to him did not care about the death contract. She felt that Zhang Dashan was not as flustered as others during the flood. Moreover, he was very casual when talking to the main house's guards, which made her feel very safe. His family was not bad. He could read and do accounting. He was honest and responsible, and the main house was so powerful. If she followed such a person, she would not have to be afraid of a hard life in the future. Her father was old and needed someone to take care of him. All these factors made the girl feel tempted. She squeezed her father's hand again, but when her father looked over, she turned her head away. The old man knew what his daughter was thinking. He looked at Zhang Dashan, who was eating the chicken head, and said, "Dashan, I can agree to what you said. What do you think of my daughter?" "Me? I don't know. I have to go back and ask my mother. Why don't we go and ask my master? If he says yes, then yes. If he says no, then no." Zhang Dashan had not come into contact with women outside, so he was also very shy. He chewed the chicken head until it was crushed, but he still could not make up his mind. The old man really did not understand. Zhang Dashan looked simple and honest, but he was actually quite clever. Why do you have to ask the main house about this kind of thing? Why would the main house care about such small things? He asked, "What if your master is wrong?" Master will not be wrong. You don't know how powerful the main house is. The main house never does anything wrong. There's a boat in front with the main house's flag. Let's go and see. As Zhang Dashan spoke, he saw a flag with rice seedlings in front of them. It made him feel very familiar. With rice seedlings, there was no need to worry. The 6 of them paddled the water with their hands, slightly changing the direction of the log, and headed towards the boat. As soon as they got close, the people on the boat were preparing hot soup, which was actually hot porridge. When they saw Zhang Dashan, they said in surprise, "Dashan, is that you? What are you doing here? Come here and drink some hot soup." The person guarding the boat was Su Si, who was now also a member of the inner courtyard. The matters of the market had been handed over to Ergo, so he had other uses. When he saw Zhang Dashan, he was a little surprised. "Su Si, you're here. Let me see what soup you made." "The soup you made is really hard to compliment." "How is this soup? There's so much minced meat. It's almost like meat porridge. Add more chopped green onions. If you don't want any, then add some ginger. You've really tortured me these past 2 days." Zhang Dashan saw another relative. He took the soup and gave it to the other 5 people first. When it was his turn, he put in more ginger. "Brother Dashan, my father and I also want some ginger," the woman said softly. At this time, she had already decided to marry Zhang Dashan. Not to mention other things, the power of the Zhang family made her think so. In front of them, there were guards patrolling the water, and on the way, there was a boat of the Zhang family providing hot porridge. From Zhang Dashan's 2 interactions with people, she knew how capable the Zhang family was. She would have a good life with such a person. Zhang Dashan scratched his head and said to Su Si, "Add some ginger for them too. If it doesn't work out, put on my tab. Give them 1 egg too. These eggs are mine. Others don't have them. Since I met you, the Zhang family has to treat our own people differently from others. That's why I took them out. There are only 2 of them. You decide for yourself." Chapter 31. Some are happy, some are sad. When Su Si added ginger to the other 5 people's bowls, he also put a tea egg in Zhang Dashan's bowl. He thought that the Zhang family's treatment must be better than others. He didn't expect that Zhang Dashan would take a fancy to the woman and ask for one too. Seeing that another herbal tea egg had been placed in the bowl, Zhang Dashan used a spoon to scoop it into the old man's and the woman's bowls. He didn't have any for himself, so he said to the old man, "Uncle, you eat it. This herbal tea egg can't be eaten by most people. The real herbal tea egg smells like Xinyang Maojian." After saying this to the old man, Zhang Dashan said to the woman, "You try it too. The food cooked by the Zhang family is definitely not bad." "Brother Dashan, I'll share half with you." The woman bit off half of the egg in one bite, spat it into the bowl, and brought the other half back with a spoon. No, you eat it," Zhang Dashan said as he took the other half of the egg. Su Si was such a smart person, so of course, he didn't make a mistake. He smiled at Zhang Dashan and said, "Dashan, you have the ability, but you have to think carefully. You have to sign a death contract. Otherwise, not only the main family won't agree, but we also won't agree. You know how valuable the things produced by the Zhang family are." No, Brother Su, you're wrong. Not yet. We have to wait until we go back and ask the master. Zhang Dashan didn't dare to look Su Si in the eye and lowered his head. The woman dared to love and hate. She said, "Brother Dashan, don't worry. I'm willing to sign a death contract. I can see that being a farmer in the Zhang family is better than being a rich person outside. At least when there's a flood, the rich people won't have the ability to send people to help. They also won't have hot soup and eggs on the way. The Zhang family's farmers can do it. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Brother Dashan, you can still come out. The Zhuangzi's management is not strict. Isn't it just that they don't tell outsiders what they see and hear? I can do it." Su Si looked at the woman and was very surprised. She was really unusual. He nodded and said, "Well, at least I agree. Just like what the young master and the young lady said, it's better to be a dog in peace than to cause trouble." But even in troubled times, the Zhang family and the Wang family are still people. The Zhang family and the Wang family are different. "Here, sister, this is for you as a brother. Eat it quickly. You may not have it when you go to the next place. It's beef. You can't eat it normally. As he spoke, Susi handed over a beef bun. It was a palm-sized bun with a lot of beef, coriander, chopped green onions, chili sauce, and sesame oil. The woman took it graciously. She knew the value of beef. It wasn't something that could be bought with money. The Zhang family was really good. They were rich and generous to make such food for the people they sent. Holding the beef bun, the woman first said to Zhang Dashan, "Brother Dashan, you take a big bite. I'll give the rest to my father." Zhang Dashan shook his head. "You guys eat. If I want to eat, I just have to go there and tell the master personally. If the master has beef, he will give it to me. The master treats the farmers very well. Brother Dashan, take a bite. Otherwise, we won't eat." The woman handed the bun forward again. Zhang Dashan had no choice. He took a small bite, chewed it in his mouth, and tasted it. He asked, "Who made this? Is the meat not boiled? Why are you so nosy? Boiled? Is there so much wood? The young lady made it. What are you trying to say?" Susi glared at him and asked. "It's delicious. So it was the young lady who made it. It's good that it's not boiled. It has a special taste. It's fresh. No wonder I drooled so much. I won't be able to eat anything better in my life." Zhang Dashan immediately followed the conversation. Even if the food was hard to swallow, he wouldn't dare say no to the young lady's cooking, let alone the fact that it tasted good. The woman next to him let her father take a bite first. Then she took a small bite and tasted it. She said to Zhang Dashan, "Brother Dashan, I think it's delicious." "Well, it's delicious, but it's not boiled. The taste of this beef, it's really delicious." Zhang Dashan really didn't know what to say. Susi laughed and patted Zhang Dashan on the shoulder. He said, "This is made by the locals. How could the young lady make such beef? If it was really made by the young lady, you won't be able to eat anything else in the future. How could the young lady forget to boil it once? Not only does the young lady know how to boil it, but she also knows how to braise it once. Drink the soup and leave quickly. Leave the bowl for me." Zhang Dashan looked at Susi gloomily. He had just tasted it and found a taste of laxative. That was why he said that the meat was not boiled. Now that he heard Susi's words, he couldn't say that it was bad. He could only say to the woman, "This meat is really bad. When we get there, I'll cook it for you personally." The person who cooked it didn't put in any effort at all. Zhang Dashan's mouth was picky, but others weren't like him. The old man took a bite, the woman took a bite, and the other 3 people each took a bite. The woman slowly ate the rest by herself. Although it was just a single beef bun, it was very precious to the 5 of them. The soup was also good. After drinking a bowl, they were basically full. The 6 of them said goodbye to Susi and continued to paddle to their destination. However, they were in a different state from before. Previously, the 5 of them were prepared to wait for death. Now, they were full of hope for the future. At this time, a person who had been silent all this time spoke. "Zhang Dashan, is your master really Lu Zhou's provincial governor? I really envy the people here. I think many of them will be saved. I wonder if your master will agree to people from other provinces coming to live here?" "Yes, he will definitely agree. Master is not afraid of too many people. As long as you want to live here, Master may even give you some land. You don't have to worry about the rent." This year, there was a flood here. Not to mention the rent, even the tribute will be exempted. When the water recedes, at least you can plant some crops. The master won't collect rent this year. If he collects rent next year, when everyone is done planting, it will be much easier. You don't have to worry about the master charging more. The Zhang family is not short of money. The master won't care about that little thing. Zhang Dashan knew the master's family very well. The more people, the better. When the time came, they could arrange for people to work. Otherwise, if there were not enough people, many things could not be done. The person who asked the question was relieved. He just wanted to take root in Luzhou. With such an official, his life in the future would be easy. At this time, the person who wanted a rope in Zhang Dashan also asked Zhang Dashan, "Do you think your master will do some business with me after the water recedes?" Zhang Dashan turned his head and looked at him. "How much capital do you have? If it's too little, don't think about it. You have to have at least 1,000 strings of coins. All right, 1,000 strings of cash it is. I can still raise the money. When we reach the place, you have to put in a good word for me." When the person heard the offer of 1,000 strings of cash, he did not hesitate at all and directly agreed. Although he did not have that much money, he could borrow it. As a businessman, he felt that this was an opportunity, a great opportunity. If he missed it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The six people relaxed and began to chat. Most of the time, it was Zhang Dashan talking. He talked about Zhuangzi, between the clouds and the water, and the situation in the county back then and how it was now. The five of them listened attentively. They were very eager to go there and take a look. The woman put all her heart on Zhang Dashan. She listened and watched there, imagining her life in the future. As she thought about it, her face turned red again. The six of them were happy, but four of them were unhappy. Fan Jianxi and the other judges worked together and built many wooden rafts. Their family members and servants were on these wooden rafts. More than 30 wooden rafts were used to load all the things and people in the family. Who knew that after they arrived, the people here did not allow their rafts to get close. The wind was strong, so more than 30 wooden rafts had to be connected to each other. When it was almost nighttime, they found an important problem. They did not prepare ready-made food. There were raw things, but how were they going to eat raw rice and noodles? In order not to starve, Fan Jianxi personally negotiated with the people on land. In the end, they came to a conclusion. A steamed bun was 200 coins, a bowl of egg drop soup was 100 coins, 2 spoons of soy sauce was 50 coins, and 1 head was 100 coins. The price was dozens or even hundreds of times higher than usual. The four of them were dumbfounded. This is too expensive. How can they ask for so much money? They must be doing it on purpose. They are deliberately tricking us. Fan Jianxi stomped her feet and said to the three of them. The three of them also knew that the price was very unreasonable, but there was nothing they could do. They had already thought that Zhang Zhong was deliberately tricking them. If they went to Zhang Zhong now, it would not end well. Lu Xiaoqing said with a gloomy face, "Then buy more. When we have enough, we will not stay here. We will go directly to Qinzhou." With his instructions, the servants ran over to buy. When they came back, the four of them found that the things they bought were only enough for everyone in the four families to eat one meal. Just this meal alone cost more than 100 strings of coins. What about the next meal? Lu Xiaoqing asked the servant who bought the things. In reply to Master, "There is nothing for the next meal, only this meal." They said that they would wait for the price to come out before they can continue to sell. It seems that the amount of money for each meal is different. The servant respectfully replied, "On purpose. They're doing it on purpose. Damn that Zhang Zhong. He must be afraid that we will leave, so he only sold us a few things. How about this? We can let the others eat less, or starve for a few meals and save up. When we get to Qinzhou, we will be fine." Chapter 434. Provincial Governor, I would like to discuss something with you. Can you allow me and the other 3 families' raft teams to join this large group? The wind is too strong. It's easy for something to happen with the rafts together. Lu Xiaoqing really had no other choice. They could save some food, but they couldn't guarantee their safety. Compared to their small piece of land, the big piece of land was like a small island and the big land. Nothing would happen to the big land in the storm, but the small island could be submerged at any time. After hesitating for a while, he found Zhang Zhong, who was still busy looking around, and wanted to cooperate with him. His attitude and the way he addressed Zhang Zhong had changed, as if Zhang Zhong was really a provincial governor in his heart. Zhang Zhong no longer had any expectations for this person, especially after knowing that the 4 of them were gloating in the heavy rain. He couldn't wait to push the 4 of them into the water and drown them. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing come over to join them, he thought for a moment and nodded. "That's fine. I'll arrange for people to join your rafts together in a moment. You don't have to worry." "Thank you, Your Excellency. There's one more thing, and that is to eat. We came out in a hurry, and didn't bring anything cooked. If we eat too much uncooked rice and noodles, it will hurt our stomachs. Why don't your excellency get someone to collect our food and then give us something cooked according to the same amount? Lu Shaoqing asked. His idea wasn't bad, but Zhang Zhong wasn't a fool. He looked at him with a smile and said, "Why don't you send the rice, noodles, and other oil over, as well as some wood that can be used to burn the fire? Our people will do it for you. You just need to pay the processing fee. How about that?" Dry wood that can be used to burn the fire? Sir, we don't have that kind of thing. It's all wet and can't be lit at all. The fire here is strong. Even if it's wet, it can be dried out. Why don't we send you some wet ones and give you 10 strings of money as the processing fee? What do you think? Lu Shaoqing sounded aggrieved, but in fact, he was cursing Zhang Zhong in his heart. If there was fire, would he still need to look for you? Zhang Zhong simply didn't want to think about how the four of them would scold him. In any case, he didn't plan on letting them have a good time. After hearing Lu Shaoqing's words, he regretfully shook his head and said, "It's not that this official doesn't want to help. It's just that the smoke from burning the wet wood is too big. How about this? You bring the wet wood and all the food and money here. Every day, when you have your meals, come here to collect a portion of it. I guarantee that you won't starve to death. The four of you are quite united, even eating together. Not bad. This is how the officials should do their jobs for the common people. This matter is settled. In a moment, this official will arrange for people to go to your place to collect the things. You must prepare everything well. Otherwise, even if this official agrees, so many people may not agree." Lu Shaoqing was a bit dizzy. The wood and food were sent over, but he still had to give money. Especially that sentence, if they didn't starve to death, wouldn't they be able to eat their fill? Thinking of this, Lu Shaoqing could only thicken his skin and continue to plead with Zhang Zhong. "Sir, we don't need the money, so there's no need to take it out. Also, our families are used to eating their fill. If there's a time when they don't eat their fill, it won't be good if they cause trouble. Don't you think so, sir?" Lu Shaoqing, are you threatening me? The four of you added up to less than 200 people. Don't worry, if one of you causes trouble, I'll kill one. If two, I'll kill a pair. Even if the four of you cause trouble, this official won't show any mercy. If you don't believe me, you can try. You can leave now. If you want to eat cooked food, do as this official says. If you want to cause trouble, be careful of your own head. Also, this official doesn't want to hear the same words coming out of your mouth in the future. Otherwise, this official will tie you to a stone and sink you into the water. Take it as your loyalty to the country. Zhang Zhong didn't care about the four people's bad habits. It was good that they caused trouble. He was just worried that he couldn't find a reason to kill them. After saying this to Lu Shaoqing, he snorted coldly and walked in another direction. Sir, you can't do this. This humble one said something wrong. This humble one will change. Sir, what are you doing? Lu Shaoqing wanted to chase after them and shouted. Suddenly, 2 knives were placed on his neck. He stopped there and didn't dare to move. He asked the 2 hostages. The 2 hostages were guards of the prince's residence. They didn't care about a magistrate at all. One of them moved his knife forward and stared at Lu Shaoqing. He said, "Hurry up and stay away, otherwise you will die." As he said this person even gave Lu Shaoqing a sinister smile. Only then did the 2 hostages put away their knives and left behind Zhang Zhong. Lu Shaoqing stood there and didn't dare to continue following. He turned around and looked in the direction of the 3 hostages. He didn't know how to explain it. It was all his fault for saying the wrong thing. Of all things, why did he mention the matter of causing trouble? He had angered Zhang Zhong. Now, if he wanted to eat hot food, he had to send over everything, including money. Otherwise, he would have to eat raw food. Causing trouble was just an excuse. He didn't dare to cause trouble. Zhang Zhong killed people without blinking an eye. Whoever jumped out would die. With a sigh, Lu Shaoqing returned to the 3 expectant people and said to them, "Zhang Zhong doesn't agree to do things for us for free. He wants us to hand over everything and someone will do it for us. But at the same time, he wants us to send all our money over. What do you think we should do?" I tried my best to get Zhang Zhong to agree to connect our wooden rafts to that place. I can't do anything else. You see who's better. Let's talk about it. Don't think about causing trouble. Zhang Zhong already said that if anyone dares to cause trouble, they will be killed. Lu Xiaoqing first talked about the food. Naturally, he didn't mention that he had accidentally offended Zhang Zhong. Instead, he brought up the matter of connecting the rafts. This made the three people think that he had done his best. The three people didn't think that Lu Xiaoqing was lying. They thought that it was true. After all, Zhang Zhong had always been at odds with them. How could they miss this opportunity? Chao Hui angrily slapped his thigh and cursed, "Damn Zhang Zhong. He better not fall into our hands. He actually wants us to send over all our money. His family suffered a loss this time. Do they want us to help them make up for their losses? Dream on. I've decided. Let the servants eat raw food. What's there to be afraid of? They won't go bad if they eat it. Don't tell me that people who live in the mountains can eat cooked food for every meal. Let's connect the rafts first. What do you think? I think so too. We can't send the money over. Our four families have a total of 10,000 strings of cash. Why should we give it to Zhang Zhong? Let's eat raw food. Don't we still have some fruits? The four of us and our families will eat some fruits. Let the servants eat raw food. We have to tell the servants that it was Zhang Zhong who harmed them. Jiang Huanshi was also very angry. She shouted and didn't agree to give the money away no matter what. One of the other two said something wrong and didn't dare to say anything else. The other saw that the other two didn't agree and could only agree. The four of them advanced and retreated together. The matter of the grain was like that. The four of them ordered the servants to move the wooden rafts to the side of the larger area. Who would have thought that as soon as they reached the side, the guards standing there would shout at them, "Who allowed you to come here? Move quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." At this time, Fan Jinshi stood up. He went to the front and said with a smile, "This is Lord Zhang. Governor Zhang asked us to move the rafts to this side. We waited for Governor Zhang's order to return them. Lord Zhang asked you to move here. He didn't ask you to move here. Follow me. There's already a place. There's no one around. It's quiet." As the guard spoke, he walked to the side of the rafts. The big rafts here also moved. As they walked, they came to the side facing the outside. There was no one on the rafts here, only some stones. In addition to the stones on the rafts, there were also stones tied to the rafts with ropes. In this way, if the waves came from the other side, they would have to pass through here first. The waves were originally big, but after passing through here, they would become much weaker. This way, the people on the rafts wouldn't have to bump very much. However, this place wasn't what the four wanted. After seeing this place, Fan Jinshi couldn't help but ask, "Why here? Isn't this just making us wait to suffer?" "No, not here. Let's go to the place we just went." The guard sneered and said to Fan Jinshi, "You said no, so we can't? Like before, you float your rafts and we float ours. Or, listen to the order and move the rafts here. Hurry up. What do you want to do? We don't have time to waste on you." "I'm going to ask, sir. It's impossible." Lu Xiaoqing didn't want to be moved by the waves at the outermost side. After saying this, he quickly ran away. After looking around, he finally found Zhang Zhong, who was talking to an old man. Zhang Zhong was already very sleepy. After saying a few words, he yawned twice and forced his eyes to stay open. The one who talked to Zhang Zhong quickly said his opinion on the weather so that Zhang Zhong could sleep early. Sir, you have to help us. Your guard really didn't listen to the order. He actually arranged our rafts to the place closest to the sea." Lu Xiaoqing found Zhang Zhong to complain. Zhang Zhong yawned again and said to Lu Xiaoqing, "No one disobeyed the order. It was this official who arranged it for you. Go over there and tie your raft securely. Then you can change those rocks to your rafts. That way, you won't be at the outermost side." Chapter 33. Love sometimes is too sudden, huh? Is that so? Thank you very much, sir. This little one will do it right away. Lu Xiaoqing understood this time. He lowered his head and walked back. As he walked, he cursed in a low voice, "Damn Zhang Zhong. He actually arranged for us to be at this place. If a storm really comes, won't those rocks flip over and smash our heads? Thinking this, Lu Shaoqing also said this to the three people when he returned. The three people thought about it, but none of them agreed. After some discussion, the four people decided to move the rafts to the front of the large wooden array. If they were there, they wouldn't have to worry even if there was water rushing down from upstream. If a storm really came from behind, they would let Zhang Zhong and the commoners endure it first. The small rafts began to move forward again. Zhang Xiaobao stood beside the large wooden array and watched the rafts move. He smiled and didn't say anything. Wang Wan frowned and asked, "Xiaobao, are we just going to let them go like this?" "It's still raining." Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky and said. Wang Wan understood this time. She smiled and pulled Zhang Xiaobao over to rest. The two of them were a little tired. Even if they slept for an hour, they would recover a lot. Zhang Zhong was also tired at this time and couldn't stand. He had to find a stool to sit down and talk to others. As he talked, he fell asleep. No one next to him complained. They just felt that the adults were working too hard. When it was almost nighttime, Zhang Dashin and the others also came over. A thick piece of wood directly hit Lu Shaoqing's group of more than 30 wooden rafts. Immediately, 3 of the rafts fell apart. Lu Shaoqing stood up and scolded Zhang Dashin. Zhang Dashin didn't care about others at all. He said to Lu Shaoqing, "Shut up first. Tell me, where's my master? My master is the provincial governor here. I'm here to find him." Lu Shaoqing was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he laughed again and said to Zhang Dashin, "You're from the Zhang family? Okay, come with me. I'll take you to find the Lord. But you broke our raft. Shouldn't you pay for it first?" "What broke it?" Zhang Dashin asked. "Of course it's this piece of wood," Lu Shaoqing replied. "Then you go find the wood to pay for it. Don't look for us. We were also hit by a piece of wood. We were staying there fine, but the wood hit us and we came here. I'll let you clean up this piece of wood first. After you're done, I'll clean it up. I'll use it as firewood to chop it up," Zhang Dashin said to Lu Shaoqing with a look of hatred. He even kicked the wood a few times. Lu Shaoqing smacked his lips and nodded as if he had accepted his fate. He said, "Lord Zhang is over there. You find a way to get there? Lord Zhang won't let us get close to him." "Oh, that's good. Is there anyone from the Zhang family?" "I'm Zhang Dashin, a farmer from the Zhang family. Someone come and take us over." Zhang Dashin looked simple and honest, but he wasn't stupid at all. He knew that this person was trying to make things difficult for him, so he shouted in that direction. Soon, a boat rowed over. Zhang Dashin and the other 5 boarded the boat and looked back at Lu Shaoqing. The expressions on their faces made Lu Shaoqing feel that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. "Master, master, we finally found you." Zhang Dashin led the 5 people around and found Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong had just woken up. He looked at Zhang Dashin with sleepy eyes, shook his head vigorously, and asked curiously, "Are you Zhang Dashin?" Yes, master, it's me. I'm here to see you. I was going to Qinzhou to sell smoked chicken. I didn't expect a heavy rain, so I came over." "Master, how are you? How are old master and old madam, and young master and young lady?" Zhang Dashin said excitedly. The 5 people standing next to him immediately knelt down. This was a high-ranking official, a very high-ranking one. "Get up. There's no need to kneel. There's water on the wood." "Dashin, who came with you?" This was what Zhang Zhong was most concerned about. "Don't worry, master, I came alone. There's no one else." "Master, these people are new to me. They came here together on a big log, and they even broke a few of the wooden rafts in front." "Master, there's someone who wants to join Zhuangzi. It's this woman." "Master, what do you think?" Zhang Dashin knew what Master was worried about. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the 5 people who came with him and emphasized that there was someone who wanted to join Zhuangzi. Zhang Zhong understood immediately. He looked the woman up and down. At first, she was a little shy, but later, she went all out. She stood up straight and let Zhang Zhong look at her. Zhang Zhong looked at her for a while and didn't see anything. He ordered someone next to him, "Go and call Xiaobao and Cuckoo here." After the man left, Zhang Zhong said to Zhang Dashin, "In a while, Xiaobao and Cuckoo will be here. If they say it's okay, then it's okay." "Yes, master." Zhang Dashin was a little nervous. He stood next to the woman and said to her, "Don't be afraid. Master's family is good, especially the young master and young lady. They will definitely do it. How much betrothal gift is your family preparing this time? I need to prepare in advance. The woman was also nervous and nodded. When she heard Zhang Dashan mention the betrothal gift, she said a little shyly, "We're all poor people. A few hundred coins, a few bolts of cloth, and some odds and ends will be enough." "That won't do. How can you add so little things?" "Let me think about it. No matter what, I have to make your family look decent. Otherwise, the neighbors will look down on you." Zhang Dashan also had some feelings in this regard. In the past, he had seen Zhuangzi farmers marrying off their daughters. In the end, the betrothal gift was very little. The girl didn't pick anything, but the people around her felt that it was too shabby. Now, Zhuangzi's daughters were no longer marrying outside. The daughter who had been married off had begun to be bullied by her in-laws. Ever since Zhuangzi had risen, she was like an ancestor. When she returned to her mother's house, her in-laws would send people over to protect her carefully. She didn't have to be bullied anymore. The woman was the most hopeful in this regard. When she heard Zhang Zhong say this, she was even more satisfied. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over. After listening to Zhang Zhong, the two of them looked up at the woman. Seeing the woman's heroic spirit, the two of them looked at each other and nodded. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Zhang Dashan, are you here to do business this time? Then do it. After the new year, when you go back next year, the family will prepare a betrothal gift for you. Since you're here, you can help out a little. The people in Zhuangzi can rest assured." Zhang Dashan was happy when he heard this. He smiled at the woman next to him and ran off to help out. When the woman saw that everyone was looking at her again, she blushed and ran off with Zhang Dashan. "Xiaobao, do you think this is love? Isn't it a little too fast?" Wang Wan looked at Zhang Dashan and the woman's reactions and was very puzzled. This should be considered love, right? At least both of them are willing, and it looks good. Love, as some people say, always comes too fast and too sudden. Don't think about them. Doing business together here first is also a test. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't understand. He also hadn't experienced love. He shook his head, turned around, and walked away. The rain was a little scary. If it continued like this, there would be a bigger flood. Wang Wan followed next to him, still thinking about love. Later, she was confused and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, how many people do you think the 10 ships can take this time? Are those people willing to stay in the state?" "I don't know. It depends on the situation of the two states. If the officials of the two states respond in time, not too many people will be washed away. Otherwise, there will be a lot of people." The 10 ships that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were talking about were the 10 ships that left out of the 18 ships. 7 ships went to the coast of Lianzhou, and the other 3 went to the coast of Sumaozhou. Sumaozhou's coastal area was smaller and didn't need so many ships. Chapter 435. The citizens of Lianzhou rejoiced as they sat in the cabin. It felt good to be alive. The people on the ship were also happy for them. They had personally rescued the people, so the rescuers were satisfied. An old man who had just been fished out of the water vomited half of his stomach. After he could speak again, he kowtowed to the people who had tied him up and fished him out. Then he asked, "Are you people from the state capital? You look like you are wearing the same clothes." "We are from the Luzhou mansion. We knew that there was going to be a flood, so we came here in advance to wait. We can't do anything inside, but we can save as many people as we can." The rescuer helped the old man up. Then, someone placed a bowl of steaming hot soup on the table in the cabin. In fact, it was the simplest egg soup. There were a few egg blossoms, a few pieces of vegetable leaves, some ginger foam, and oil. That was all. However, even a soup like this was extremely precious at a time like this. Most importantly, it was hot. The old man blew on it and drank a mouthful. As he chewed on the ginger in his mouth, he asked the person who had rescued him, "How are things in your state? You sent ships to save us. Aren't you afraid of people dying?" "I don't know how it is now. When we came out, there was no flood. However, there is no need to worry. There are 8 big ships like this. Our provincial governor has made preparations in advance. I don't think many people will die. Old man, don't you know that it's going to flood? The rescuers explained. Actually, they were also worried. However, the order was given, so they had to leave and wait here. The old man nodded and then shook his head. He said, "Your provincial governor is good. He can think ahead. This is not good. There is no one here. I know it is going to flood, and I know the Sea Dragon King is angry. However, what can an old man like me do? I can't run even if I want to. How far can I run in a few days? What's more, it was raining heavily outside. I could only make a wooden raft in advance and move some things onto it. When a flood came, I called a few people from my neighbor's house to get on the raft. In the end, a wave came and I was knocked down. I don't know what happened to the people on the raft. Usually, I fish in the sea, and the fishing boat is used by another neighbor. In fact, the boat in this era is not as good as the raft. If I had known earlier, I would have tied myself with a rope. At that time, I was afraid that the raft would overturn, so I just sat on it. You must look carefully here. There are still people alive." As the old man said, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and lowered his head to drink the soup. The one who saved people also felt very sad. At the same time, he felt very helpless. He knew that he was not good at swimming. If he could compete with the dozens of guards in the provincial governor's residence, he might be able to save more people. Seeing that the old man drank the soup, he stood up and said to the old man, "Old man, stay here first. I will continue to go out and see if there are people who don't have the strength to climb up. Old man, don't worry. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Go. When the time comes, send people to this cabin. Even if they don't have any breath, send them to me. Maybe I can save them." The old man's face that was full of vicissitudes of life forced a smile. On Su Maozhou's side, it seemed to be the same situation. Many people were washed over and then saved. Although these 10 boats were not many, they saved many people's lives. When the heavy rain reached midnight, an even bigger mountain torrent rushed down. This time, it wasn't just water, but also some mud and a large number of uprooted trees. They swirled in the water as they moved towards the defensive line formed by the wooden rafts. When Zhang, who was already prepared, saw that the water was getting bigger, he immediately asked the people in front to retreat to the middle of the position. He left the wooden rafts in front empty and waited for the trees to hit them. The big boat also moved to the 2 wings in front of the position. If the wooden rafts in front could not withstand the water, they would need to use the boat to block them. Lu Shaoqing and the other 3 people still did not know what was going on. They were eating fruits and letting the servants eat raw rice and noodles. These things were hard to swallow, but the servants did not dare to say anything. If they did not eat, they would be hungry. They could only bear with it and eat little by little. When the first big tree hit this small area of wooden rafts, Lu Shaoqing and the others finally understood why the 6 people had that kind of smile in the evening. It was not safe in front. Previously, 3 wooden rafts were damaged by the wooden rafts. Now, not long after they were repaired, 5 more were damaged. This small area of the position was also pushed back by the trees to the big position behind. After a while, Lu Shaoqing shouted to the servants, "Don't eat first. Quickly repair the rafts. Quickly." Fan Jinshi also shouted, "Quickly, row to the back of the big wooden rafts. You can't row in front. Quickly." The servant paddled a few times and shook his head helplessly. He said to Fan Jinshi, "We can't paddle anymore. It's stuck. Our wooden raft is stuck in their wooden raft. Unless we can push it out first. Then hurry up. What are you waiting for?" Jiang Huanshi shouted anxiously. "It's too late." As soon as the servant said these 4 words, the rafts shook again. 2 more trees hit the rafts. 3 people jumped down from one of the trees. The 3 people jumped onto the rafts. They looked around and thanked Jiang Huanshi and the others. Then they ran towards more wooden rafts where there were more lights. Seeing the 3 people running away, Chao Hui spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and cursed. "They must have known about this, but they didn't tell us. All of you, retreat to the back and leave the front open." Bring me some clean water. Do you have any medicine? I bit my tongue. The three people jumped down from the trees and ran all the way to Zhang Zhong's side. Seeing that many people were here, they laughed happily. They hid in the shed and asked, "Who is the good official?" "We kowtowed to the good official first. You are so awesome. You have a piece of land here." The three of us thought we would ride the trees and rush into the sea. "The good official doesn't have time to wait for you to kowtow. Drink the soup first. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if you get sick." A local citizen came over and placed the wooden bowl in front of the three people. There was only one bowl, a big bowl. It could hold 5 small bowls. The three people were indeed hungry, tired, scared, and cold. They lowered their heads and drank a mouthful. When their stomachs were warm, one of them pointed at the road they came from and asked, "The good official can't be there, right?" "Just now, the three of us came from there. That's where the bad official is." They thought that if they ran in front, they wouldn't be overturned by the waves. In the end, they hit the trees. They have food and money, but they don't want to take them out. Let's see if they hit the trees again. If they do, the things won't belong to them. This commoner hated Lu Xiaoqing and the others to the core. Even their family members and servants hated them. In the past, the family members and servants of these 4 families often went out to buy things without paying. They even hit people when they walked. Now that they saw them suffer, it was needless to say how happy they were. The 3 people were stunned. The one who had just spoken said regretfully, "If I had known, I wouldn't have thanked them." Anyway, they hit the trees. "Brothers, drink quickly. We can't just wait to be saved. The 3 of us still have strength. In a while, we will help the good official do some work." The 2 brothers nodded at the same time and drank without caring about the heat. The 3 people looked very optimistic. They were washed away by the flood, but they rode the trees and could run and jump. Once they had stabilized, Lu Xiaoqing's side could not hold on any longer. The servants were repairing it as fast as they could, but there was a large number of people rushing down one after another, making it impossible for people to stay in the front. Occasionally, people would come down from the trees, some riding on them, some carrying them. Everyone who came up was very happy. Under the light, they looked at the land in front of them that was connected by wooden rafts and ran to the side where there were more people. Chao Harue sat on the wooden raft and saw that there seemed to be a black shadow in front of him rushing over. He was in no mood to avoid it. After a while, he said to the 3 people next to him, "Why don't we go over too? If this continues, we will lose our lives. Why would we want money? If they want it, we will give it to them." The other 3 people didn't have the mood to care about money. They had wanted to go for a long time, but they were afraid of losing face. Since someone suggested it, it was easy to talk about. Lu Xiaoqing gritted his teeth and said, "Then let's go and discuss with Zhang Zhong. Give it to him, give it all to him. He is sucking blood." The 4 people all agreed. They brought their family members and servants, as well as the supplies and money, and went to the large array of wooden rafts. Hearing the continuous crashing behind them, they felt a lingering fear. When the 4 people found Zhang Zhong had just slept for an hour. His eyes were red and swollen, and his face was haggard. This was because he usually ate a good combination of food. Otherwise, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. "Sir, we thought about it and decided to do as you said. Sir, the things are here. Please take them all." Lu Xiaoqing said to Zhang Zhong very unwillingly. Zhang Zhong glared at him and said, "Who let you come up? You have your own wooden rafts, and you still want to squeeze in? Everyone is counted. Every person who comes up has to pay 50 strings of coins. Your things and money are just for you to use." 10 strings of coins per person? My family of more than 60 people is more than 3,000 strings of coins? Sir, we don't have money. Lu Xiaoqing didn't expect Zhang Zhong to be so ruthless. He said there, feeling wronged, "If you don't have money, then write a promissory note. Owe it first and pay it back later. Do you want to write it?" Zhang Zhong asked with a sullen face. "Yes, sir. If you want to write it, then we'll write it." Chao Harue sat on the side as if he had accepted his fate. Owing money was better than being kicked out. Staying alive was more important. The other 3 people didn't want to resist. They followed Zhang Zhong to a shed. Someone had already prepared the ink, pen, and paper, waiting for them to write. The four people's hearts were bleeding. Their hands trembled as they wrote the promissory note. After writing it, Chao Hui asked Zhang Zhong, "Sir, the things are here. Can we eat?" Chapter 436. The heavy rain stopped after 3 days, but the flood raged for another 5 days. Zhang Zhong finally collapsed from exhaustion. Fortunately, there was no life-threatening situation. He lay there snoring, and no one would disturb him. Everyone looked at Zhang Zhong with special expressions. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang had also lost weight. The two of them had just woken up and were eating and drinking. They put the roasted meat into their mouths and chewed. There was also wine beside them, which they would occasionally take small sips of. There were now more than 20,000 people living on this piece of land, made up of wooden rafts. Other than the people from their own province, there were also people from other provinces who had rushed over, as well as the mountain residents. The mountain residents were not so xenophobic now. They knew who had saved them, so they helped out a little these days. The sun came out, and the dark clouds finally dispersed. When the first ray of sunlight shone down, some of the people who had lost their loved ones cried softly, some were silent, and some were sitting there looking at the surrounding scenery in a daze. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang were full. They stood on the wooden raft and looked up at the sun. Zhang Xiaobao shouted, "We made it through. When the water recedes, we will begin to build our new home. The Zhang family will pay for it. Those who are willing to stay can get a piece of land here." With a shout, the local people were happy. Those who had been saved temporarily put down their grief. After all, they were still alive, so they could not beg others to give them happiness. After the flood passed, there was still a new life. Most people were willing to stay. Some people even wanted to go home and see if there was anyone. If there was, they would come here. If there was no one, they would pack up their things and come back. At this time, the mountain residents did not know how to choose. They did not speak the language here, and there were only a few people in each tribe who could speak the local language. Seeing that the people here were preparing to rebuild and thinking about the days on the mountain, some mountain residents also wanted to stay, but they were afraid that the people here would not agree. According to the tribe, these mountain people gathered together and began to discuss. In the past few days, they already knew that the mountain people who went down the mountain for the first time would receive a lot of things. After some discussion, someone who was good at talking found Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was still asleep when he was woken up by the mountain people. He rubbed his eyes and looked puzzled. "My lord, we're going to stay behind. We'll also send people to look for those who haven't been washed down the mountain. Will my lord go back on his word and give us those things? Also, we don't know how to farm. Can you send someone to teach us?" The mountain man asked Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong came to his senses. When he heard that the mountain man was willing to leave the mountain, he nodded. "Of course, but I can't give you those now. Wait for them to be delivered from elsewhere. As you can see, there's nothing left here. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Don't worry about farming. This province has a lot of empty land. Not only will I send people to teach you how to farm, I'll also teach you how to speak the local language and recognize the words here. You don't have to pay any rent this year, so just live a good life here." "Thank you, my lord. I'll go talk to them now. It's fine if they give us fewer things first. As long as we can eat, we won't ask for so much. My lord, can you really teach us how to read and write? Others look down on us." The mountain people were very happy. "You're not mountain people. You're all citizens under my rule. Go and talk to them quickly. It'll be fine when the time comes." At this time next year, I guarantee that you'll all have new houses to live in, new clothes to wear, and meat to eat every day. 1 year. Just give me 1 year, and I'll be able to do it. Zhang Zhong promised. He had the confidence that others couldn't do it. If his family wanted the money and goods, it would be very easy for them to build a new place. The mountain people happily left and returned to their tribe to tell others. The other mountain people also came over one after another. Zhang Zhong repeated what he had just said, and answered each and every one of them correctly. Only then did he eat the food that was brought over. It was very simple. It was braised pork with rice and some salted vegetables. Zhang Zhong ate very happily. He had solved a big problem. He then looked at the higher ground and saw the traces left behind by the receding water. He said to the people beside him, "Now there's fertility. Let's first plant the rice that my family brought and see how it grows here. Then we'll plant the white fold seeds. As long as the white fold seeds grow, we won't have to worry about money anymore." Master is right. The things made from the white fold seeds will definitely be bought by people who are willing to pay a high price. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Also, the sea fish here can be made into salted fish and shipped over by ship. We can sell them for a good price. Not only can we eat the fish, but we can also use it as salt. Zhang Zhong and the people around him echoed. They were full of yearning for the future of this place. They had settled down and were only waiting for the water to recede. When the time came, they could start the construction. The surrounding provinces were not in such a good mood. One by one, the provincial governors wrote down the disaster that had happened to their province and sent a memorial to ask for forgiveness. The military couriers and horses were fast. It wouldn't take too long for the documents to be sent back. Whether they lived or died would depend on the emperor's decision. Zhang Zhong also wrote a memorial, but he didn't ask for forgiveness. He didn't think that he was guilty. He had just arrived and didn't have time to do anything before the flood came. If he was given half a year, he would definitely be able to fix the irrigation works. He only wrote down the disaster situation here. At the same time, he also wrote down the preparation work this time in the memorial. In the whole province after the flood, the statistics showed that only 121 people died. Those who went missing were considered dead. His subordinates searched a large area, but they still couldn't find them. Basically, there was no possibility of survival. When they were washed into the sea, even if they didn't drown, they would die of dehydration or even be eaten by some fish. This loss made him very sad, but there was no other way. He had done what he had to do. His family also suffered a lot of losses. 12 of the 18 ships were damaged. Fortunately, they didn't sink. They were all stranded. A lot of water entered some of them, which was because they hit the reef. Some were stranded on the beach. This was easy to deal with. He just had to ask someone to get them into the water. The money borrowed and the materials paid for in installments couldn't be recovered. A lot of the things on the ships were also consumed, including the repair of the ships. In half a month, his family lost more than 50,000 strings of coins. If it were an ordinary rich person, they would have gone crazy. However, the Zhang family and Wang family were indifferent. The loss was bad, but it didn't affect the foundation of the family. The profitable business was in the capital. The reaction of the two families made Liu Shaoqing and the other three very depressed. They hoped that more people would die, but only 100 or so died. They hoped that the Zhang family and Wang family would be sad about the loss of money, but the two families didn't have any reaction. It was as if the loss wasn't tens of thousands of strings of coins, but just a few copper coins. What made them even more uncomfortable was that the family's money was all gone, and they still owed a lot of debts. The least owed was 3,000 strings of coins, and the most was more than 4,000 strings of coins. How are they going to pay it back? It seemed that they could only slowly pay it back from the Yongye field. There was also the salary that should be given. Zhang Zhong said that only enough money was left for their family to eat and wear clothes. The rest was to be collected in debt. As for the servants in the family, they could be sent out to do some work outside to support themselves. They wanted to see if they could still be as arrogant as before. The four of them didn't dare to say anything. Now was not the time when they threatened the provincial governor's life. Now that their lives were in danger, no matter what Zhang Zhong said, they nodded and agreed. After another 2 days, the water receded, and all the wooden rafts fell to the ground. Zhang Zhong began to get busy. He had people dismantle the wooden rafts and some trees that had washed down. He began to build houses. The ground only needed to be plowed a little. He planted the rice seedlings and cotton seedlings that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent out. Li Sun also got busy. He first wrote a letter to his father to report that he was safe. He also sent 150 guards to help, leaving only 50 people to be responsible for the safety of Zhang family and his family. After a few days of work, the second batch of 10 ships sent out from the capital arrived. When they arrived, they didn't know about the situation here. They didn't carry any food. They only carried some handmade products, cloth, and some frozen mutton. There was still some food in the local area. The ships that could move had already sailed along the sea to Zhujiang and Hangzhou, preparing to buy food there. The mutton from the new ships became good food here. The handmade products could also be used, and the cloth could be used to build tents. The flood had caused the other provinces to suffer heavy losses. It had increased Luzhou's population to more than 20,000 people. Some of them were sent to the seaside to dry the salt. This was the first time the people in charge of drying the salt had seen such a method. All they had to do was dig some ponds, and they would be able to produce a large amount of salt if there were any crystals in them. When they found out that they could produce a large amount of salt quickly, they became more confident about the future. With salt, there was money. This matter couldn't be kept a secret. Lianzhou, Sumaozhou, and Xenan province, which was further west, also found out about this matter. They were surprised and sent people to inquire about it. Zhang Zhong received the people from several provinces and told them the method of drying the salt in detail. He had already written the method in a booklet and sent it to his superiors. Xiao Bao, it seems that many of the plans have to be postponed. At this time, there was a flood. Wait for us for a few months. By then, everything will be stable. Seriously, Wang Wan said sullenly as she put the plan she and Zhang Xiaobao had prepared on the table. The flood had disrupted the rhythm of the two of them, and people had died. This kind of thing was very difficult to accept. Zhang Xiaobao was also depressed. Although it was only a few months, the overall delay was much more, especially the construction of the docks. They had to start from scratch. Naturally, it was the same for the docks. Everyone was building houses and farming. How could they have time to build docks? I can accept the delay. However, when several provinces are affected at the same time, it will be difficult to sell our goods. How can we have spare money to buy goods from the capital? In a while, I will ask people to form a large number of caravans. If we can't sell them, we will buy as much as we can. After buying the goods here, we will ship them to the capital to sell. We can also sell some in Kaifeng. When the surrounding provinces have money, won't they develop faster? Chapter 437. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation spreading the news between the clouds and the water free. Once Zhang Xiaobao made up his mind, the Zhang family's money was spent like flowing water. The people in the province finally knew how wealthy the great governor was. He spent a shocking amount of money. He bought marine products and local specialties from the mountains from their own province, bought them from other provinces, and had the other provinces form their own caravans to send the goods over. The road was not easy to travel on. The roads in their own province were repaired first, and the roads in other provinces were repaired by others. Otherwise, they would not be able to buy anything. Merchants were indeed different. Even though they had encountered a flood, there were still many capable merchants who were willing to spend money to buy local specialties. Then, they would pay to repair the roads and send people to deliver the goods. The Zhang family spent thousands of strings of coins every day. They spent a month, but nothing happened to the Zhang family. The new fleet transported 30,000 strings of coins. Together with the original fleet, they could still spend another month and a half. Countless people were shocked. Countless merchants who came over were jealous. They began to send people to the capital to find out who this new provincial governor Zhang was. The people, on the other hand, were happy. They could fish in the sea and sell their goods. They were paid for their work, and they could use the money to buy the goods unloaded from the ships. The main reason was that the people were not worried that the great governor would be greedy and increase their taxes. With the great governor's wealth, he would not care about the small amount of taxes they paid. More than 20,000 people were tied into a rope. They had fought side by side in the flood, and now they were building together. No one was lazy. Each of them exerted all their strength, hoping to see a new Lu Zhou. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to get busy again. Every day, data was sent to them from various places. Wang Wan was in charge of the manpower, while Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of the accounts. Then, the two of them combined the new plans and details and sent them to Zhang Zhong. Then, Zhang Zhong would issue orders one after another. No one questioned Zhang Zhong's orders, and every plan was firmly carried out. Everyone was united in building their new home. Such a situation was rare elsewhere, but miraculously, it happened in Luzhou. The people in the surrounding provinces who were also affected by the disaster were envious and jealous. They did not have many talents. The disasters in other provinces were not as light as Luzhou's. Moreover, they had made preparations in advance. There was a loss of population. In some provinces, even the county magistrate and the others had drowned. Most of Luzhou's people were still around. There were also those from the inner court who learned from the Zhang family and the Wang family. Although there were too many of them, it was not a problem for each of them to command hundreds of people to complete a project. Under such circumstances, Luzhou's construction progress changed day by day. Every 3 days, Zhang Zhong would write a report on the construction progress in the province according to his son's instructions and submit it to the military station. It kept the military station very busy. Between the clouds and the water, Sanshui County. In the pavilion in the water, 2 people were sitting opposite each other, drinking tea. There were a few letters on the table. The old man was reading a letter in his hand. Lu Zhiro slowly drank her tea. After the old man finished reading the letter, she said to the old man, "Brother Zhang, you've been reading the letter for a long time. Old minister, what do you think? Do you see it? This is the ability of the Zhang family. So many provinces were affected together, but Luzhou was the one who suffered the most. All the water flowed to him. What's the result? In the end, only 100 or so of them died. He had just arrived at that place and didn't even have the time to do anything when he encountered such a huge disaster. If it were someone else, Luzhou would have to go to 9 out of 10 households. It seems like it was the right decision to send him there. Otherwise, that place would be in danger. The old man said with emotion. He knew when Zhang Zhong had arrived. He had just arrived. In just a few days, the government affairs had not been sorted out yet, and a great disaster had fallen on his head. However, it was such an unbelievable young provincial governor who had withstood the sudden great disaster and reduced the losses to a minimum. Lu Zhiro had the same idea. She patted the letter and said, "Amazing. The emperor is very happy. He said that Zhang Zhong can be in charge of a province, so he has no worries." However, Lv Yinzhou was angry. He didn't know that Zhang Zhong wanted to go there himself. He thought it was him who sent him there. He didn't expect that not only did Zhang Zhong not suffer any losses there, but he also shocked the whole court. Many people asked the emperor to transfer Zhang Zhong back, saying that it was a pity to leave him there and that Zhang Zhong should be given a higher official position. Fortunately, the emperor knew the Zhang family's thoughts. He didn't listen to them. Instead, he said that only Zhang Zhong could build that place, and he would talk about it later. So, he suppressed the matter of transferring him back. Haha, what do you think? Do you miss those 2 kids? Hearing Lu Zhirou's words, the old man was also happy. He didn't expect that the expert behind the Zhang family was so powerful. He nodded and said, "Yes, the 2 kids wrote me a letter a few days ago, asking me to take care of myself and wait for Luzhou to finish the construction. They said that they would take my family there to play. Unfortunately, it's too far away, so I can't see them. I even dreamed of them at night." The old man thought of Xiaobao and Cuckoo. As he spoke, tears flowed down his face. In fact, Lu Zhiro also thought about it. She didn't think about the 2 kids, but the things of the Zhang family. Now that they were there, no one was watching them. She didn't know how many good things they could make. It was a pity that she couldn't leave the past. Otherwise, if she really wanted to follow them, she would be able to get something good. Old minister, why don't you go and have a look now? Take your family there and meet Zhang Jiuling along the way. Zhang Jiuling is raising pigeons to play with. Send people to learn from the two little guys. Hee hee. Lu Giraud began to persuade the old man. The old man thought for a while, gritted his teeth, and said, "Okay, then I'll go and have a look. I can help." Chapter 438. CC, I ask you, why are you so blue? The sea answers with a smile. I hold the blue sky in my arms. Xiao Bao, we have to have a heart like the sea. We have to understand tolerance and forgiveness. I don't know if Huzi has forgotten that today is the day we collect money from Lu Shaoqing and the others. We collect every half a month. They don't have anything to do usually, so they help copy books and do some embroidery for their families. Slowly, they pay back the money. Wang Wan stood on the boat, moving up and down with the waves. She opened her arms, looking for feelings like the sea. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. He also felt that his heart had broadened, like the sea, like the blue sky, letting the seagulls fly freely. When he heard Wang Wan's last words, he said, "The four of them actually signed a death contract with their servants." You don't say, when there are so many of them, they can do some small business together. This is the fourth time they've paid back their debt, right? Last time, Lu Shaoqing's family paid back 30 strings of cash. That's quite a lot. I reckon that his family can keep some for themselves and wait until they feel that it's about time to pay back the money. According to this, it should be about a few years. There's also the salary in the Yongya field. The rice we brought here is growing well, and the output should be higher than the original one here. The sunshine here is long, and our seed species grows slowly. It's estimated that the local species can only grow 3 times a year, but we can only grow 2 times a year. I don't know if this species can adapt. The taste of the rice is better, and the price is higher. The four of them have also planted it in their fields. What should we do? Zhang Xiaobao was worried. He knew that the four of them had done a lot of bad things, but he couldn't find any evidence. Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to use the original method. As long as he believed that the person had committed a crime, and the person himself knew it, then he would convict him. However, if he did so, it would gradually breed a kind of desire when judging people, and it would be easy for him to lose himself. He and Wang Wan didn't want to do that. They wanted to enjoy life and not always struggle in the struggle for power. Therefore, when they couldn't find any evidence, the two of them adopted a method to collect debts. They wanted to let the four people who had once caused harm to the local people and their families have a taste of the feeling of not being able to live in peace. Wang Wan was also clear on this matter. If this continued, the four of them would be able to pay off their debt in a few years. Then, they could continue to be carefree. She thought about it and said, "This won't do. We have to think of a way." Dahai should have many ideas in his mind, such as strong winds, torrential rain, and tsunamis. All right, let's not talk about how vile the sea is. I was too busy back then and actually forgot to write down the interest rate when I was writing down the agreement. If I had written down the interest rate, it would have been 90% to 13%. Month by month, the interest would have accumulated and they would never be able to pay it back in their lifetime. Let's not think about it for now and slowly pay it back. Let's fish. Zhang Xiaobao put the bait on the fishing rod and threw it into the water, letting the boat float on the sea. Wang Wan used the clairvoyance to look at the scenery in the sea again. She also wanted to see if there were any strange fish jumping out of the sea at this time. While looking, Wang Wan suddenly said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, let's go back quickly. Next time, get someone to bring a bigger boat. Each of us has an oar. Quickly row." Wang Wan sat next to Zhang Xiaobao, grabbed the oar, and started rowing with all her might. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about the fishing rod and followed suit. Fortunately, it's not far from the shore. Otherwise, it would be a contribution to the marine life. The two of them rowed to a place in shallow water and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. There was a shark that turned around and went back. Damn shark. Tomorrow, get someone to catch 2 more. Keep the shark fins. We'll eat the meat first. The shark skin can be eaten too. Don't swimmers wear imitation shark skin clothes? Let's do it for real. The bones are delicious too. In short, the whole body is good stuff, especially good seasonings. It can even be used to make decorations. Zhang Xiaobao said with lingering fear. He didn't think that he and Wang Wan could deal with a shark in the sea with only a fishing rod. If they were really caught, only one of them could escape. Looking at the shark leisurely moving away, he was angry and scared. Wang was also very angry. She didn't care about protection anymore and said, "We must kill more. Prepare 2 sets of clothes for each member of our Team 0. We're not an animal protection association. There's so many sharks. Why don't we kill them? Also, get a big boat to kill whales in the future. With our technology, we won't be able to kill enough even if we kill for 10,000 years. Sea creatures are all treasures. It would be a pity if we don't get some. Forget about dolphins, I can't do that. But we can think of a way to raise some in our bay. Do you know how to do that? No, this knowledge is too profound, but we can give it a try. For example, we can find someone to play the piano in the bay, forbid fishing in the bay, and make some fun balls that can float on the water. Maybe we can attract dolphins. Who knows? Zhang Xiaobao also had a good impression of dolphins. He used to let people raise them at home. Now that he was here, he also wanted to make a big pond and connect it to the sea to attract dolphins. Just like the swallows at home, after the dolphins were familiar, they would swim over to take a look when they had nothing to do. They would play with people for a while and eat some small fish. Wang Wan shook her head regretfully. She also didn't know how to do it. She could only try according to Zhang Xiaobao's words. She didn't know whether it would succeed or not. But when she thought that people here also knew how to catch dolphins, she suggested, "When we go back, let your father make an announcement that dolphins are not to be caught anymore." Okay, that's easy. The locals are more obedient. Whatever my father says is what it is. Let's go home and do something. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to take any more risks. Not only for himself, but also for his family. If something happened to him and Wang Wan, what would happen to the 2 families? What are you going to do? Wang Wan jumped off the boat. Naturally, there were people in charge of setting up the boat. She asked curiously, "You will know when we go back. It's about making money. It's very profitable." Zhang Xiaobao said happily and walked to the car waiting for the 2 people in front. Selling cakes. Who want to buy cakes? Selling them at a cheap price. There was a marketplace beside the road that had just been repaired in the state capital. 4 or 5 people were standing there. They were using wooden hammers to hit the cooked glutinous rice back and forth while shouting to the people passing by. How much? A little boy and a little girl were attracted when they passed by. Looking at the cakes with bean flour, they were a little greedy. The little boy touched the 2 copper coins that he had just earned and raised his head to ask, 2 copper coins for 3. The seller stretched out 2 fingers and then changed it to 3. He gestured with his fingers. What is this? It's too expensive. I don't want to buy it. 2 copper coins could buy 2 big sugar figurines. Without waiting for the boy to speak, the girl pulled the boy to another place. 1 copper coin for 2. The seller helplessly lowered the price. The girl stopped and pulled the boy back. Looking at the cakes, she said to the seller, "Give us more bean flour, or we won't buy it. We will buy 2. If you don't want to buy, then get out of here." The seller finally couldn't bear it and shouted at the girl. The girl wasn't afraid at all. She pointed at the seller and said, "Are you trying to scare me? I know who you are. You are Lu Xiaoqing's servants. I will go to the government office to report you. Now is not the time for Lu Xiaoqing to be arrogant. Come, let's go to the government office." The girl pulled the boy and walked away. The seller was shocked and quickly ran to stop them. "Let's talk nicely. 1 copper coin for 3. Give more face to the bean, okay? We don't have money. We want to eat more. 2 each." The girl was insatiable. The seller pulled a long face and said, "Aren't you bullying me? Why don't you pay for things?" "Yes, who doesn't pay for things? My family used to have a bun shop. You went there a few times, but did you pay? It's not enough for you to eat, and you want to take a whole tray with you. Are you going to give it to me?" The girl's eyes were red and tears were rolling in her eyes. Yes, yes, it's karma. I admit it. 2 for each. Put more bean flour, right? Come, I'll give it to you. The seller couldn't say anything else. He knew what he had done. Brother Moo, give him 1 copper coin. We're not like him. We're good people. Bargaining is one thing, but you can't rob us. 2, put more bean noodles. The girl wiped her eyes with her sleeve and still chose to buy 2 for 1 copper coin. Seeing the 2 children each take a piece of lamb and leave, the seller stood there speechless for a long time. The 2 children ate the cakes in small mouthfuls. The boy said to the girl, "Tomorrow, continue to help deliver water. You help to light the fire. Then you can earn 2 more copper coins. Buy some cakes for our 2 families to try." Well, this just started today. I'm late. The other children can only earn 3 copper coins at most. Actually, we can help for free. I don't know why they have to give us money. The girl licked the bean flour and said happily, "I know. The good official said that we can't go to school because we don't have a school now. We can go to school when the school is built. Now, we help deliver water and light the fire. They give us money to let us know that we will be rewarded if we work hard. Heaven rewards the diligent." The boy went a little earlier and heard this. The girl didn't know what heaven rewards the diligent meant. She nodded and said regretfully, "Then, when we go to school in the future, will we have to spend a lot of money? Can we not go?" "You can't not go. You don't need to spend money to go to school. As long as you are a child from our province, you don't need to spend a single copper coin. If you're from a far place, you can live and eat. I asked around today. Let's go to school together." The boy was very happy when he talked about this. Even a girl needs to go? Yes, as long as you are a child from our province. I heard that even the stupid ones need to go. The good official paid for it himself. The boy told the girl what he had heard. Chapter 439. When night fell, a bright moon rose from the sea. Some people fell asleep, while others were still working with torches. It had been 2 months since the flood, and all the residential areas had been repaired. Rice, vegetables, and cotton had been planted, and some of the vegetables had grown and were ready to be eaten. The roads in the residential areas were repaired, and people were working at the docks. Some roads leading to the surrounding provinces were also being repaired. The laborers only rested for 8 hours a day, including the time they had to eat. They worked in shifts to build their own homes. While the other provinces were still waiting for the relief food to arrive, Lu Zhou had already sold a lot of goods. He directly traveled from Zhujiang to Hangzhou to Shandong. Zhang Xiaobao was not stupid enough to sell fish and prawns there. He sold some specialties from the mountains that were not available there, so he bought a lot of food from there. Part of it was reserved for the people, and the rest was sent to the surrounding provinces. He used the food to hire people to build roads and bridges. The other 5 provinces were not as kind as the Zhang family. Even though the provincial governor of Qin province was from a big family and had always been in Qin province, his family would not fork out so much money to build roads or buy food. They were all waiting for the imperial court to come to their rescue. Even Xinan province, which was slightly further away, was also affected by the disaster. The provincial governor did not fork out his own money either. Since the imperial court did not fork out money, the people had to find their own way. They could not starve to death. Without food, they ate some tree bark, wild vegetables, and other things to get by. The 3 provinces next to the sea were eating fish. They worked while eating. When they had collected enough specialties from the mountains and caught enough fish, they would form a caravan and come to Lu Zhou to trade for food and daily necessities. Zhang Zhong did not deliberately lower the price. He traded at the usual market price. It had been 2 months. Now, the Zhang family had gotten rid of the situation where they could not make ends meet. They began to sell the goods they collected. They also sent ships to deliver the dried salted fish to the capital. In another month, the dried salted fish would be profitable. It could be said that Lu Zhou had relied on the strength of Zhang Xiaobao's family to prop up the 6 provinces. He had given the people in the 6 provinces a way to survive. Once the food was replenished, the other 5 provinces could take a breather. For a time, Zhang Zhong's reputation was second to none in the 6 prefectures. Almost every family had set up a longevity shrine for him. The people of the 5 prefectures had recovered slightly and were able to eat their fill. The mountain products, fish that were salvaged, and the tributes that were offered increased. Only then did the merchants outside and the local merchants begin to purchase them. They offered the same price as Zhang Zhong. They had considered the cost of transportation and thought the people would sell the goods to them. However, the people had already approved of Lu Zhou's deal. When they had the goods, they formed a caravan and came to trade with the Zhang family. Zhang Xiaobao checked the accounts. Then, he looked at Wang Wan and said, "This is great. The 6 provinces are affected by the disaster. All the taxes and taxes this year are waived. The provincial capitals can't collect the goods at all. The people are working harder than before, and the goods are flowing to our province. All the good goods here will be stopped from now on. Now, the price of goods in the capital and other places should be doubled. The east of Lingnan Circuit is Guangzhou. The east of Jiangnan Circuit is Jiangnan Circuit, which is Zhujiang and Fujin Circuit. When our fleet came and went, we also bought a lot of coastal specialties. Fortunately, we sold some of the goods. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a single copper coin. Let's see how many times the goods will increase this winter. You said that my family is stupid. Let's see who's the fool when the time comes. As long as the family has money, we'll stock up on the goods. If we don't earn 5 times the money, it'll be intolerable." Wang Wan knew Zhang Xiaobao had been waiting for this day ever since the flood. After losing so much money, it was not Zhang Xiaobao's character to not think of a way to earn it back. When she thought about the things in the warehouse that were about to become very valuable, she was very happy. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Should we ship them to more remote places like the Turks and Tufan?" "No, those places aren't suitable for us. We'll sell them to some people and let them sell the goods there. The price will be higher, and we can't sell too much. We'll just sell them a portion of goods. We'll spread the news that there's a lot of goods here. We'll ask the people from those 2 places to bring their local specialties to trade. When they come, we'll do our best to push down the price of their goods. We'll raise the price to a level that is slightly lower than the price that those people sold to the Turks and Tufan. This way, the people from those 2 places will be able to earn money, but they won't be able to earn much. In order to get more benefits, they will continue to raise the price when they return. We can use a higher price to sell to those people who sold the goods from the Turks and Tufan. We'll bring the goods from the Turks and Tufan to the coastal area to sell. This way, we won't have to bear the risks when we go to those places. Others won't scold us for the high price of the goods. After all, the price will follow the market." Zhang Xiaobao explained the plan as if he was talking about a tongue twister. Wang Wan was not stupid. She understood. It was to use a small amount of precious goods to increase their own value. It would give people the impression that the goods they sold would follow the market price. But in reality, it was them who pushed the price up. When others were risking their lives to sell back and forth, the ones who earned the most were the suppliers and not the middlemen. They used the selling price in other places to increase the price of the local goods, especially when there were many tribes competing with each other. This reminded Wang Wan of the time when they bought iron mines in China. Zhang Xiaobao knew that such a thing would happen. Therefore, he gathered all the goods in Zhuangzi and negotiated with the merchants outside at the same price. The reason was that it was a transaction. If they weren't willing to do it, then forget it. They could just look for merchants themselves. Wang Wan felt that this method was indeed good. Just as she was about to say something else, she suddenly reacted. She turned Zhang Xiaobao's face around and looked into his eyes. She asked, "Xiaobao, is this your entire plan?" Zhang Xiaobao blinked his eyes. "Of course not. It's not like you don't understand me. How can it be so simple? Our goods and the 2 places are not a transaction of money, but a transaction of goods. When the goods are shipped here, we can try to make it popular. You don't have to ask anymore. I will continue. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that after the value of the goods by the sea increases, the goods here will also increase. I plan to tell this news to the people in the surrounding prefectures. At the same time, I will increase the purchasing price and force the merchants in the surrounding areas to increase their prices. This way, the local people can earn more money. Those merchants who didn't help us in the past hate us, so let them hate us. What do you think will happen in the end? The result will be that our purchasing price will offend many merchants, and the people will earn money. Wang Wan added. At the same time, she also felt that this was the case. This was the Zhang Xiaobao she knew. As long as he had a plan, it would never be as simple as it seemed. It's not that simple. Think about it in the future. We are not afraid of offending people, but some merchants. We are also merchants. Why should we be afraid of them? When the people have money in their hands, they will naturally want to buy things. The goods shipped from Tubo and Tujue can be sold at a higher price. Zhang Xiaobao did not hide anything this time and told them about his plan. You can do that? Then, Xiaobao, tell me more. What's next? There must be more. Just like when you pushed Sanshui County to become a Shan County and joined the 7 counties to become a prefecture. Tell me quickly, how else are you going to calculate? I like to see you here plotting against others. Wang Wan's biggest hobby was to find out Zhang Xiaobao's plan. Compared to Zhang Xiaobao's plan, other people's plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone was too simple. Zhang Xiaobao always made a move when others were confused. As long as he made a move, it would be the end. Zhang Xiaobao did not do this on purpose. It was mainly because when he was thinking about things, he would unnaturally combine things that could easily cause problems and things that were related to each other. It was just a habit. After hearing Wang Wan's question, he could only say, "There is one more thing. Being enemies is not our goal. Instead of making enemies, it is better to make friends. When the time comes, I will reduce the amount of goods we buy and give a portion of the profits to other merchants. We will cooperate with them to do business in Tubo and Tujue. We have common interests outside, so we can reduce our conflicts here. As long as the profits from these 2 places are sufficient, they will definitely compromise and give in to us." My father's development will be much smoother, and we can even get them to invest. They have money. For example, the Ning clan of Ginkgo is only stronger than us, not weaker than us. It's just that their foresight for investment is lacking. Zhang Xiaobao wrote a few names on the paper. Wang Wan understood. These were all merchants in the form of clans. Any one of them could compete with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family in terms of wealth and power. The difference was that they had developed for a long time, while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had just risen. These clans were seeking stability. They were not as good as Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao used cash flow. If Zhang Xiaobao was given 100 strings of cash, he would dare to use the money as leverage. If he grasped the slightest opportunity, it would be a fulcrum. He could leverage a few hundred strings of cash. At this time, he was already restrained enough. He still knew how to develop his business. If it was in the past, he would have cheated all the way. No, he would have invested all the way. Wang Wan didn't want to admit it, but she had no choice but to admit that when Zhang Xiaobao came up with the plan, the way he moved the world with a wave of his hand and the light smile on his face was very charming. Perhaps the best thing that Li Longji did was to send Zhang Zhong here, so that when disaster struck, 6 provinces were saved. Perhaps the worst thing that Li Longji did was to send Zhang Zhong here. The main reason was that Zhang Xiaobao came along. The sky was high and the emperor was far away. The sea was vast. Who would look after Zhang Xiaobao? Wherever he pointed, the sea and sky would change. Thinking of this, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, you are a good person, right? You have extreme nationalistic thoughts, right? Cuckoo, do you think that I will betray the country? Don't worry, I won't. I am indeed a little nationalistic, but my people are not a single race. Just like our leaders' guards, they're a big family. Actually, I really have a backup plan. I will let these merchants be roped in and become spies for the Turks and Tibetans," Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Chapter 440. Wang Wan didn't understand what Zhang Xiaobao meant. She stared blankly at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting for Zhang Xiaobao's explanation. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and said, "Cuckoo, you know that I've never been worried about money. What I'm really worried about is the hearts of the people. Look at the villagers. They also have selfish motives, but they have signed an irrevocable contract. The master is good to them, so they have to be grateful and respectful. What really makes them not dare to rebel is not these 2 points, but my father's official position. Especially now, my father is a 4th-rank official. Most of the villagers of the Zhang family and Wang family are actually very good, but you can't make everyone like that. Only a small portion of them will be obedient under this kind of fear and gratitude." Is what you said true? There are really people who have other thoughts when they're living a good life? Wang Wan asked. It's not like you don't know what I used to do. It's such a big business. Do you think that everyone will obediently listen to me? I don't want to talk about it. I just want to keep that familial affection and warmth, but I cannot be on guard. Today, I'm telling you, but I don't want you to participate. I alone am enough. It's easy to deal with those with unstable thoughts, not to mention that they don't have much ability. Back then, I had many capable people under me. Who would dare to betray me? Benefits and fear are enough. These kinds of small matters can be left to me. I don't need to worry about others. What I want to say is that the villagers are so simple, but there will be people who have other thoughts. Do you think that these businessmen will be so patriotic? When others say that it won't affect the interests of the country, they will comfort themselves. As long as they take a small step, they won't be able to turn back. I want them to be bought. This kind of person is easier to control after being bought. It's better than those foppish people. You forget how much effort the 2 of us put in to get him to tell the truth. And that was when he was injured, drunk, and at his weakest. Zhang Xiaobao finally said something that many people didn't know. Wang Wan exhaled. You've been controlling it all by yourself all these years? She still had to think about how to make money, how to provide for her family's basic necessities, and how to deal with various schemes. Xiaobao, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. You are too selfish. You don't need a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. It would be a waste for a peerless talent like you to participate in such a small matter. Leave it to me, and I'll clean it up as I play. How about this? I'll leave the matter of scheming to you in the future. You know how to do it too. There are only a few methods, and they're always the same. If you feel that it's boring, just reject it directly. Zhang Xiaobao didn't feel tired at all. In the past, he was in charge of such a large fraud group, and he also had to manage some secret investments in the country. He was also able to avoid capture. Now, this small matter was nothing. Wang Wan thought about it, and finally agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Tell me about your difficulties in the future, and I'll share them with you. This family doesn't belong to you alone. Okay, but this isn't a problem. I'll leave the matter of spying to you. The second bureau should have the ability to do so, Zhang Xiaobao promised. You're saying that we should send people to infiltrate? Then the people that we can trust the most are the people in the inner court, Wang Wan said after thinking about it. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. Is your second bureau that poor? Must you put your own people in such a dangerous place? To spend money. Bribe the subordinates of these businessmen. Some of them might take the money to send false information, but with enough people, there will always be real information in front of us. Then I'll go arrange it. First, let those businessmen come over, then give them some benefits. I'll make your father appear very strong. Only then will he not be suspected. Wang Wan understood and said happily. Under such beautiful moonlight, many people had no intention of sleeping. Some people were working hard, and some people were telling their children about the past and the present. There were also people who gathered together to think of bad ideas. In a renovated house, Chow Hurwei was in front of a bowl of tea brewed from an unknown leaf. There was salt, sugar, vinegar, chopped green onions, ginger, and even a few pieces of garlic that were cut into slices and boiled together. When the tea was almost done, Chow Hurwei poured a bowl for the other 3 people sitting next to him. He picked up a bit of coriander and put it in the bowl. He took a sip and said to the other 3 people, according to this situation, if we want to pay off the debt, it will take at least 10 years. Zhang Zhong's lousy seeds grow so slowly, but someone actually listened to him and planted a lot of white rice. Could it be that they want to sell flowers? Fortunately, we were careful and didn't plant those flowers. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to pay it back in 20 years. I've already thought about it. After planting the rice this time, I'll plant the rice next year. At that time, I'll say that I planted the wrong one. Zhang Zhong can't make me pluck it, right? The other 3 people nodded. They were also almost unable to bear the pressure of being forced to pay off the debt. Everyone in their family had gone out to do business, and they still had to copy books or write some simple annotations of the Analects of Confucius. Their family members were not idle and were all working. They had never thought about this kind of thing before, but now it had fallen on them. Especially Lu Shaoqing. He had found a method of making cakes in the book with great difficulty. He thought that with this, he could get more money and pay off the debt first. Who knew that after a day of selling, he only earned about 100 coins. Everyone could bargain. The people sent out were used to bullying people. How could they bargain? As long as they felt that they were not losing money, they would agree to sell. This kind of income was beyond Lu Shaoqing's imagination. He thought that with the things that had just come out, he could earn a few coins in a day and even more in the future. After all, this thing was not supposed to appear here. He had looked up a lot of books before he found it. Thinking of this, Lu Shaoqing said sullenly, "We still have to find Governor Ning and tell him the situation here." Beside him, Fan Jianxi, who was also drinking tea, said, "You can find him, but we don't need to talk about the things here. I think the surrounding places all know about the things here, especially Zhang Zhong's original place. They must know more than us. It is useless for us to talk about it. It is better to go directly and surrender." There is one more thing I want to say. Brother Lu's family has a new thing, cakes. I later looked it up and knew that it was made on the other side of the sea. Since there is such a thing, why don't you discuss it with the 3 of us? How much can you sell by just setting up a stall? Look at what Zhang Zhong's family does. They always set up many stalls at the same time. Brother Lu, don't hide it. Tell the 3 of us the detailed method. Tomorrow, each family will set up 10 stalls. In this way, as long as the price is fixed, you don't have to worry about the less money. After Fan Jianxi said this, the other 2 also looked at Lu Shaoqing and waited for his reply. Lu Shaoqing actually didn't want to hand over the recipe. He thought that it was very difficult to find this recipe. If he gave it to others, it would be a loss. However, looking at the 3 people's attitude, if he didn't hand it over, he would be isolated in the future. He had to nod and say, "This is actually very simple. Just use steamed or boiled glutinous rice and use a wooden hammer to beat it back and forth repeatedly. Finally, just sprinkle some bean flour. Since the 3 of you all want to do it, tomorrow morning, each of our 4 families will take up 4 places." The other 3 were satisfied. They all smiled and drank the tea. However, as they drank, Jiang Huansher was not satisfied again. She said to the 3 of them, "Do you know where Zhang Zhong got the money these days? I have sent someone to inquire. It is from selling tea. His tea is different from ours. The people I sent out have tasted it. They said that the taste is lighter than ours, but also stronger than ours. The lighter taste is due to some salt and ginger, while the stronger taste is due to the tea leaves. Our tea is gone after 1 taste. His tea is not directly drunk, but continuously soaked with water. The best tea can be soaked 7 or 8 times and still have a taste. The worst tea can only be soaked 3 or 4 times. Do you know how much it costs to buy the worst tea? It is not calculated by caddy or tael. It is calculated by money. 1 tael costs 2 strings of coins. He only sells half a caddy every day. People are crazy about it. It can be said that there is a price, but no market. The 3 of them really didn't know about this. When they heard Jiang Huansher's words, they all became excited. They usually drank a lot of tea. If it was expensive, of course, they also drank a lot of tea. However, they definitely couldn't sell it at such a price. What kind of tea could be so expensive? Even if they didn't want to believe it, they still looked at Jiang Huansher curiously. Jiang Huansher liked this feeling very much. She smiled, took another sip of tea, spat it out deliberately, and said to the 3 of them, "This is what I want to say. I heard that their tea is also picked in Kaifeng, Chuzhou, Zhejiang, and Hangzhou, but the way to make it is different. Our tea is made into a tea ball. The quality of the tea depends on the timing of making the tea ball and picking the tea. On the other hand, they directly sent someone to buy the tender tea and made it after they came back. I don't know how they made it, but it is better than the one we drink. The taste is also different. It is light, but with a strong taste. What do you think will happen if we tell this to Tang, governor of Ning? Tang, governor of Ning, must be very angry about this flood. Usually it would be fine. Everyone is the same. However, Zhang Zhong did something he shouldn't have done. He saved the people of Luzhou. As long as we tell him about this, we can help the plan. Jiang Huanshe laughed heartily at the end of her words. The other three people were stunned for a moment, but they also laughed. Chapter 441. As the sea breeze blew, the canals were dug to create flowing water. The 100,000 mountains gave birth to many things, and the rain gathered. Luzhou was in danger. Zhang Zhong planned to stay in Luzhou for another 2 years. He was worried that there would be another heavy rain next year or in a few days, so he ordered people to dig the canals in advance. There were some small rivers in the province, but they were too small. Behind them was the 100,000 mountains. Usually, they provided the people with many trees, fruits, meat, and furs. The flood this time also provided the province with a lot of water. If there was a big river there, it would not have been washed away so thoroughly. Zhang Zhong planned to build 2 big rivers to connect to the mountains. There he could get the spring water and rainwater from the mountains. When there was another heavy rain, the water would not be saturated before it rushed out. Instead, it would flow directly into the sea through the 2 rivers. Then, he would build a few tributaries that connected the 2 rivers to the mountains. When the time came, all he had to do was to protect the banks of the 2 rivers. Even if he was no longer an official here in the future, as long as the new official was not a fool, he would understand the function of the 2 rivers. In addition to reducing losses during floods, the 2 rivers also served another purpose, which was to allow the mountain dwellers, or those who hadn't come out of the mountains, to transport things out of the mountains faster. When Zhang Zhong's order was passed down, the people did not object or question it. They immediately threw themselves into the project. The children helped with the fire, water, and food. In order to save time, the people did not need so many dishes. The more convenient, the better. Zhang Zhong initially wanted to provide meat, vegetables, and rice for every meal. However, for the first time, the people were disobedient. They refused to do anything and did not have time to stop and eat. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao came up with an idea. They would spread pancakes, stir-fry shredded meat, stir-fry shredded vegetables, smear sauce on them, put some pickles, and a green onion in them. If there were people who wanted to eat seafood, he would put some crabs and sea hares. The people liked to eat such things. In this way, they would not waste too much time. When they were thirsty, they could drink water. When they were hungry, they could grab one and eat it. If it was not because it was difficult to steam the dough, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to give these people steam buns. Later on, he realized that it didn't work. The rolls could be eaten when they were cold, but the oil inside the buns would coagulate when they were cold. There was no fixed time for food like the burrito. The children ran back and forth between the various places where the burrito was made and the sections where they were working. When the workers were hungry, they would eat 1 burrito at a time. The good thing was that they didn't have to worry about not being able to work when they were full. With this method, everyone found that they could eat more. At the same time, they also had more energy to work. It wouldn't take too much time. A well-rolled pancake could be eaten in a few mouthfuls. The commoners were very happy that such a good official was considerate of them in this regard. When some people were happy, there would definitely be others who were unhappy. Lu Xiaoqing and the other 3 were in a good mood in the morning, especially the other 3 who had obtained the recipe for making cakes. Each of them formed a small team and went outside to make cakes. In the end, only an hour later, bad news came. As soon as they arrived at the place where they sold cakes, they heard the sound of people hawking cakes. When they went over to take a look, they were all dumbfounded. There were already people selling cakes here. One copper coin for 3 cakes, and they were measured by weight. Not only were there glutinous rice cakes that they wanted to make, but there were also millet cakes. At the same time, there were also cakes with fillings, bean paste, white sugar, and jujubes. It could be said that there was a dazzling lineup and a variety of things. Especially the sellers, their clothes were very clean and tidy. Many people took out money to buy some cakes to try. The money was all from the various transactions with the Zhang family over the past 2 months, and a part of it was the wages. The people who were sent by Lu Xiaoqing and the others to sell cakes did a little calculation and found that if they sold at this price, they would need to sell 30 copper coins in order to make 1 copper coin. They couldn't make much money in a day. These people had no choice but to come back and tell Lu Xiaoqing and the others about the matter. I can't stand it anymore. Zhang Zhong's family is too much of a bully. I found the method of making cakes in a book with great difficulty, but they secretly learned it and even sent people to sell it. They clearly don't want us to pay back the money. Lu Xiaoqing didn't need to ask to know that it was the Zhang family's doing. Only the Zhang family had the ability to find a recipe and spend a lot of effort. Besides the Zhang family, who else had the ability to make more cakes? Chao Hui sighed and said, "Their reaction is too fast. They can make more cakes in 1 day." This shows that they already knew about it, but they didn't take it out. Everyone, think about it again. What else can we do to make money? I don't believe that they can learn to make everything. How could there be a good prescription? They don't want to give us a way out. Let's go. We'll leave in a while. We'll go to Qingzhou and tell Zhang Zhong there that he has a good recipe for making tea. Then we'll watch the 2 of them fight. Jiang Huanshi whispered to the 3 people. If they wanted to leave, they had to sneak away. There were people patrolling outside, so they were afraid that they would run away. However, there was a tunnel here that was dug a few years ago that led to the outside. After it was washed away by the flood, even if there was something blocking it, they could still dig it out. The 4 of them didn't have anyone to build a house for them, so they found a place to build it themselves. It turned out that this tunnel was Zhang Yi's outer residence, which was at the edge of Zhou Mansion. When the 4 of them came back, they didn't want to build a house for them, so they moved here. With Jiang Huanshi's suggestion, the other 3 also made up their minds. At worst, their families would help them out. They thought that Zhang Zhong wouldn't do anything to their families. They could only leave as the 4 of them. If all of them left together, it would be easy to be discovered. Just as the 4 of them made their decision, the guard of the large courtyard hurriedly ran in and said to Lu Xiaoqing, "Master, the Zhang family has sent a steward. He says that he wants to see Master and discuss a business deal with Master." "Discuss a business deal? What business deal? I don't have anything here. What does he want to discuss with me?" When Lu Xiaoqing heard the servant's words, his first thought was that Zhang Zhong had come to cause trouble again. After hesitating for a moment, he saw that the other 3 people also didn't understand. He said to the servant waiting there, "Let him in." Following the sound of footsteps, the 4 people looked over and saw that there were only 2 circles on the person's chest. Their expressions immediately turned ugly. The Zhang family actually sent a 2-star steward over. They knew this 2-star steward. 5 stars were the highest. According to their status, even if they didn't send a 5-star, they should at least send a 4-star steward. This steward was only a 2-star steward. He was clearly looking down on them. "Master Lu, I am here to discuss a business deal with Master Lu. I wonder if there is anyone in Master Lu's family who is free?" The steward didn't show any flattering expression to Lu Xiaoqing, nor did he look arrogant. It was just like 2 ordinary people who met on the street and talked to each other. Lu Xiaoqing snorted coldly. "Do you think that a 2-star steward like you can make the decision? Bring your master here, then we can talk about it." The steward smiled. "Master Lu, you have misunderstood. This is my own business deal. It has nothing to do with my master." "You? Do business with me? Ha ha. Good, that's great. Did you hear that? A servant from the Zhang family came to do business with me. Tell me, what gives you the right?" "Ah, what gives you the right? Let's hear it. How can a servant do business with a judge?" When Lu Xiaoqing heard the steward's words, He couldn't hold it in anymore. He laughed out loud and pointed at the steward for the other three to see. The other three also laughed. Chow Hui looked at the steward and said, "You better go back and do your work. Otherwise, if your master finds out about this, he will break your leg. This business deal isn't something you can do. You can't lie to us either. Listen to me and go back." After he finished speaking, the four of them also laughed. Only then did the person speak. "I have 200 strings of coins myself. I can also borrow 200 strings of coins from my family. That's a total of 400 strings of coins. How much money do the four of you have?" "400 strings of coins. As long as I do this business, I will earn more in the future. At that time, Master Lu will also earn more. Since Master Lu feels that I can't do business with you, then I will leave now." The steward turned around and left after saying that. The four of them were stunned. Lu Xiaoqing quickly shouted, "Wait, where did you get the money from? What kind of business do you want to do? Tell us." "The servants from the Zhang family are different from the servants in your family. Other than the monthly salary, they also get extra money. They don't need to spend their own money on food. The business I want to do with Master Lu is very simple. Master Lu will make prawn sauce for you. You will catch the prawns and get the salt yourself. If you have enough servants, you can catch a lot of prawns a day and put them in the jars. I will come back to collect them 1 month later and pay all the money. This time, I want to buy 200 jars of 20 jars. Each jar is 500 strings of coins. I will pay you 20 strings of coins first. If I do well this time, I will increase the number of jars next month. I will make money, and you will also make money. Master Lu, think about it. Do you want to do this business or not? If you want to do this business, you must produce 200 jars a month. Some of the prawn sauce can't be done when you deliver the goods." The steward stopped and told Lu Xiaoqing about the matter. He looked at Lu Xiaoqing and waited for his reply. Lu Xiaoqing thought about it and looked at the other three people. He asked, "Can you tell me why you want to buy so much prawn sauce?" "What I do has nothing to do with Master. If Master agrees, I can do it. I don't have much capital. The 20 strings of coins is enough to buy the jars. Even if I don't come back to collect them 1 month later, Master will not compensate." The steward straightforwardly refused to ask what he wanted to do with the prawn sauce. Lu Xiaoqing thought about it and gritted his teeth. He said, "Do it. What about the money? Let's write the agreement." He had thought it through. Even if the steward didn't come back to collect them in the end, he could sell the 200 jars of prawn sauce slowly. He wouldn't lose money. Seeing that Lu Xiaoqing agreed, the steward turned around and walked out of the door. He and another person carried a box in. When the box was opened, there were exactly 20 strings of coins inside. It was more than 120 jars. One person couldn't carry it. Lu Xiaoqing was also straightforward. He wrote the agreement and signed it on both sides. The deal was done. Chapter 442. Do you think that the servants of the Zhang family are doing this? Does Zhang Zhong know or not? After the people of the Zhang family left, Lu Xiaoqing looked at the box of copper coins and asked the other three people. Although this deal was signed by him, when he really wanted to do it, he naturally had to bring the other three families along. In order to pay off the debt, the four people had now put down their dignity. As long as it was something that made money, they would do it. After a month, they would make at least half of the money with 300 strings of coins. If they counted the free work of the servants in the family, they could make even more. No matter how they looked at it, this deal was not a loss. It was hard to figure out for a while. They were a little happy, but at the same time, they were uncertain. Chow Hui walked around the box containing the money twice and said, "He probably doesn't know. Otherwise, why would he ask people to look for us? Even if they have fewer people, it's not too difficult to get some people. I always feel that something is going on here. The deposit has been given and the receipt has been written. Even if they don't accept it, it's the same if we sell it ourselves. We have to quickly get people to buy the jars and catch the prawns. Otherwise, if we can't send them out, we will have to compensate them." Lu Shaoqing really couldn't think of anything that could go wrong. Seeing that there was money to be made, he turned around and asked people to do the work. He didn't even sell the cakes and kept them for his family to eat. The other 3 people also made the same arrangements. The servants and the family dispersed to do their work. After an hour, the people who went to buy the jars came back first. There were no carts behind them with many jars. They only had 2 jars in their hands, which added up to more than 30 jars. Master, we couldn't buy the jars. When we went to the place where the jars were sold, they were all sold out. We bought the jars from some people's homes. These jars, which usually cost about 10 copper coins, actually cost 50 copper coins. Some even cost 100 copper coins. We thought it was expensive, so we didn't buy them. After the servant came back, he carefully put the jars on the ground and reported to Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing was stunned for a moment. He looked at the jars on the ground and asked, "Then you didn't ask where the jars went? When will they have a next batch? Didn't you take a look at the place where we burned jars?" "Yes, they went to the kiln where the jars were burned. Right now, they don't allow the outside to burn jars separately. They are currently burning the Dahagwan. No, Zhang Zhong's request, so there are no jars. The place that sells the jars also brought in the jars from there. Now that there are no more jars, it will probably be half a month before there are more. As for where the jars were sold, I also asked. They said that the young master and young lady of the Zhang family wanted to grow flowers, so they bought the jars to store soil. Why don't we go to the Zhang family and ask?" The servant replied carefully. He knew that the master's temper was not very good these days. "Bullshit. What kind of flowers are you raising? Why would you use a jar instead of a flower pot? They're doing this on purpose. They bought the jars on purpose. Half a month? Then there's still half a month before the shrimp paste can't be made. Quick, go and buy them. Buy them for 100 copper coins each. Otherwise, how are we going to compensate them?" Lu Shaoqing finally understood. No wonder the servants of the Zhang family came here to talk about a deal and even gave a deposit. It turned out that they were waiting for them here. Sure enough, they don't have good intentions. A jar costs 100 copper coins, and 20 strings of coins can buy 200 jars. But we have to pay for the salt first. It's not easy for the family to save some money, and we have to take it out again. Hurry up and make the jars. Otherwise, it's too late. There's still no shrimp. Chow Harue finally knew why he felt that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late to react. The people in the family bought the jars and caught the shrimps. All their energy was used on this. The jars were bought at a high price. In the evening, the people who caught the shrimps came back empty-handed. There was no boat out to sea and no net. Even if they wanted to catch the shrimps at the seaside, they would not be able to catch them even if they were exhausted. It was possible to fish for shrimps, but the problem was, how many shrimps could they catch in one night? Who would be willing to make shrimp paste with the shrimps that could be caught? The real place to catch shrimps was Qingzhou Bay, but fishing was not allowed there. It was said that the shrimps were reserved for the dolphins to eat. The 4 people were dumbfounded. The stupidest was Lu Shaoqing. He was the one who wrote the receipt. If he could not hand in the things when the time came, he would have to pay. He did not have the money to begin with, and if he had to pay again, it would be even worse. Thinking of this, Lu Shaoqing looked at the other 3 and said, "Think of a way. It's best to get a few boats and some nets. Otherwise, we will have to take out all the money this time. The money owed to Zhang Zhong and this receipt are 2 different things. Zhang Zhong's money can be paid back slowly. If this is not done well, we will have to become the servants of others. This matter needs to be considered at length. After all, Brother Lu wrote the receipt in a hurry. Otherwise, it would not be like this. We still have to catch the shrimps, but in terms of money, I can only take out 10 strings of coins to buy some salt. It should be enough for dozens of jars." Chow Harue found that the matter was not easy to handle. His eyes flickered. He proposed to take out 10 strings of coins. This money was a lot for ordinary people, but for catching shrimps and making shrimp paste, it was still far from enough. Perhaps he knew that he was being a little disloyal, so Chow Harue added, "I will leave the servants in my house to Brother Lu. I will think about it later." If I come up with a solution, I will tell Brother Lu. After he said that, the other two people also took out 10 strings of coins each and handed the servants in their house to Lu Shaoqing. Since they said that they would make arrangements, it was naturally Lu Shaoqing who was responsible for the meals. Lu Shaoqing looked at the faces of the three people. The expressions of the three people were very natural, and he could not see anything. Lu Shaoqing understood that they were all the same. If he were in the position of the three people, he would also do the same. But he was really bitterly disappointed. It was not good to say anything else. Lu Shaoqing nodded and said, "Thank you very much. When I make money, I will definitely not forget the three of you. At that time, everyone will be more relaxed." Well said, well said. Brother Lu, don't worry. If you don't have a boat, you can make a raft out of wood and go to the sea to catch shrimps. There are usually a lot of shrimps at night. Fan Jianxi comforted him. The other two people also agreed. They said comforting words and did comforting things. Lu Shaoqing no longer had the energy to deal with the three people. He casually said a few words and returned to his room to think of a solution. In a manner, Wang Wan looked at the jars piled up there and asked Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. "Xiaobao, there are so many jars. What are we going to do?" Wang Wan was really happy. Zhang Xiaobao could still find time to scheme against Lu Shaoqing and the other three people when he was handling the overall plan of a province. This time, he only managed to scheme against one person, but things were not so simple. To make shrimp paste, the vegetables here grow quickly. The grown vegetables are directly made into pickles. When the time comes, we will send them to places with less salt and sell them at a cheaper price. They're edible vegetables and salt. I believe there will be a lot of people who will buy them. Then, we will start to pick the smaller vegetables to make pickles and use shrimp paste. This is how the Jianzhou vegetables are made. To be honest, I think it is ordinary, but many people like to eat it. Just like the kimchi. I'm not talking about the kimchi from Japan. It is the most authentic one from Sichuan. Many people buy it. I don't care about eating such things. I just want to find more work for the locals. The baskets that the locals use to weave the Jianzhou vegetables are not the plastic ones that will be used in the future. They are made of rattan. In such a place, there is so much shrimp paste. How can we not make good use of it? As long as a brand is formed, this place will be controlled by our Chamber of Commerce. We will be able to provide long-term work for the locals. Zhang Xiaobao had already started to arrange things in advance after his father left. To build a place, he had to provide something that could sustain the development of the place. He was not the kind of person who would leave after taking advantage and making money. He had wanted to take on some responsibilities in the past, but he did not have the time. Now that he had the opportunity, he had to take on the responsibilities of society. He could not live his life in vain. Wang Wan admired Zhang Xiaobao the most for this. A person who specialized in playing with money was willing to develop an industry. This was a great sublimation of thinking. Otherwise, with Zhang Xiaobao's ability, it would be easy for him to make money. However, without productivity, the more money he made, the more people would suffer. Wang Wan's evaluation of Zhang Xiaobao was that he was not a bad person. If she said that he was a good person, many good people would not be willing. If she said that he was a saint, she would be punished by the heavens. Xiaobao, do you have the heart of a bodhisattva? At least that's how the people see your father. Unfortunately, they don't know that everything was done by you. I'm not a bodhisattva. Some people can run to hell and guard it. I don't have that ability. Since I'm going to hell, then I'll repent myself. My Buddha said, Amen. Zhang Xiaobao casually thought of a way to scheme against others. He was also very happy. There were really stupid people. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she was happy and said, Xiaobao, you are the bodhisattva in the journey to the west. You are full of evil tricks. You made them go through so many hardships to obtain the scriptures. You even found a decent excuse to push them down the mountain and then use them. You are clearly playing with them like monkeys. I know your arrangement this time. Don't look at it as a small scheme. It's not simple at all. Dividing people and creating conflict between the four of them. This is called having ulcers on the top of your head and pus on the soles of your feet. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, Don't worry. Take it slow. I will make the conflicts between them grow bigger and bigger. Tomorrow, I will find someone to talk to Chow Hurue about the business. You're still like a child. You always play pranks. Forget it. They deserve to be unlucky. When your father came here, they did not directly surrender. Wang Wan did not doubt Zhang Xiaobao's ability at all. Today, he deceived one. Tomorrow, he would deceive another. The 4 people will be finished. Zhang Xiaobao had not deceived people for a long time. He took it as a relaxation. Sometimes he was addicted to deceiving people. Thinking of the 4 people's plan, he said, "There are 2 more. Let them go." If they can really cause some trouble for my father, that would be great. Chapter 443. Lu Shaoqing couldn't think of any other way, so he could only send out the servants of the 4 families. When he sent them out, he had his servants and the servants of the other 3 families split into 3 groups. His servants' main job was to supervise the servants of the other 3 families. Lu Shaoqing was afraid. He was afraid that the servants of the 3 families would eat the food he provided and not work for him seriously, so he could only use this method. He had already thought it through. If any of the servants of the 3 families dared to delay and not work, then he would directly send them back the next morning. At that time, the servants who didn't work would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. It was just right to use this as a deterrent to the other servants. These servants added up to a total of 130 to 140 people. Each family had to leave a few to do work, so naturally, not all of them were sent out. They were divided into 3 groups and went to find prawns at night. Lu Shaoqing didn't listen to other people's suggestions. What was the point of making a wooden raft? Releasing a wooden raft at night, was it looking for prawns or looking for death? During the day, who would dare to release a wooden raft into the sea? Lu Shaoqing arranged for people to be busy, but the people elsewhere were also busy. Zhang Zhong didn't go home these 2 days and had been guarding the construction site. He didn't know that his family had already made a move on Lu Shaoqing and the other 3. One by one, torches were lit. The people digging the river had already been replaced by well-rested people. They work hard there. It was easy to get sleepy working at night, but everyone wanted to take their turn at night. The main thing was that the people working here at night could drink some wine. Although it wasn't far, it was very humid. In addition to the damp soil when digging the river, normal people couldn't bear it. After sweating, it was easy to catch a cold. Therefore, the people working at night could not only drink some wine, but the children who also took turns to deliver things didn't send water anymore. Instead, they sent soup. No matter how bad the soup was, it was better than boiling water. Especially the ginger in it. It could be used as a side dish with wine. The vegetable leaves and minced meat in the soup became the favorite things of those who worked at night. It was soothing and comfortable, and they worked even harder. Originally, they should have been more efficient during the day than at night, but now they were back to work. What made some people feel regretful was that they couldn't work at night just because they wanted to. The high-intensity work of 3 shifts would not be at night the next day, but in the afternoon. "Master, are you hungry? Why don't you eat something?" While Zhang Zhong was still walking around, a person from the inner court beside him spoke up. Zhang Zhong's stomach was already growling. He stopped and said, "Then eat some, not too much, or else I will be sleepy." "Master, what do you want to eat?" "There are fried fish wrapped in flour and stir-fried vegetables here." The servant asked again, "What do they eat?" Zhang pointed the people working people. "Others are eating pancakes." "Master, that dish is specially made for you." "Oh, then I'll eat the pancakes too. Put more chopped green onions and less meat if it's too fatty." Zhang Zhong didn't want to eat on his own side. If that was the case, the prestige that he had built up with great difficulty would be weakened. But he didn't know that although his choice was simple, the other side had already prepared something not simple. At least, it was better than what the common people ate. The bread was cut open, and the cooked meat was chopped into half fat and half lean. Then, They put more chopped green onion and coriander and stuffed them in the bread. After making 5 in a row, they stopped and brought it to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong didn't think too much. He took it and ate it, but after one bite, he was stunned. He turned his head to look at the person who brought the bread and asked, "Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are also here. Master, how did you know?" The person asked in surprise. He was a member of the Zhang family. If it were another servant who dared to say that, he would have been beaten to death. "How do I know?" "The meat in the rujiamo I just ate was processed in 9 ways. There was one to remove the smell, one to make it more delicious, one to add flavor, and one to stop vomiting. There were 16 kinds of spices in it, so it tasted very light. Except for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, who has the ability to make it, especially the coriander and chopped green onion. The coriander was all used in the small area in the front, the chopped green onion was white, and the few drops of oil were made with sesame oil to make the pepper. You can't find another place in the Tang Empire that can make it. Why aren't you two sleeping yet?" As soon as Zhang Zhong tasted it, he found that the taste was not right. It was too familiar. It was exactly the kind of food that he liked very much. The choice of ingredients was very particular, and it was even more difficult to make it. He had never tasted this taste anywhere else. His son and daughter-in-law were carefree and never told others how to cook it. They couldn't eat it in the restaurant between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County, so they could only eat it at home. A little bit of heat and seasoning would change the taste. Not to mention that other people didn't have the chance to taste it. Even if they did, they couldn't learn it. This simple rujiamo required 2 people to make at the same time, each with their own division of labor. The servant didn't dare to lie anymore. He said with a smile, "Master, you're really amazing." You can tell that this was made by the young master and the young lady at one bite. They deliberately made the bread more alkaline. Master likes to eat this kind of food the most. That's why the young lady and the young master can be so meticulous. "Master, here's a salted goose egg." The young master said that if you taste it, he should give it to you. The young master also said that you can tell who made this rujiamo after one bite and ask, "Master, here you are. I've already opened it." As the servant spoke, he handed a salted goose egg that had been deliberately marinated and smelled bad to Zhang Zhong. It didn't smell good, but Zhang Zhong liked to eat it. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wan could make an egg that was not salty and oily, not to mention a stinky, salted egg. Zhang Zhong didn't want to give himself special treatment. The menu was fixed every day, and he couldn't eat like that when he came here. But when he saw what his son and daughter-in-law had prepared for him, he couldn't refuse. There happened to be a person who had just been pulled up from the river. He was eating a roll and drinking a mouthful of wine. Zhang Zhong went over and said to him, "My son and daughter-in-law prepared something for me. The 2 kids are good at it. Have a taste." The servant was very reluctant to hand over a rujiamo, but when he saw that person take it with trembling hands, he could only pretend that nothing had happened. He knew that the young master and the young lady didn't cook casually, and only cooked for some important people or family members. However, as long as it was something made by the 2 little brats, the taste would definitely be different from what they usually ate. Everyone in the inner courtyard like them had eaten it before, but the most they had eaten was 3 times, and the least they had eaten was 1 time. Who wouldn't feel distressed when they saw such a good thing being given to an ordinary person by the master? Everyone in the inner courtyard knew that when it came to cooking, the food made by the young master and the young lady was the most delicious. No matter how good the chef between the clouds and the water was, the food made was the same. The servant didn't stand on ceremony. He took the rujiamo with a smile and said to Zhang Zhong, "Great official, I'm willing to eat the food made by my children, no matter how bad it is. Let me try it." Great official, this is the most expensive thing in the capital, right? Why does it taste better than what I ate when I went to celebrate County Magistrate Zhang's birthday? The servant only took 1 bite to find the difference. He had eaten many rolls, and they tasted good. Compared to the meat in the rujiamo, it was much worse. The meat in the rujiamo was fat, but not greasy, thin, but not dry. It was so fragrant that he couldn't wait to eat it every day. Of course, the young master and the young lady are very capable. If the master can't eat it, it's mine. You snatched it, and you still have the nerve to praise it? What capital? You can't eat this kind of thing in the capital. It's very particular when it's made, and you can't buy it with money. Can the food made by the young master and the young lady be measured by money? The servant in the inner courtyard could only think about this in his heart, and didn't dare to say it out loud. If he really said it out loud, he would be demoted from a 3-star chore to a 1-star chore. Zhang Zhong didn't know that the servant in the inner courtyard had so many thoughts. He waited for the rest of the Rujiamo to be praised. He laughed happily and handed another Rujiamo to the servant in the inner courtyard, who was reluctant to part with it. Eat more if it's delicious. I made 5 in total. 2 for you, 3 for me, 1 more than you. I can't help it. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo know that I eat less, they won't be happy. The eyes of the commoners who were working lit up, and they took the food without any hesitation. The one who had taken a bite began to eat vigorously, smacking his lips as he ate. The people in the inner courtyard could only pretend that they did not hear anything. When the servant finished one Rujiamo, he handed the other one to the servant in the inner courtyard and said, "Lord Zhang is really extraordinary. When I took the Rujiamo, I deliberately touched your hand with my dirty hand, but you didn't have any reaction at all. You seem to be very normal. Your servant in the inner courtyard also wanted to eat, but he let me have it without saying anything. You have the final say in the whole Luzhou. The master of the main family is amiable, and the servants in the inner courtyard strictly follow the rules. No wonder the master kept praising Lord Zhang before we came out. Lord Zhang really cares about the people, and his servants are great too. They won't make trouble for the master." When Zhang Zhong heard this, he understood many things. This servant shouldn't be a local. Then how'd he come here? The servant in the inner courtyard didn't take the Rujiamo, but he was not that greedy. When he heard the servant's words, he leaned over to the master and whispered a few words. Zhang Zhong understood now. He nodded with a smile and said, "You are the servant sent here by old Master Zhang, the second steward of Zhang Jiuling? Good, a steward can do this kind of work. Zhang Jiuling's family is not bad at all. Maybe in the future, you could be a minister of His Majesty. Go back and tell your master that the road is expensive and you don't have enough money. Just let me know, and I will send the money immediately. In half a month, my family's fleet in the capital will come here, and there will be another 30,000 to 40,000 strings of coins. You can take out another 10,000 strings of coins and continue to send them. If you have a chance to make a better life for the people in your hometown, don't miss it. You don't have so many chances in life." Chapter 444. Zhang Zhong didn't have his own intelligence department. To be precise, he didn't have anyone who was qualified to be an intelligence officer. Usually, he would only send the news when something happened. Usually, his intelligence was provided by his son and daughter-in-law. His son had wanted to give him the intelligence department several times, but he refused. He knew that he wasn't good enough. His son and daughter-in-law's intelligence officers were indeed good, but they were only intelligence officers, not people who could summarize the information. When there was too much information, there were both useful and useless ones. The truly powerful ones were the summarization. Zhang Zhong himself knew that he would be confused when he saw too much information. It was better to leave it to his son and daughter-in-law. The information sent by the two of them was sorted out, and it was very comfortable to read. The second steward of Zhang Jiuling's family didn't expect that Zhang Zhong already knew something as soon as he said something. He didn't look at Zhang Zhong, but looked at the person from the inner courtyard next to Zhang Zhong. At this time, 2 children, a boy and a girl, came jumping from distance. They held hands and jumped over. As soon as the 2 of them arrived, the girl pointed at the second steward of Zhang Jiuling's family and said with a surprised look, "Wow. Xiao Bao, look, this person looks so much like the second steward of Zhang Jiuling's family that Grandpa Zhang mentioned." It's a pity that he is a person who usually works. Zhang Xiaobao also looked over, nodded, and said, yes, if Grandpa Zhang knew, he would be very surprised that there is someone who looks so similar. I heard that Zhang Jiuling is also a high-ranking official. If we didn't know, we would have thought that such a good official deliberately sent someone to investigate the situation. We almost thought wrong. This person really looks like the second steward that Grandpa Zhang mentioned. Those who know will understand, but those who don't know will think that Zhang Jiuling, that high-ranking official, didn't discipline his family well and sent someone who didn't get in touch with my father. Instead, he deliberately came here to investigate secretly. If that's the case, Zhang Jiuling is not a good person. He didn't discipline his family well. If his family steward could be like this, then he himself can be imagined. Don't the children in Zhuangzi often say that if the son doesn't teach, the father is to blame? If the teacher is not strict, the teacher is lazy. Based on this, one could guess. Did Zhang Jiuling's family not teach their children well, or were they not strict enough? Was it Master's fault, or did Master not teach his servants well? It's too scary. I'll ask Grandpa Zhang later to see if the second steward he mentioned is here. Where is he? Don't you think so, Cuckoo? A few simple words from the two of them immediately stunned the second steward. The two little kids, every word they said could be said to be sharp, and immediately took the initiative. If he didn't admit it, then he would be like a coward. In the future, when others spread the news, not only would he be finished, but the Master's face would also be lost. If he admitted it, then he would be even more finished. The two little kids said that Zhang Jiuling would not do this, because Zhang Jiuling was also an upright person. If it was an adult, it would not be a big deal. The Master would just laugh and let it go. But if two little kids suddenly appeared one day and questioned him, wouldn't the Master die of shame? Just when the second steward was asking questions, Zhang Zhong played the good guy and helped him out. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, aren't you sleepy? Go to sleep. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the second steward, who was relieved of Zhang Jiuling, and said to his father, Father, Cuckoo and I are not sleepy. Father, you are really too kind. They sent people to secretly collect information, but you still protect them. In a while, Cuckoo and I will ask Grandpa Zhang. Let's see what Grandpa Zhang says. If Grandpa Zhang says that he knows about this, then we don't need to send money to them anymore. This is not helping each other. No matter how much meat we have, we can't feed an untrained wolf. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, the second steward immediately knelt down in front of Zhang Zhong. He kowtowed and explained, Lord Zhang, I know I was wrong. Please punish me. I made the decision to come here. That's not what the Master ordered. Zhang Jiuling's second steward did not think highly of Zhang Zhong just now. After all, the Master was also an aristocratic family, and Zhang Zhong was just a newcomer. So when he spoke just now, he used a condescending attitude to evaluate Zhang Zhong. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he did not dare to do it again. As long as this matter was spread out, the Master would be finished. If a servant in the family could do this, no one would believe that it was the servant's idea. They would definitely think that the servant's master did not teach him well. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to let go of the servant who looked down on his father so easily. He said to the servant, This should be what Zhang Jiuling taught you, right? Once you're found out, just say that it's your own matter and get the main family out of it. Wang Wan, come with me. First, we'll ask the commoners if they believe this. Then, we'll ask Grandpa Zhang and see what he has to say. I don't believe that any random person can get involved. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pulled Wang Wan and was about to go somewhere else. At this time, a voice that was not loud but very penetrating came from the opposite side. Xiaobao, do you have to force the second steward and me to death before you are willing to give up? This old man arranged for this person to come in. Go ahead, 40 whips. First, the second steward, then me. Grandpa Zhang, you are here? How can Grandpa Zhang be beaten? If someone really dares to beat Grandpa Zhang, Xiaobao and I will do our best to protect Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang is a good person. He will not hide things from me and Xiao Bao. Grandpa Zhang must be deliberately helping this person. Wang Wan also shouted to the opposite side. The penetrating power of a child's voice was very clear. There was no need to practice at all. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao also asked the second steward, "You said that Grandpa Zhang arranged for you to come in, right? You must have come in by yourself. There is no reason to offend your superiors. You should be beheaded. For Zhang Jiuling's sake, go back and get 20 whips yourself. When the time comes, tell Uncle Zhang Jiuling that there are 2 children who are not sensible and dare to say anything. They are not clear about the rules and will offend people. Tell Uncle Zhang Jiuling not to lower himself to the same level as these children. In the future, my father will definitely learn more from them and teach them well to avoid causing trouble." Zhang Xiaobao said this deliberately, not only because of the second steward's arrogance, but also because he was targeting Zhang Jiuling. In the future, Zhang Jiuling would be the prime minister. If he boasted about being a gentleman, there would be a good opportunity to bully him. In this way, Zhang Jiuling would owe his father 2 favors. One was to give him money to fix the road, and the other was to help this second steward. The old man also heard this from the opposite side, but he could not say a word. Who told his master to be this kind of person? The second steward was so embarrassed that his expression changed again and again. He lowered his head and let others speak. This time, he finally knew how powerful the Zhang family was. He secretly regretted saying too many things that he should not have said just now. Seeing his son being so aggressive, Zhang Zhong could only smooth things over. He said, "Who cares who he is? He helped a lot. Xiao Bao, you only prepared a little of the Rujiamo for me to eat? Father, if you say you don't care, then you don't care. Father, how can you only make so little? You use a lot of precious things, so naturally you have to make more. Father, do you still want to eat?" Zhang Xiaobao asked knowingly. He really did not want his father to give away the Rujiamos, which had used a lot of materials. Nobody knew his son better than his father. Even though Zhang Zhong could not keep up with his son's thoughts, he knew what kind of person his son was. He touched his son's head and said, "Is it enough to give 1 to each person? If it's enough, take it out. It's not easy for the people. It's not enough. There are more than 3,000 people here, and I only have more than 300. It's enough to give 1 to 10 people. I still want to go back and give it to Grandpa, Grandma, and Mother." Zhang Xiaobao missed out on a few dozen. He knew that his father would not keep the 300 portions. Sure enough, as soon as he finished, Zhang Zhong said, "Then give these 300 portions to the people who cook. Let them be more serious when they cook and try to make good food for others." "Oh, I'll arrange it," Zhang Xiaobao said and winked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan quietly gave him a thumbs up. When she and Zhang Xiaobao heard what had happened here, Zhang Xiaobao had thought of everything. That was why he had kept some for his family. She could not help but admire his grasp of human nature. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left. Zhang Zhong looked at the second steward, who was still kneeling there, and said, "My son was just joking. Don't worry about it. Get up quickly. Lord Zhang, this lowly one knows that he was wrong. I underestimated you just now. Your son must be unhappy. This lowly one will not dare to do it again. This lowly one will go and work." Since this lowly one came in, this lowly one must finish the work. Otherwise, it will be even more difficult to say if I will go back. The second steward was not stupid. He finally understood why his attitude was not good just now. Even if Zhang Zhong did not come from a good family, he was still a level 4 steward. He could not be suppressed by others. While they were talking, the second steward jumped down and continued to work. Zhang Zhong did not stop him. One more person meant one more job. The old man on the other side shook his head helplessly. He was not surprised at all. Baigo had said in the letter that the 2 children valued family the most, especially Xiao Bao. It was not a big deal to offend him. He would forgive them. But if they offended his family, it would be big trouble. With the Zhang family's ability here, it was impossible that the 2 children did not know what had happened to the second steward. The old man secretly cursed the second steward. He jumped over and chased after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He knew the two children's ability. No one could resist their naivety, especially when they questioned you naively. It was worse than being cut by a knife. The old man jumped over. He first bowed to Zhang Zhong and then chased after them. At the same time, he shouted, "Xiao Bao, cuckoo, leave some for me. I want to eat too." Chapter 445. When the sun rose, it rained and a beautiful rainbow appeared in the sky. The beautiful scenery made many people happy, but it also made many people unhappy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan belonged to the unhappy kind, not because the rainbow was not beautiful, not because it was not fresh after the rain. The main reason was the sun rain. The cabbages they had planted were already 3 inches tall. They were preparing to pick some cabbages and plant them out today, leaving some for eating so that the cabbages would have enough space to grow. After the sun rain, the two were busy. They had to think of other ways to mix lime water. Lime water alone could not completely kill or prevent aphids. I heard that garlic juice is good. Why don't we mix some garlic with lime water and sprinkle on the cabbages? Zhang Xiaobao suggested. He had not eaten the pickled cabbage he made last year. It tasted good to stir-fry it with fatty meat. The cabbages in the field could not be abandoned. The yield was large, and there were many ways to eat them. Stir-frying them with carrots was also a good dish. Wang Wan waved her hand. No, garlic is too expensive. I heard that chives are also good. Why don't we sacrifice some of the chives and use the lime water mixed with the lime water to prevent the honey flush? Then sacrifice the chives. 1 portion of the field is enough. Let's dig up the roots. It is easy to rot the roots when cutting chives in the rain. Zhang Xiaobao could only give up some of the chives for the cabbages. What if the roots are not rotten? There must be some bacteria in the rain that enter the chives. Also sprinkle some lime water. After cutting this portion, use something to cover it and not let it see the light. Wang Wan was still hoping that the chives would grow out in batches. They could eat chives when they were covered. Like garlic sprouts, Wang Wan liked to eat them. While talking, she took 2 chives and 1 for each of them. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and ran outside to cut the chives. Lu Xiaoqing was also in a bad mood. He was in a state of endless regret. How could he have been so obsessed with writing the agreement? Why didn't he think carefully when he wrote it? It was all because he wanted to leave and thought that someone had found out. Where could he get 200 jars of prawn sauce? Last night, the people he sent out came back and said that the Zhang family was also asking people to catch prawns. It seemed that the Zhang family wanted to make prawn sauce and had come over to trick him. After buying the jars at a high price, they still had to buy salt. Otherwise, they would have to arrange for people to boil seawater and dry the salt like they did in the salt works. In the past, they could have as much salt as they wanted. As soon as Zhang Zhong came, he immediately controlled the supply of salt. The people of the state were given salt on a monthly basis. Other than food, if he wanted more, he would have to spend money to buy it. Otherwise, he would have to find seawater to boil it himself. He didn't care as long as he didn't cook it in the salt pan. Men, Lu Xiaoqing finally decided to cook the salt himself. He sent out some people to cook the salt. He wanted to save as much as possible. Someone had been waiting outside the door for a long time. When he heard Lu Xiaoqing shout, he quickly ran in. His footsteps were very light. He was afraid that he would make the master unhappy and let the master vent his anger on him. How is the matter of catching prawns going? Send some people to cook the salt. Lu Xiaoqing didn't like anyone now. He sat there and looked up at the servant who came in and said. The servant tried his best to not be so afraid and replied, "Master, the people who are catching prawns are still doing it. The wooden raft didn't dare to go too far, so they didn't catch too many prawns. They can probably make 5 jars. According to this calculation, they will be able to catch 200 jars of prawns in about 20 days. Master, you can rest assured. It's mainly the servants of the 3 families who didn't work hard. I will send someone to cook the salt in a while. Master, do you have any other orders? I can rest assured. How can I rest assured? 20 days? Then can they still make prawn sauce in the remaining 10 days? They didn't work hard, right? Good. Send people over quickly. I won't let them eat lunch today. As for the prawns, as long as they catch enough prawns to make a jar of prawn sauce before the evening, they will have food to eat. Lu Xiaoqing shouted. The tea bowl in his hand had been raised and was ready to drop, but it stopped in the air. In the end, he didn't want to waste it. This kind of bowl cost 5 or 6 copper coins. He couldn't waste it. He looked at the servant who was standing there in fear and waved his hand. You can leave. Just do as I say. Yes, master. I will leave now. The servant was as if he had been pardoned. He agreed and quickly left. When he was out of the door, he let out a breath of relief. He was scared to death. Lu Xiaoqing was angry. He was angry with Zhang Zhong, angry with himself, and angry with the other 3 people. There was no need to talk about Zhang Zhong, but he didn't take any precautions. Chao Hui and the other 2 people only took out a small amount of money at the crucial time. It seemed that they wanted to stay out of this. Chao Hui was in a good mood. He sat at home and didn't think about the 4 people gathered together. It was mainly because he didn't want to face Lu Xiaoqing. After all, this time, he and the others shrank back and didn't want to pay for it. It was fortunate that they didn't write a receipt together. The rainbow in the sky could be seen from the window. It was very beautiful. It was said that if you could find the head of the rainbow, you could reach the sky. However, no one had ever found it. Perhaps the person who found it was no longer in the mortal world. Master, there is a steward from the Zhang family outside. He said that he wants to talk to you about a business deal. Chao Hui was looking for joy in his misery when a servant quickly walked in and reported to him. Chao Hui immediately trembled. He looked at the servant and asked, Is there a 2-star chauffeur? He was frightened by Lu Xiaoqing's matter and was extremely vigilant against people who came to find him. The servant Wei Wei shook her head and replied, It's not a 2-star chauffeur. It's a 5-star chauffeur. Master, do you not want to see him? Let him leave quickly. In. Let him come in. Let's see what he wants. I won't be fooled this time. Chao Hui hesitated for a moment, but still chose to meet and listen. The servant quickly led the Zhang family over. Chao Hui didn't greet them in the living room. Instead, he stood in the small courtyard outside. He was prepared to let them leave after listening to them. He didn't want to be fooled. Master Chao, my master asked me to come over and discuss something with Master Chao. The fishing company is a little understaffed. He wants Master Chao's servants to go over and help. Master Chao's servants will pay the same wages as normal people. They don't need to sign any documents. They can quit at any time. The 5-star chauffeur stood in front of Chao Hui and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Chao Hui didn't immediately agree. He had to think about this matter clearly. He didn't think that Zhang Zhong would be so kind, but this matter didn't seem to be scheming at all, especially since they didn't need to sign any documents. At most, they could quit. No, this matter couldn't be so simple. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoqing wouldn't have been fooled. There must be something unexpected, Chao Hui thought. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He sneered and said to the chauffeur, My servants are all busy with important matters. I don't have enough manpower. Are you trying to sow discord between the 4 of us? If we take away the manpower, what about the prawns over there? Master Chao, you misunderstand. No one is trying to sow discord. We are indeed short of manpower. How about this, if Master Chao agrees, we won't give those who go over to help with the fishing. In the end, we will give them some prawns that are suitable for making gorge sauce. This way, Master Chao will have an easier time. The Zhang family chauffeur still had the same calm expression as he explained to Chao Hui, You're really willing to give them prawns? And provide food like others? Can they leave at any time? Chao Hui was finally tempted. With such conditions, he couldn't think of anything wrong. It should be impossible to be fooled. But why did he feel a little uncomfortable? The Zhang family chauffeur nodded and replied, Master Chao is right. Not only that, the Zhang family will also make new clothes for the people who go over. No other requests? Chao Hui asked again. No, absolutely not. If Master doesn't believe me, I will go and discuss with the others. We are short of 30 people. Let's see if they can give up. The Zhang family chauffeur didn't turn around and leave this time. Instead, he stood there and waited for a reply. Chao Hui had to think about it carefully. He stared at the Zhang family chauffeur and pondered. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I will transfer some people over. As we agreed, I want prawns, 3 meals a day, new clothes, and a receipt." The Zhang family chauffeur didn't refuse. The two of them finished the receipt and emphasized that they could leave at any time. "Master, if it's possible, I hope your people can arrive by this afternoon. I will take my leave first." The Zhang family chauffeur put away his receipt and said to Chao Hui, then turned around and left. When the chauffeur was gone, Chao Hui still stood there and pondered. He couldn't think of anything, so he turned his head and asked the servant standing next to him, "Do you think there is a conspiracy in this matter?" How could his family's servants understand these things? In his heart, he was envious of the 30 people who were able to pass. He was unable to pass and needed to wait on this side. He thought hard and said, "Master, this lowly one also cannot think of anything. Could it be that Zhang suddenly became kind-hearted? I don't think so. Anyway, it's nothing. I can just quit." Well, that's the only way, since I'm going to call our people back and let them go to the Zhang family to help. It's almost noon. Hurry up. Don't eat there. Go to the Zhang family to eat. I heard that the Zhang family's food has always been good. Let them eat as much as they want. The more they eat, the better. Chao Hui couldn't think of anything, so he just played along with the Zhang family. With the receipt in hand, he wasn't afraid of being schemed against. The servant immediately ran away. There weren't many people here, so he basically didn't have anyone to rely on. Usually, he had to do it himself. Looking at the figure of the servant leaving, Chao Hui turned around and walked into the room. He muttered as he walked, "What is going on? Are they really not here to scheme against me? They don't need to do business, and they don't need to worry about the servants not letting them go. Why is that?" Chapter 446. That's good enough. If there are more honeyworms, we can only endure it. Zhang Xiaobao was relieved when he saw the servants help to water all the cabbages. The servants didn't know what was the use of doing that. Since the son of a good official asked them to do it, they just did it. They didn't work for nothing. When they left, they brought some chives and egg stuffing. They could eat whatever they wanted when they got home. They could stir-fry or wrap the stuffing. If it didn't have noodles, they could stir-fry it. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan cut so many chives, they felt that they didn't need to mash the chives and soak them in water. The water that flowed out when they were chopped into stuffing was enough. Therefore, they asked the servants to bring more than 100 scrambled eggs and mix them together. That was their pay. After that, the two of them made pies with 3 delicacies stuffing at noon. While some people were full, others were hungry. In order to get as many shrimps as possible to make shrimp sauce, Lu Shaoqing adopted some methods that he thought were reasonable. Those who couldn't catch enough shrimps didn't get to eat. He told them to wait and see at night, but his servants started to carry out the plan at noon. Last night, and during the day today, these servants had just learned how to catch shrimps. To be precise, they cast a net. They couldn't judge where there were more shrimps and could only rely on their luck. Lu Shaoqing's servants were required to catch according to the total number of shrimps. Didn't he say that one person could catch a jar of shrimps at night? Then he should have half a jar at noon. Even some things that Lu Shaoqing didn't consider were thought out by his servants. A jar of fresh shrimps couldn't make a jar of shrimp sauce. After mashing the shrimps, it would probably take 3 times as many shrimps to fill a jar. That was to say, these servants had to catch at least half a jar of fresh shrimps in the morning. It was indeed a bit too much. In the past, these servants relied on the master's family to bully the common people outside. Now that they couldn't bully the common people, they began to bully the people around them. The servants of the 3 families were under the control of one family. Lu Shaoqing's servants naturally did what they did in the past. When the others were working, they would watch from the side. If anyone didn't do a good job, they would go over and scold them. They didn't go to the point of beating them. However, when a master's words came, these people found a way. When they were scolded, if they didn't listen, they wouldn't give them anything to eat at noon. The servants of the three families were already dissatisfied with Lu Shaoqing's family. At first, they thought it was a joke to scare them. Who knew that at noon, Lu Shaoqing's family really only prepared food for them, and no one cared about them. When the servants of Lu Shaoqing's family began to eat, the servants of the three families knew that this matter was true. Immediately, they could not accept it. They were here to help, and their masters did not write any receipts. Not only did they give money, but they also sent them over. In the end, the people who should be in a hurry to do things were given food to eat, while the people who helped were given nothing and were even reprimanded. This was not treating them as humans at all. I'm not doing this anymore. You guys can catch your own prawns. Take a rest and look at the sea. A servant of Fan Jianxi's family threw away the net in his hand and sat on the wooden raft. Looking at the sky and the sea in the distance, he stopped moving. The others followed him. They threw away the things in their hands and waited there. Let's see who could outlast the other. When the people eating on the shore saw others stop, they were not willing to continue. Their thoughts were simple. You guys came here because your master promised our master. Since you are here, you should be obedient. How dare you stop? Hurry up and eat. Teach them a lesson after you finish eating. Our master is so anxious. How dare they not work? Not to mention lunch, they won't even have dinner. Let's see how long they can endure. Hurry up and eat. A servant of Lu Shaoqing's family glanced at the sea. He took another mouthful of rice in his mouth and swallowed it. When the conflict was about to break out, Chao Hurui's family came over. He asked his family members to go to the Zhang family's place to catch shrimps so that they could help Lu Shaoqing get through the crisis. When he arrived, he saw that there were only about 30 people eating and about 90 people sitting on a raft doing nothing. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Before he could ask the person who was eating, a wooden raft on the surface of the sea quickly moved towards this side. On it were several servants of Chao Hurui's family. This person just stood there and waited. As soon as the raft reached the shore, the people on the raft jumped down and ran to this person and said, "They don't do anything. They just look at us and say that we must catch at least 1.5 jars of prawns in the morning. Otherwise, they won't give us any food. Go back and tell our master that we quit. We are here to help, but we still have to endure this." After one of them spoke, the others began to speak as well. The more Chao Hurui's family member heard, the uglier his expression became. He had been discussing with his master how to help, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. They didn't give them food, they didn't work, and they made the helpers work. Were the people of the Chao family so easy to bully? He was angry. He was going to go there and complain. He didn't need to complain. He could just take them away. The people of the Chao family didn't need to be controlled by the Lu family. He wanted to leave, but some people came to the seaside. Some people of the Zhang family rushed over. As soon as they arrived, they set up a pot and prepared firewood. Under everyone's curiosity, a person came over and said to Chao Hurui's people, "Our master said that since the written agreement is written, we should start working. It's noon. According to the custom of the Zhang family, the food of the people who work will be provided by the Zhang family. We came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything. Eat something." The person in charge of Chao Hurui's family was very surprised. He didn't expect the Zhang family to come. They really provided food according to the written agreement. It happened that his family members hadn't eaten yet. It was fine as long as they could eat. He quickly said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." "It's no trouble. It's no trouble at all. The Zhang family has always done things this way. Wait a moment. When the water boils, you can eat after a few scoops." The people of the Zhang family said politely and went back to work. "Brother Ziyu, are they people of the Zhang family? Do we have any business with them?" The servant of Chao Hurui's family, who spoke first, listened to the two people talking and looked at the busy work over there. "Yes, there's business. From now on, you will work in the fishing house of the Zhang family. They will provide you with 3 meals a day and make new clothes for each of you. They will also pay you. When we came here, Master wanted to change it into shrimp and give to Lord Liu. I don't know now. I have to go back and ask Master. You can learn from him first. The more fish you catch, the more money you will get. The small steward of the Chow family didn't hide it. Although he didn't get along well with the Zhang family, he naturally had to put down some of his hatred for the time being if he could make money. The people of the Zhang family worked quickly and didn't have too many dishes to make. 1 dumpling, 2 cold dishes, 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and some wine. Usually, when other people worked at the beach, they didn't give wine at noon because it would affect their work in the afternoon. However, these people didn't care. Zhang Xiaobao didn't plan to let them do any work. Although there weren't many dishes, these dishes were like the new year for the servants of the Chow Hurui's family. They could only eat some salted vegetables these days to save money and repay their debts. The dumplings with 3 delicacies were very normal. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen both ate this at noon. Naturally, others couldn't change it. The cold dish was cucumber mixed with tofu. The meat dish was pig head meat, which was cut and piled in a bowl. Beside it, there was a big bowl of garlic sauce and coriander. The wine was ordinary rice wine with some aged vinegar for people who were willing to drink. The people of the Chow Hurui's family were looking forward to it. The people of the Liu family were curious. The people of the other 2 families were also puzzled. They didn't know what was going on with the Zhang family and the Chow family. While they were thinking, the dumplings were ready. The people of the Zhang family called the people of the Chow family over. The servants of the Chow Hurui's family didn't refuse. Since they made the dumplings, they dared to eat. They didn't believe that there would be poison in the dumplings. There were no tables or stools, so they put the food in a bowl and placed it on the sand. The people of the Zhang family didn't eat the food cooked by them. Those who were not busy ate with the people of the Chow family. There were no plates, only a wooden bowl. He poured some soy sauce and vinegar into it, picked up a dumpling, dipped it in it, and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed hard and breathed out hot air. He said to the people of the Chow family, "Eat, there are more dumplings over there. You have a good time today." Do you know who made the filling for these dumplings? Young master and young lady. In order to make dumplings for you, the young master and young lady went to the chai field early in the morning. This may be the only time you can eat dumplings in your life. The people of the Chow family didn't know how good the dumplings made by the young master and young lady were. They were relieved when they saw that the person who made the food was also eating. They all picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. When they ate, they found that the dumplings were indeed different. They tasted better than the best dumplings they had ever eaten before. In addition, there were 2 cold dishes and wine. They ate happily, which attracted the people of the Liu family. The people of the Liu family didn't know what was going on. When they arrived, they saw dumplings, 2 cold dishes, and wine. One person who was stupid thought that if the Chow family could eat, they could also eat. She looked around and saw that the chopsticks were on the table. She didn't pick them up and directly reached for the bowl of dumplings. She picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into her mouth. She chewed twice, but before she swallowed, she felt a pain in her stomach and her body flew backward. She couldn't hold the dumpling in her mouth anymore and spat it out. Who allowed you to eat? Are you from the Liu family? Don't you know the rules? The Zhang family didn't say that they would give you the food, but you dared to eat by yourselves. This is the first time. Spit out the dumplings. If there's another time, I'm telling you, it won't be just dumplings. I'll make you vomit blood. The guard of the Zhang family also came. When they came, they had been told to take action when there was an opportunity. They would let one side eat well and the other side couldn't. This was an opportunity. They kicked the people of the Zhang family away and threatened them. Their goal was achieved. Chapter 447. 2 hours later, a fast horse brought the news to the mansion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen were thinking about the weaving machine. Both of them knew that there was a weaving machine that was very useful and understood the general principle, but when they saw the weaving machine, they felt a little dizzy. This place is where the line goes. When there's an extra thing to let the line go through, the direction of the line changes. This place is where the shuttle is sent. The line goes around from there. Wang Wang was thinking about it bit by bit while muttering. Zhang Xiaobao was even worse. He was trying hard to imagine a picture of a weaving machine. Xiaobao, it's better to find a few more people to think about it. When we see it, we will find that it is different from the picture. Tomorrow morning, there will be skilled craftsmen. It's not a difficult thing. We just need to give them more money. I don't know if the students from the engineering school can do it. Zhang Juling has connections there. Discuss with the old housekeeper here and help send a letter. What if they come up with something and don't know where to use it? Let's give them some advice. Wang Wang was also confused. She could think of a human-powered propeller, but this weaving machine was a little difficult. The main reason was that she didn't know the weaving process, so she decided to give the idea to others and let them come up with a research project. 2 pigeons will fly back and forth. It's impossible for the pigeon to fly back. A long-distance letter can be said to be a life-saving thing at a critical moment. We have to give some benefits to the old housekeeper here. Zhang Xiaobao was a little worried that Zhang Juling would not agree, so he prepared to take some benefits. Wang Wan thought of the money donated and the time when Zhang Juling's family looked down on Zhang Zhou. She suggested, he still owes us twice. Use this to pay. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly shook his head. Remember, he doesn't owe us anything. Don't mention it. This is a passive favor. Unless there's really a day when there is no other way, just wait for him to think about it himself. We haven't come up with a method of hatching chicks yet, so let's hatch more pigeons first. It shouldn't be difficult to use a pigeon to exchange for his help. He's not the prime minister yet. Once our pigeons are bred and the communication network is built, we'll be able to make a lot of money. We'll specialize in delivering urgent news to rich people. What about the commoners? Wang Wan asked. Ordinary people? What urgent news did the ordinary citizens have? Even if there was a letter, it would be useless. For example, if there was a student from a humble family who was rushing to take the exam and left from here, the family here had urgent matters to attend to. They said that this person had left home for 5 months and wanted us to send a letter to them. How would we do that? We usually send letters to aristocratic families and merchants. It's less common for aristocratic families. Aristocratic families have their own means, but merchants are different. If they open a branch outside or have dealings with a merchant, we'll send letters to them. Zhang Xiaobao attached great importance to the matter of the carrier pigeon. If he knew some news in advance, he could make preparations in advance, especially when it came to making money. Wang Wan felt a little regretful. Many good things were invented to serve the military. Then, it was the rich's turn. When the rich had better things, it was the poor's turn. She felt that she should be considered rich now, so she should be more concerned about the poor. Xiaobao, do you know how to reduce the gap between the rich and the poor? I don't know. The simplest way is to play fight the landlord and fight the tycoons. But I'll tell you this, as long as the landlord and tycoon can still live like other people after they're done playing fight the landlord and the tycoon, no one will restrict them. Then, a large portion of them will still become rich and surpass others. Zhang Xiaobao had specially thought about how to make ordinary people earn more money. In the end, he realized that only those who were unwilling to accept the status quo and dare to take risks could become rich. Some took bigger risks, some took smaller ones. Some were not capable and had bad luck when taking risks. Some were done for. Some succeeded. It was too difficult for people who were content with the status quo to succeed. Wang Wan felt a little regretful. Then forget it. Let's live our lives well. If we can help others, we will. We are not saviors. The two of them stopped studying the loom and began to talk about some philosophical thoughts. At this time, the person who was investigating the situation came over and reported to the two of them in detail. After the person left, Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Xiaobao, what rotten idea did you come up with this time? Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's innocent smile and knew that someone was going to be unlucky. Tomorrow morning, I'll ask the kiln to sell the remaining jars. Then, we'll start to buy the shrimp paste. Each jar contains 20 caddies of shrimp paste. We'll buy all of them in cash. No deposit, no receipt. We'll just spread the news. I want to see if a person's heart can withstand the test of money. In 3 days, we'll buy all of them in cash. Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked out. The person who delivered the bill had come. He had to clear up the account. Wang Wan followed behind him. She could help as well. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao's back and shook her head. Zhang Xiaobao had been working too hard recently. He had to think about everything. He even talked in his sleep at night. If one listened carefully, they would hear him talking in his sleep. When the two of them arrived at the study, Wang Wan asked as she ground an ink stick, "Xiaobao, do you hate those 4 people so much that you want to teach them a lesson?" "It's not that I hate them. I don't have concrete evidence, but they did what they did. I mainly treated them as chickens and killed them as a warning to the monkeys. When Luzhou's construction is done, someone will come to pick the fruits of their labor. It's time for my father to leave. Your father can't always stay in his position as a 7th grade official. This time, I'll give him some credit. Even if the court knows that he didn't do much, they still have to give him face. It's also good to give your mother a better title. A tree lives with skin, and a person lives with dignity. My mother won't have to worry about it. Even if my father doesn't fight for it, there will be others who will. If they don't raise your family's status, it'll be difficult when you marry me." Zhang Xiaobao flipped through the account book and said. Wang Wan pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face and asked, "Who said I'm going to marry you, little brat? Tell me, who's the monkey?" Zhang Xiaobao stared at the account book. He flipped through it again and said, "I don't know who's the monkey, but I want those who could be the monkey in the future to be careful. Those who are capable, step forward. Those who aren't, step back. After we're done with Luzhou, my father still can't enter the capital. He's still young. What kind of place is this? Who's doing the accounts in Huaqing County? Are you trying to scare a fool? You were fine yesterday, and yet you dare to falsify the accounts for me today. It seems like some people didn't teach you a lesson last time, and they're tempted again. Are they getting restless after seeing summer? What's going on?" When Wang Wan heard that something was up, she curiously leaned over to take a look. "It's nothing. The river is connected to the bay, and there's a total of 1,200 people. We used 550 caddies of grain. It's normal to eat this every day. We should at least let them eat their fill, right? It's enough if we add vegetables. The vegetables are 600 caddies of spinach, and they'll shrink when they're stir-fried. We use 5 caddies of salt. This seems a little too much, but it's normal. After all, we made salted vegetables. The salt and water consumption of the people working is high. We also have salt water to replenish our bodies when we don't eat. It's normal to use 400 caddies of firewood. I believe him if he said he used 1,000 caddies. What if the wind is strong and the firewood isn't good? What do you see?" Wang Wan knew how to check the accounts as well. She did not see anything else after looking through it. The accounts for water and wages were in another book, and it had nothing to do with this. Thinking that there was a problem with the other book, Wang Wan also found the account book. She carefully looked at this place, shook her head, and said, "There's no problem with this. It's very clear. The difference with yesterday's account is within the usual range. Let me look at yesterday's account book. The only difference is that the place where they dug is different. Today, they dug through the bay here. Yesterday, they were still a little short, but the consumption is the same. Yesterday, they used more firewood than today. That's the mistake. It's a rainy day today. Don't you think they used too little firewood? You also said that it's not a problem to use 1,000 caddies of firewood. I won't say anything if you use 5,000 caddies of firewood. Look at this account book for water. It's a separate account. Compared with yesterday's, it's actually less water than yesterday's. The wages of the workers are less." Zhang Xiaobao took out several accounts books and showed them to Wang Wan. Chapter 47. The Calculation of the Secular World continues. Wang Wan took a look and still did not find any problems. She said to the worker who delivered water, "It's not as hot today as yesterday, so they drank less water. How can it be less? They eat so much salt and work so hard. Aren't they thirsty?" Huaqing County's deputy, County Magistrate Qi Dong, is in charge over there, right? This time, he will be able to get 2 strings of cash. 2 strings of cash is not a lot, but I can't let him be greedy. As long as he succeeds this time, who knows what will happen next time. Other people will also feel lucky when they see this. How can I have time to chat with them? We still have work to do. I don't know what they are thinking by making false accounts in front of me. Kill a chicken first and let others see. Back then, for the sake of the disaster relief, he organized better and gave him a chance. But he can't control himself anymore. Zhang Xiaobao was most annoyed by the petty tricks of his subordinates. For 2 strings of cash, they made the accounts so well that even Wang Wan, who was from the special second department, could not see through it. Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's certainty, but she still did not understand. How can he be greedy for so much money? Because of the amount of work. Look at the progress in the accounts. According to our estimates, the amount of soil and rocks dug out is about the same. But it rained today, so the soil is easy to dig. Also, the area near the bay is easier to dig. You have seen that area. It's not rocks, but sand. How much did the labor do? Just like what you said, the firewood is not valuable, but it can be used to cook salt. We paid for it, and he cooked the salt himself. In order to make up for this, he made salted vegetables. How many people here can calculate so clearly? Let him try it in Sanshui County. The people can directly calculate how much salt he took. Zhang Xiaobao continued to explain to Wang Wan. At the same time, he really admired this county deputy, Qidong. It was not worth it to use his ability on 2 strings of cash. Then why didn't he increase the amount of water? Wouldn't that be easier to calculate the consumption of salt? Wang Wan asked again. He calculated the consumption of cold water for other people. If I'm not wrong, those water delivery boys earn more than other places. Boiling salt is hotter, so he took out 100 copper coins to make up for the water delivery boys. Then the money for the water and the water delivery workers was calculated separately. Go to another person's account. Isn't it enough to give some money to this person? The account is recorded by Huaqing County's knife brush officer. Give him half a string of cash, which is 500 copper coins, and I think he will agree. In this way, Qidong earned about half a string of cash in a day. This person is really not ordinary. He calculated according to the weather and was willing to spend money. If you don't believe me, you can find a worker there and ask him. Zhang Xiaobao hesitated. He was a talent. For such a small amount of money, he calculated so many steps. As long as he was given a wider sky, he would definitely be able to spread his wings and soar. However, if he did not stop this trend, others would follow suit. He could not spend too much energy on such a small matter, right? Wang Wan thought for a while, then gave Zhang Xiaobao a thumbs up and said, Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, as expected, you didn't diminish your reputation. So many people wanted to catch you, but couldn't. It wasn't luck. To be able to see so many calculations just by looking at the account books, I really want to say to that Qidong, it's not that you didn't do well enough, but that you met the person you should not have met in your life. Just like Song Jinggong back then, he calculated and tricked so many people. In the end, when he reached the small bridge, I don't know if he hesitated when he crossed the bridge, but I know that he walked very slowly. After that, there was one less liar in this world. I think in everyone's heart, there is such a bridge. The bridge of helplessness between heaven and hell. How many people can turn back at that time? How many people can stay at that time and not drink that bowl of Granny Mang's soup? I still admire Mi Fan more. At the crucial moment, he knows how to compromise. Zhang Xiaobao listened for a while and finally understood. He said to Wang Wan, you want me to let Qidong go? Actually, it's fine to let him go, but there are many ways to do so. For example, if my father is an official here, other than normal people, who would take the initiative to come here? This is a place of exile. If it was Qidong, we could also use this method. It's good that he has the ability. I'm really not afraid of him causing trouble. I'm prepared to exile him to the capital. He can forget about being a deputy county magistrate. How about he go to Sanshui County to be an official? He could do whatever he wants there. Okay, then it's settled. Let's scare him first. Wang Wan also couldn't bear to part with a talent. There weren't many people who could avoid her checking the account books. Although she didn't have the patience to check bit by bit, she still checked. Zhang Xiaobao only glanced at it. Others didn't know that in the prefecture, there were two children talking about someone's life and death. The sun still rose and set, just like the tide. Those who were supposed to eat, those who were supposed to wear, and those who were supposed to wear wore their clothes. Chao Hui could be said to be a drop of water in the vast sea of people. When he was thinking hard, he probably didn't think that there were many people who wouldn't care at all if they encountered such a thing. He also didn't think that there was someone who calculated every move he made. Chao Hui was also very angry when he heard about the incident at the seaside. He was angry at Liu Shaoqing. He felt that since he handed Liu Shaoqing over to him, he should treat him well. His own servants didn't work, but let others do it. He didn't even give them food. Who was helping who? Who wrote the note? Was it possible that he had to ask others to help him when he was helping others? If you, Liu Shaoqing, were a powerful provincial governor like Zhang Zhong, it would still make sense. But you, Liu Shaoqing, are the same as us. We're all judges. If we help you, it's out of friendship. If we don't, it's our duty. In the past, it was indeed beneficial for all four of them. They shared the benefits equally. But now, what about the debt? No one said that they would help others bear the debt. Those who had more servants also had more. After earning money, they had to pay their own debts. Since this was the case, how could Chao Hui's servants be worse than others? Those who helped were reprimanded and didn't have food to eat. The ones who were really anxious were the supervisors. There was no reason for this. Thinking of this, Chao Hui became even more angry. He shouted outside, "Someone, prepare the carriage. We're going to visit Magistrate Liu's house. Bring a gift box." The servant hurriedly complied and ran out to prepare. He understood in his heart that the master was angry. The four families were close to each other, and there was even a connecting door between the courtyards. The master had even brought out a carriage. He said that there were official positions, and he even wanted to bring a calendar. This was clearly going according to the official position. Thinking about it, the servant didn't dare to be negligent. He prepared everything and came to greet them. Chao Hui went out and took the carriage. He made a circle and arrived at the Liu residence in less than half an hour. The purpose of making a circle was to let people know that he was going to pay a formal visit. The other party could prepare according to their status. As expected, Liu Shaoqing was prepared. The main door was wide open. In fact, it wasn't closed. Two people just came and did this. Jiang Huanshi and Fan Jinxi also wanted to ask how they were going to cooperate. They couldn't just casually send people here to do manual labor and then not have food. That wasn't cooperation. Bullying the servants was bullying the master. Liu Shaoqing already knew what happened. He beat the servant who made the decision without permission half to death. But this didn't solve the problem. People would think that he deliberately made a scene for others to see. Wasn't it just the trick of injuring oneself to gain sympathy? Many years ago, there were people who used it again and again. Liu Shaoqing naturally knew what the third person meant. He personally went to the door to welcome him. As soon as Chao Hui got out of the carriage, he hurried to the front and said with a smile, "Brother Chao, you must be here because of the servant in my family. Please come in. Brother Jiang and Brother Fan are also here. That servant of mine offended all three families at once, and I didn't mention how to beat him up. In the end, it was my mistake this time. I hope Brother Chao can understand. Brother Chao should also know that I can't even protect all three families. So how could I bully you? If you want to die, you could just find a rope. Why do you have to do this?" In fact, Chao Hui didn't come here to make trouble. He mainly used this as an excuse to let his servant work with the Zhang family. He wanted to make more money and pay off the debt as soon as possible. Hearing Liu Shaoqing's words, he chuckled and said, "Brother Liu, I'm not here to denounce you. My servant was bullied and can't eat. These are all small matters. And small matters. I came here this time to discuss the matter of the shrimp paste with Brother Liu. I'm sure Brother Liu already knows about today's situation, so I won't hide it from you. Brother Liu, look, this is the contract written by the Zhang family. As long as I send 30 people to work there, their final wages will be exchanged for prawns that can be used to make prawn sauce. I think that in a few days, Brother Lou will have enough prawns. It usually takes a month to make shrimp sauce. Normally, there isn't enough time, but the Zhang family didn't say that if they can't make it in a month, they will immediately compensate. You said in the agreement that you will receive it in a month. You could just find some reason. Even if you don't have a reason, you don't have to be afraid. The length of the shrimp sauce depends on the temperature. If it's hot, the time will be shorter. You can let people light a fire around the jar and keep it hot. That way, it won't take a month. In the past, when the weather was good, it would only take 20 days. What do you think? Lu Xiaoqing did know about today's matter, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He heard a useful piece of news and said happily, "Brother Chow, I'm sorry. I'll kill that person later to give Brother Chow an explanation." You're going to kill me? Let's do it like this. When Brother Lu makes money, don't forget that we are still in debt. Chow Harue pointed out the most important thing. Brother Chow, don't worry. When we sell the shrimp sauce, you get 60% and I get 40%. Lu Xiaoqing happily divided the profits. Chapter 448. In the middle of summer, the old man between the clouds and the water finally could not stand it anymore. Even with the fan blowing, he was still very irritated. The students of the academy were more serious in their studies. There had never been a case where the rich students bullied the poor students. The old man knew that it was not that the rich did not want to bully them, but that they did not dare to. The Zhang family hated internal strife the most. The Zhang family developed too fast, so they did not have the time to care about internal conflicts. As long as there was a sign of trouble, they would deal with it. After the academy expelled 4 people in a row, all of them became obedient. They were expelled, as the academy said. It was useless no matter who interceded. The rules were there. If they wanted a test, the result would not be good. Grandpa, I can't write anymore. Xi and Air stopped writing in the pavilion. Looking at the dragonflies flying around the lake, she felt even more irritated. Then go and play with the kid from Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. The old man was also annoyed. Even if he had caught more than 10 fish, he was not in a good mood. Xi and Air pouted. No, they only want to play when they are playing and only want to learn when they are learning. It's better to play with Xiaobao and Cuckoo. They can play and learn at the same time. Grandpa, when will they come back? It's still early. How about I take you to them? Arrange the things in the academy and then leave? Since the old man left Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he always felt that he had lost a lot of things. At first, he thought that the 2 little guys were close. Later, he realized that it was because of the lack of good students. The students in the academy were not bad, but compared to the 2 little guys, it was different. When he asked the 2 children to memorize the same thing, they were always able to memorize it on the second day. Furthermore, they were able to understand it. The smarter students were able to barely memorize it, but the more stupid ones actually required 3 days. After explaining it over and over again, they still had questions. If this went on, he would fall sick again. It was better to find the 2 little fellows and take a look at the situation over there. It was always better to see with one's own eyes than to know from one's heart. Xi and Air only felt that it was too lonely. She didn't expect that one sentence would make her grandfather suggest the idea of going over. She nodded happily and said, "That's great, grandfather. Then let's hurry up and go. I want to see how much Luer has learned." All right, let's go. Let's go back and make some arrangements." The old man couldn't sit still any longer. He put away his fishing rod and walked back. When they were about to leave the gazebo, someone shouted with a splash. Someone jumped into the water. "Look, it's really a leap of heroism, like a summer water." The old man looked in the direction of the voice and saw a person in the middle of the intersection between the main building between the clouds and the water and the adjacent building. He looked down and saw a person struggling in the water. The old man sighed. He didn't know which stupid person had jumped into the water. Even if he wanted to die, he didn't have to jump here. He stood on the highest three-story building and jumped down with his head down. There was no need to jump into the water. Even if he didn't die, he would be fine. Air watched from the side and was also not worried. The rescue team had already gone over. She looked at the person who was still struggling to get down and said, "Grandfather, isn't this Lu Feidong? The one who kept nagging all day and didn't learn anything." Sure enough, it's the second time. He wanted to enter the Zhang family to learn something. The Zhang family agreed and arranged for him to learn here. It seems that he didn't learn well. We'll take him with us so that he won't jump again and again. After all, he is Minister Lu's nephew. The old man didn't have good eyesight. He took out the clairvoyance and saw clearly. He said helplessly. Lu Feidong, who was rescued, was still shouting, "I can't learn anything. Let me die, let me die. If you want to die, go somewhere else. Don't stay between the clouds and the water." The rescuers didn't show any mercy and didn't try to persuade him not to die. Several people held him down, tied him up, and sent him to the shore. Air, go and tell Lu Feidong about this. I'll go to the academy to arrange it. The old man said to his granddaughter and quickened his pace to leave. The old man in the academy taught more easily. There were only 2 hours of classes a day. There were many good teachers here. He just needed to assign them to one person. Along the way, the old man saw that the students were wearing clean clothes and their faces were glowing. He was relieved to leave. Since the Zhang family agreed to make clothes for the students, they had been doing it all the time. Some time ago, they even found people from other academies to compete again. In the old man's opinion, winning or losing was not important. If they lost, they would know their shortcomings. If they won, they would know their strengths. Most importantly, the competition gave them half a year's worth of supplies needed by the students. He didn't need to worry about these things. The people from the Zhang family between the clouds and the water would take care of it. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the students' lives when he left. As this place became more prosperous, the advertising fees would become higher and higher. He wouldn't have to worry about not having enough money in the future. After making all these arrangements, the old man finally embarked on his journey to Luzhou. He brought his granddaughter and the guards of his family and took a small boat to the capital. He wrote a letter to the people at the docks in advance. When they arrived at their destination, there was already a big boat waiting for them. It was a newly built ship. Before the old man boarded the ship, he deliberately looked at the back of the ship. Sure enough, there was a propeller. The current propeller was much better than before. It wouldn't break down in 2 to 4 hours. It was mainly because the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War had put in a lot of effort. Grandpa, isn't Ling Nin the place to be sent to? Many people have said that the journey is a narrow escape. I don't think it's that dangerous. There are willows by the shore and fish jumping in the water. A gentle breeze comes, and the sky is high and the clouds are light. Sigh. It's time to return to the boat. The sun is setting. It's not a bad journey, Air said to the old man as she stood on the ship and looked at the fishing boat reflected by the sunset. The old man chuckled. Air, our journey is different from the people sent to be sent to the prison. They travel by land and have to cross mountains and ridges. We travel by land and on a big ship. Of course, it's easier for us. Oh, so the people sent to be sent to the prison also have to take a ship. Then, they won't have to worry about dying on the way. Air thought of things in a positive way. The old man didn't say much. How could it be so easy to sit on a big ship? How many people could specially call for a ship and travel so far? If they could run, it would be better to take a trip to the cargo ship and earn a few hundred strings of coins. The Zhang family was rich and generous, and the 2 children were good friends with him. So he arranged a ship to send them off. There weren't many people on the ship. Other than the people who raised and lowered the sails, there were also people who stepped on the wheels below. There were also 2 chefs who were in charge of cooking along the way. Other than the old man and the others, there was also money on the ship. Copper coins were strung up and placed properly. Not only could they be used to send supplies to the other side, but they could also be used to weigh the ship. There were also cloth, silk, and some miscellaneous goods. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave the ship empty, but they were afraid of encountering strong winds at sea. If the ship was empty, it would be dangerous. While the ship was moving, a fleet suddenly appeared in front of them. The flag that was hung fluttered in the wind, and there was a large rice seedling embroidered on it. "Grandpa, it's the Zhang family's fleet. They're back." As soon as Exinair saw the flag, she shouted happily. She thought that the Zhang family's people were back. Now, there was no one here who didn't know which family the ship with the rice seedling flag belonged to. The news had already spread. As long as one inquired a little, they would know that it was the ship of last year's top scorer. Even if the top scorer's family had always emphasized that they didn't do business, others also knew that this was the case. If they didn't do business in the name of the family, they wouldn't be regarded as businessmen. Among those aristocratic families, how many of them didn't do business? They were already used to it. The incoming fleet also noticed the ship. After a series of flag signals, when they passed by each other, a ship in the fleet threw a large bag of things over and hit the deck of the old man's ship. Before the dust settled, Exinair ran over and looked at the big bag that was taller than her when she was standing and wider than her when she was lying down. She was full of curiosity. She waved at the people next to her and said, "Open it and see what's inside." Even if she didn't shout, they would still open it. As soon as the bag was opened, Exinair rummaged through it. This was because the words on the bag said that it was for Grandpa by, who was also her grandfather. "Grandpa, Grandpa, come and see. I want this bracelet, this necklace, and this hairpin. There are too many of them. I can't pick them all. Grandpa, there's also grilled fish slices. Let me try them first." Exinair looked at them one by one. She picked and chose. In the end, she took a bite of the fish slices. The fish slices she ate were small. There was also a large dried fish that was 5 feet long. If the bag was any smaller, it would not be able to fit them all. The old man walked over slowly. He knew that these were Lu Zhou's local specialties. He looked at the bracelets and necklaces and said to his granddaughter, "You're a hawksbill turtle. Do you know how much these things cost?" 100 strings of coins. Exinair casually said a number. She thought that 100 strings of coins was quite a lot. Usually, her pocket money was only slightly more than 100 copper coins a month. She used it to buy food when she went to the market. Your bracelet is already worth 100 strings of coins. All the things added together are worth at least 3,000 strings of coins. They must have been specially prepared by the two of them. This is the capital of the other side. If you sell them here, it's normal to sell them for 6,000 or 7,000 strings of coins. The old man looked at the things that were supposed to be offerings and said to his granddaughter with a sigh. Exinair was shocked and almost threw the bracelet in her hand away. She looked at the crimson and crystal-clear bracelet in her hand under the sunlight and muttered, "This thing is worth 100 strings of coins? Oh, and a single-colored bracelet? Exinair, this is not just 100 strings of coins. If you shout that you're selling it for 500 strings of coins, many people will rush to buy it. You can't accept this gift. You can choose one of the other things. When you get there, return this bracelet to the owner." This single-color bracelet can buy the rest of the things. Chapter 449. The newly built ship was still sailing as usual. Compared to Exinair, who only liked some fun things, the old man paid more attention to those local specialties. Anyone who was willing to inquire about the disaster in Lu Zhou's area, including the surrounding provinces, knew about it. According to the timeline, this was only the second time these things were sent here. The old man knew that the first things were also local specialties that were secretly left behind by some local officials. However, this time was obviously different. Not only were there specialties from Lu Zhou, but there were also specialties from the surrounding provinces. If it were someone else, the old man would think that these things were obtained by chance, and were sent here. However, the Zhang family basically did not do anything by chance. This meant that the people in those provinces were living well. The old man knew Zhang Zhong's character. He would not ignore others after he made a fortune. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be long before the 5 surrounding prefectures would send in their reports. The greater the contribution, the more powerful Zhang Zhong would be. Who didn't know what was going on over there? Even if they praised the 5 provinces on the surface, they would think more highly of Zhang Zhong in their hearts. Grandpa, there are also pictures. There are words written under the pictures. Let me read it to you, Grandpa. On the 17th of June, it was raining heavily. There was a vast ocean around. 6 houses were washed down. Wooden rafts formed land and rippled with the waves. On the 19th of June, there were floating corpses. He was very anxious and sent the strong Team 0 to search against the current. There was a child lying on his back on the water. When he rushed to the wooden raft, he thought it was a floating corpse. Xiao Bao entered the water and carried the child up. He blew air into the child's chest and lungs. Then a cry was heard. Everyone who saw it was very happy. The child opened his little hands and babbled. On the 22nd of June, there were people in the upper reaches of the province who came to save them. More people came later, including the mountain people. They called for help from time to time. Unfortunately, the Team 0 was too small and could not expand the search area. We did not know how many people were in the sea. On the 24th of June, the rain did not stop. Xin flipped open a page and read a page. After reading for a while, she couldn't read anymore. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Among the things she read, there was sorrow, helplessness, sadness, joy, and anticipation. Although she was young, she knew that life was precious. The old man took the book with the picture and looked at the special drawing method on it. He looked at the clear scene in the picture and said to his granddaughter, Xin, this is the real definition of great wisdom and courage. Your Uncle Zhang is a man without trees. Although some people died, there are more people who survived because of him. Without that undulating wooden array formation, there would be more ghosts on the other side. Xin was still sad. She nodded and asked, Grandpa, why didn't Uncle Zhang divide the wooden raft into smaller pieces? That way, there would be more space for him to block. Why didn't he make more wooden rafts? Silly girl, the wind and waves are strong at the seaside. Even if the rafts are connected together, they will still rise and fall. Look at this picture. It's a picture of a big rock pressing down on the wooden raft. It's a good place to be hit by the waves. Even so, the wooden raft is sometimes lifted 10 feet high. If the ropes were not tight and loose, the people on the raft would have fallen into the water. He also wanted to arrange it earlier, but he didn't have so much time. At that time, he had just arrived and didn't have time to do it. If he had half a year, there wouldn't be such a disaster. Look at this picture. It's a picture of 2 rivers to be dug. I think they are already digging now. The old man naturally knew more than his granddaughter. From these pictures, he could see the situation on the other side. Not only were there wooden rafts, but there were also big boats helping to block the wind and waves. He could imagine what kind of scene it was at that time. For this flood, the Zhang family did everything they could. Xin finally understood. She snatched the picture book back and continued reading. When she finished reading the last page, she asked again, Grandpa, if Uncle Zhang and his family were not there, what would happen? They wouldn't? Nothing will happen here, but a lot of people will die over there. Even after the disaster, there will still be people who will die. Even more people will flee. Your Uncle Zhang's family is not ordinary. Don't underestimate them because they only have one province. They support the 5 surrounding provinces. Without him there, those 6 provinces will be finished. There are already few people there. Without the Zhang family, there would be even fewer people there. This is the right way to do things for the country and the people. Don't worry. When we get there, you'll see a different Lu Zhou from the picture. The old man looked at the river in front of him and said to Xin with emotion. He believed in the Zhang family's ability to do things. A lot of money had been shipped there. Others thought that it was a dilapidated place, but if it was the Zhang family, they would be able to make money at that time. Exai and Air did not care about the difference at all, as long as no one died, and as long as she could see Sister Luer, Wang Wan, and Zhang Xiaobao when she got there, she was satisfied. She waved the picture book in her hand. Grandpa, this thing is really fun. It has pictures. It's not fun. It's very useful. If something similar happens in other places, you can copy it. It talks about how to save people who fell into the water, how to bandage wounds, don't drink unboiled water, and eat more garlic. Think about it. If the Yellow River flooded, wouldn't you be able to copy it? The old man saw more knowledge from such a thing. Yes, Exai and Air nodded in agreement. You can't take this book with you. You have to leave it for the people here and send it to the Emperor, the old man said as he extended his hand. Exai and Air reluctantly handed over the beautiful book. When she saw her grandfather instructing people to send it away, she said reluctantly, "The beautiful picture is gone. When we get there, I'll take a look at it with my own eyes." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang did not know that the old man had come over. In the past few days, the two of them had checked the accounts and found that Qidong would think of ways to be greedy every day. It was a lot of money for ordinary people, but for Zhang Xiaobao, it was just a drop in the ocean. He's been greedy for 10 strings of coins. Isn't it time to do something? Otherwise, others will be greedy when they see that there's nothing to do. Wang finally learned a thing or two. She checked the accounts very carefully. In the past few days, Qidong was greedy. It cannot be said that he was greedy. It should be said that he was using public power for private purposes. He kept all the benefits for himself and kept 10 strings of coins. She advised Zhang Xiaobao to clean it up. Zhang Xiaobao had been very relaxed these few days. He was playing games with Lu Xiaoqing and the other 3 people. 2 of the 4 people were directly schemed against, while the other 2 were affected. The affected people did not lose much, but they offended people and earned less money for a few days. Since Zhang Xiaobao raised the purchase price, the shrimp sauce had changed from the usual multiples to a jar of 8 strings of coins. Chao Hui had already agreed with Lu Xiaoqing that they would use the shrimp to exchange for wages. When the time came, they would split the profits 40 to 60. Because of the increase in the shrimp sauce, he changed his mind. Normally, if they worked hard, the 30 of them would be able to earn more than 30 jars of prawns in a day. However, Zhang Xiaobao was not going to let these 30 people do anything. He would make new clothes for them, and there would be alcohol for every meal. How could they still want to work after drinking? After reluctantly following the team for a round, the 30 people could only get 5 jars of shrimp in a day. They did not care. They could eat and drink well every day, even if they did not get paid. As a result, Chao Hui's hope was dashed. He thought that 5 jars of shrimp sauce could be made into 2 jars of shrimp sauce. If 1 jar sold for 8 strings of coins, it would be 16 strings of coins a day. Moreover, the price seemed to be increasing. When the shrimp sauce was made, would it not increase even more? After thinking about it, he did not want to send the shrimp to Lu Xiaoqing anymore. Instead, he asked someone to send some money. He said that the 30 people in the family did not know how to do work and did not get paid these days. The money sent should be used to buy shrimp and boats. He could not say such words himself, so he could only ask the steward in the family to do it. After hearing the steward's description, Lu Xiaoqing's face became gloomy after hearing such words. However, he still thanked him and accepted the money, knowing that the shrimp sauce could be sold at a high price. Chao Hui sent the other servants in the family out to catch shrimp in the sea with wooden rafts. They could use the shrimp sauce to make shrimp sauce and sell it when it was ready. Fan Jianxi and Jiang Huanshi also felt that sending people out would make less money, so they found reasons to ask their servants to come back. They also went to catch shrimp in the sea. Lu Xiaoqing could not say anything. It was profit. He could not find fault with others for letting the 3 people who worked together to stay away from him. After all, it was his family who did not give others food first. He said that it would be settled at night, and it was the kind of fresh shrimp that 1 jar. The servants in the family changed it on their own accord. Even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. The servant in the family was beaten for a while every day. If he was not killed, he would be whipped once a day. In fact, it was to tell the people in the courtyard that they should do what the master told them to do. If they did not do it, they would be whipped. When he beat the servant, he also sent all the servants in the family out to catch shrimp. At this time, there were already 26 jars. However, for 200 jars, it was far from enough. When the time came and they really could not hand it in, they would have to pay twice the amount, which was 600 strings of coins. Liu Shaoqing also had a good idea. He wanted his family to make 70 to 80 jars. When the time came, he would sell them. The money would be enough to pay for it. As for the 3 ungrateful people who only cared about money, they could earn money by themselves. In the future, if there was a good thing, he would not ask them. There was no difference between not giving coal in the snow and hitting a person who was down. Thinking that the 3 people also owed money, it was reasonable to do so. Liu Shaoqing comforted himself. He could think this way, but other people didn't, especially the servants in his family. When they were catching prawns at the seaside, they could see people from the other 2 families catching prawns there every day. Their speed was much faster than before. Chapter 450. The servants from Chao Herui's family came here on purpose. Not only were they on paid leave today, but they were also given some food and wine in food boxes in the morning when they went to work. Zhang Xiaobao guessed that they would come looking for trouble. If they were wrong, he would just treat them to a meal. When these people came, they began to look for a place where the Liu family ate. They wanted to see where they were going to cook, so they went to the side and ate their own food. Normally, fishermen would not have a place to cook on the shore when they went out to fish. Usually, they would bring rice dumplings from home. There were also rice dumplings that were similar to rice dumplings. The rice was steamed, and some vegetables were rolled up. If it was better, some fish was rolled up, and the outside was wrapped with vegetables. In this way, there were meat dishes and rice. Some liked to eat sour food, so they added some vinegar. Some liked to eat sour food, and some liked to eat it because the weather was hot. When the food was taken out, it would be a little fermented and sour, and it would have a different taste. The Liu family was not used to it, so they specially arranged for people to cook on the shore. They wanted to learn how Zhang Zhong's family treated the working people. For example, when they were working, there were people cooking for them. Now, even if it was not a waste of time, there were people who would give them rolls or giamos. If they did not have a place to cook, wouldn't they be worse than the ordinary people? In fact, their status was not comparable to that of the ordinary people, but they did not think so. They deliberately learned from the ordinary people and asked people to spread a few pancakes, fried 2 vegetarian dishes, and put in some shrimp, small dried fish, and other things to eat. It was only a little different from what the ordinary people ate. They replaced the meat dishes with vegetarian dishes. The servants from Chao Herui's family also knew about this, and deliberately came to laugh at the Liu family. Today, the food that Zhang Xiaobao prepared for them was very good. Smoked chicken made by Zhang Dashan, pig head meat. And in addition to these 2, there were even 5 caddies of spiced beef. Beef was amazing. Normally, they would not even dare to think about eating it, let alone eat it. They made some coriander and garlic sauce for themselves, and found a place to sit not far away. They looked at the sea, which they had long been bored of, and listened to the noise of the waves. Now and then they glanced at the sun, hoping that it would leave soon and that it would be noon. After waiting for a long time, they were all dazed by the sun. Finally, noon came. All the people who were fishing in this area came up at the same time. The Chao family was a little special. They did not have anyone to cook, so Chao Herui brought them big steam buns with vegetable fillings. According to Zhang Xiaobao, these were good things that could replenish a lot of vitamins. He used fruits to replenish himself. If he ate steamed buns, he wanted to replenish his protein. There was more salt in the steamed buns. Firstly, it could prevent the steamed buns from being sunburned. Secondly, it could save the steamed buns from being dipped in soy sauce. Originally, they were told to bring the steamed buns with them and eat them when they were hungry. However, they gathered all the steamed buns together and put them on the shore so that they could rest for a while. As soon as the people of the Chow family came ashore, the 30 people who worked for the Zhang family shouted at them and asked them to come over and eat there. These people who were catching shrimps on the wooden raft also knew that the 30 people were different from others. They wore new clothes with rice seedlings embroidered on them. They did not eat with them at night like before. Instead, they ate 3 meals a day at the Zhang family. They ate well with meat and vegetables and drank wine. These days, they had been envious. At this time, when they saw that they were called over, they did not hesitate and took the steamed buns to the side where the Liu family servants were eating today. Xiaoxia, come here. Here is some wine for you to drink. Don't you usually say that you want to drink some wine? I brought it here. There's also beef. Eat. Eat as much as you can. When we are working there, we can drink wine and eat meat if we want. Our master is the best. Others can't. One of the 30 people shouted at the thin and weak person coming over. His voice was very loud, so loud that the servants of the other 3 families could hear him clearly. Naturally, the servants of the Liu family heard him the most clearly. As he spoke, he opened the bamboo tube that contained the wine and took out the cut meat. He looked in the direction of the servants of the Liu family and pinched a piece of beef. He slowly put it into his mouth and gently chewed twice. Only then did he take a sip of wine. His movements were not small. It was as the saying went, 1 mouthful of food and 1 mouthful of wine. It would be a lie if the Liu family servants said that they were not greedy. They could only catch some fish to cook at home. They could not taste other meat at all. Even if they brought fish back, they could only see how much oil there was on the fish. If there was no oil, the master would not give them too much oil. They would not care about salt. They could eat whatever they wanted. Looking at the people of the Chow family eating, the people of the Liu family could only pretend that they did not know. Some people quietly scolded them for being shameless. The master family and the Zhang family were at odds, but they still went to the Zhang family to do things. The people of the Liu family could not eat it. They could only smell the fragrance that drifted over. However, the people of the Chow family were different. Everyone had a master. Since they were called over, they would definitely be able to eat it. If they were not called, then it would be another story. The person who was called Xiaoxia was the first to come over. He smiled at the person who called him and said, "Brother Big Fish, you guys are really capable. You can eat such good food and drink wine. Brother Big Fish, are you really going to let me eat it? My name is Diu, not Big Fish. Remember, next time you call me by the wrong name, there will be no food to eat." The person who spoke just now corrected him. In fact, he was used to being called Big Fish in the past. Now, he felt that his identity was different. His real name was Big Rain. He did not know where he heard it. There was also a powerful person called Diu, so he changed his name. Of course, Xiaoxia did not dare to argue about this matter. If he did, there would be no food to eat. He smiled even more amiably and said, "Brother Diu, do you think people like us can also go to the Zhang family to do things?" Diu was happy to be called. He pinched 2 pieces of beef and placed them in the palm of Xiaoxia's outstretched hand generously. Then, he handed the bamboo tube over and said, "For this matter, you have to find the master. The master is very capable. He can talk to the people of the Zhang family. Maybe it will work. Compared to the masters of other families, our master is more than 100 times better. What can other masters do? They will be deceived." Yes, the masters of other families can be deceived. Yes, the meat is really delicious. The wine is also good. Xiaoxia echoed. He drank 2 pieces of meat and a mouthful of wine, making him feel comfortable from inside out. Who are you talking about? Which family's master was fooled? Say it clearly. Who is the more capable one? One of the more hot-tempered people from the Liu family finally could not hold it in. It was fine that he smelled the fragrance of the wine and dishes, but he actually dared to talk about his master? He stood up and pointed at Big Fish. This person was half a head taller than Big Fish and was also stronger than him. If it was before, Big Fish could only endure. But now it was different. He was originally sitting, But he also stood up and shouted at the person who came, "I will talk about whoever comes over. What can you do? Do you dare touch me? I work for the Zhang family. If you touch me, I will say that I can't do it anymore. I will ask the people of the Zhang family to come over and teach you a lesson. Now that I have told you, I will talk about you. I will say that your master is stupid and was deceived. You think you can take advantage of him. So what? If you can't get the shrimp sauce, you can wait to lose money. My master is capable. Look at the food we eat, and look at the junk you eat. Capable, this is capable. Do you understand?" This person from the Liu family really wanted to make a move, but when he heard what Big Fish said, he could only clench his fists tightly. He was indeed afraid of the Zhang family, not only because Zhang Zhong was the provincial governor, but more importantly, because those people from the Zhang family really dared to kill people. He had a straightforward personality and did not dare to make a move now. When he heard Big Fish proudly belittling his master, he almost cried in anger. The other members of the Liu family also did not dare to come over and cause trouble. They stood there and felt waves of sadness in their hearts. Their master had been deceived. That person, surnamed Chow, went to the Zhang family to enjoy life. It would be a lie to say that they were not envious. But who could they blame? On their side, the people from the Chow Hurue family were happy. They ate and sipped some wine and kept talking about the Liu family. In any case, there was nothing good to say. The people from the other two families acted as if this matter did not concern them. They were jealous of the Chow family, but they were also happy that the Liu family was being talked about. They had never forgotten that the Liu family did not give them food to eat in the past. The Liu family began to eat. The people of the Liu family began to eat in silence. One of them was quite ambitious. He said to the people beside him, "Hurry up and eat. After you finish eating, go catch prawns. No matter what, we have to deal with this matter. We can't count on others. When we go back, we will tell Master. All officials are the same. Master will not be inferior to anyone. Only shameless people would hug the thigh of the Zhang family." After he said this, the people from the Liu family really gained some morale. They ate faster. The people from the Chow family ate very slowly. The main reason was that they could not bear to eat too quickly. That way, they would not be able to taste the wine and food. They all looked at the people from the Liu family with mocking expressions on their faces. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen were also eating lunch. The two of them did not know that their strategy of sowing discord had achieved very good results. The two of them came out in the morning and rode on the same horse. They ran towards a project that Qi Dong was in charge of. On the way, they slowed down a little to look at the surrounding scenery and the situation of the grain planted on the ground. When it was almost time for lunch, they arrived at the site. The two of them not only saw the pile of firewood used to cook salt, but also saw the people cooking salt by the sea. At this time, the meal was ready. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found a place to eat. There was no table, and Qi Dong did not make pancakes. For the sake of greed, it was better to cook normally. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan carried their own plates and walked casually to Qi Dong's side. They squatted there and began to eat. As they ate, they stopped to look at Qi Dong. If it was a normal person doing this, Qi Dong would have already become angry. However, he did not dare to provoke the two children of the provincial governor's family. He could only force himself to endure. Cuckoo, with so many pots used to cook salt, how much salt do you think can be cooked for several days? Is the salt enough for the people working here? Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to let Qi Dong eat peacefully. He asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan swallowed the food in her mouth. With so many pots cooking, if the people working here eat the salt, they will probably die. Aya, since it is cooked, why can't I see any salt? Where did the salt go these past few days? Xiaobao, do you know? If you don't know, ask your father. I will ask him later. Chapter 451. Dongfang looked at the two children and thought they were very interesting. At this time, he couldn't find his previous thoughts. Listening to the two people casually talking, Dong's sweat flowed even faster. He found that the weather was not so hot, and there was a kind of coldness from inside out. If possible, Dong really wanted to strangle the two children to death, but he could only think about it. Not to mention that there were guards standing beside the two children. Even if there was no one beside them, he wouldn't dare to do it. He naturally knew who the two children were. One was the son of the provincial governor, and the other was his future daughter-in-law. If anyone dared to harm them, the people here would tear them apart before the people with the crossbows could do anything. Since he couldn't do it, he could only use other methods. Dong thought about it. He didn't have anything on him that could attract the children, so he grabbed a handful of mud from the ground. There was a lot of sand, so he rubbed it vigorously. He first rubbed out the large grains of sand, and the rest was barely enough to make something. While the others were eating, he made a small stick of grass and sculpted it. Soon, the two hands holding each other's hands made a small clay man. Its face looked similar to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Ignoring the uncomfortable feeling of his clothes sticking to his body due to the hot weather and the nervousness, he smiled and brought it closer to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who were eating. Little young master, do you think it's fun? If it's fun, I'll make it for the two of you. I can make whatever you want. This was the only method Dong could think of, and he hoped it would be useful. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put down their chopsticks and looked at the clay man, then looked at Dong and nodded. Without waiting for Dong to say his purpose, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. It's fun. I didn't expect that not only are you good at calculating, but you're also so skillful. Can you really make whatever we want? Yes, absolutely. Little young master and little miss, I'll make it. Seeing that there was hope, Dong hurriedly promised happily. Wang Wan looked at the place where the salt was boiling and said with a smile, I want a clay man like that. What kind? Dong asked. A good deputy county magistrate who is always considerate of the people and won't try his best to make money from selling salt every day. He needs to have a heart that is purer than gemstones, a pair of clear eyes, and a sense of justice. Even if his nose is a little flat, even if he is a little short, even if his eyes are a little small, he is still tall in the eyes of the people. He is as lofty as a mountain and as vast as the sea. I wonder if you can pinch him? Wang Wan said to Dong with a smile. With a clatter, the clay figurine in Dong's hand fell to the ground. Then, with a plop, he knelt down in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. His face was full of fear, and his body was trembling. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to eat as if they didn't see it. From time to time, they would give each other their favorite food. They looked like they were innocent. The people nearby also heard Wang Wan's words. As long as they were not stupid, they would know who Wang Wan was talking about. At this time, they realized that County Magistrate Qi had been lying to them to cook salt for the past few days. He said that it was for others to eat and to save money for the provincial governor. In fact, he kept it for himself. They were so angry that they stopped eating. They stood up and surrounded Dong. If it weren't for the fact that little young master and little miss didn't do anything, they would have boiled Dong like seawater to see if they could get a heart that was purer than gemstones. I'm guilty. I know I'm wrong. I'm guilty. Dong thought that he had done a good job, and no one would find out. Now he understood that the provincial governor must have found out and sent the two kids here. While saying that he was guilty, he kept kowtowing. Zhang Xiaobao put the last grain of rice into his mouth. He smacked his lips and rinsed his mouth with water. He looked at Dong, who was kneeling there, and said, My father asked me to ask you if you can't do things peacefully because of gambling debts. No, I never gamble. Dong shook his head and answered, Do you have family members who are sick but don't have money to treat them? Do you need good medicine? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. No one is sick. Everyone is fine. Dong continued to shake his head. Do you have children who are married? My son is only 10 years old and my daughter is only 7 years old. How can they get married? No. Since you don't have children, then your crime of corruption can't be reduced. How will you be sentenced? If you're not as good as the law, you will be flogged 70 times. If you're not as good as the law, you will be flogged 100 times. If you're not as good as the law, you will be a disciple for a year. If you're not as good as the law, you will be punished. If you are the one who lost the ransom, you will be punished. If you're the one who begged, you will be punished. If you're the one who gave, you will be punished. If not, you will be sentenced to both. I'm confused. Are you talking about Deputy County Magistrate Qi? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Qi Dong and asked. When Qi Dong heard these two crimes, he shivered. No matter which one he was sentenced to, he wouldn't be punished. Some things couldn't be said. For example, according to the calculations, the new provincial governor's family should have been killed countless times. Bribery, doing business for personal gain, disobeying the rules, having too many servants in the family, privately appointing officials, and some other things that he didn't know about. None of these things would end well. However, no one cared about the provincial governor. He was caught. It didn't matter how serious the crime was. What was important was that he was convicted. Qi Dong, who didn't dare to say anything, could only kowtow and say that he was guilty. He didn't say anything. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao would not sentence Qi Dong to death. He was clever and talented. That was a small account. If he was properly groomed in the future, it would save him a lot of trouble. It would not be a bad idea to let him check the accounts of other departments. Now, what he was thinking about was to let other people see and give an explanation to the people around. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaobao ordered, "Come, tie Qi Dong up and send him to my father. Flog him 100 times and lock him up for a year. If he doesn't die from the flogging, consider him lucky." When the guards arrived, they had already received instructions. When they heard the order, they tied Qi Dong up without another word. Qi Dong did not struggle either. He was frightened by the 100 beatings. With so many beatings, even if he did not die, he would be skinned alive, not to mention that it was intentional. He clearly knew that Zhang Xiaobao didn't have the authority to tie him up, but he didn't dare to say anything. It was good that he wasn't taken away. Otherwise, when Zhang Xiaobao and the others left, the people would eat him up. At that time, with so many people beating him up, even if he died, it would only be a light punishment. Zhang Zhong probably wouldn't give a heavy sentence to a citizen who beat someone to death. You dare to take bribes and bend the law? Do you think that there aren't any accounting experts in my residence? Everyone, the bad guy has been taken away. Let's all continue eating. Oh, there's also a scribe. Come, take him away too. After Qi Dong was taken away, Zhang Xiaobao said something to the people around him. He also took away the scribe who cooperated with the crime. Only then did he and Wang Wan send the plates of food to the washing place and leave happily. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried that other people with thoughts wouldn't know. The speed at which the people spread news was unimaginably fast. In less than a day, everyone in the province would know of this matter. As for how the rumors spread, it didn't matter. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan leave, the people who knew of the situation let out chaotic cheers. They began to excitedly tell the people who didn't know the matter. The more they talked, the more ridiculous it became. While the people hated Qi Dong and the scribe, they also admired the good official even more. He was able to see through everything. Doing a little trick, and he was caught. The news spread very quickly. By the time Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rode back to the residence, the people who were working and the management staff all knew of what happened at noon. There were indeed a few who wanted to learn and do it. At this time, they were all frightened. They were glad that they hadn't done it yet. They were also glad that the provincial governor had acted early. Otherwise, when they learned and did it, there would be no chance for regret. Zhang Zhong also heard of this matter. He really didn't know that there was someone who falsified the accounts. After understanding the details, he sighed for Qi Dong. This was a bad idea. The falsification of the accounts reached Xiao Bao. This was purely courting death. The accounts of the family were all managed by the son. There were countless transactions, and it was very easy for him to manage. A mere deputy county magistrate dared to falsify the accounts for his son. Qi Dong was not escorted to Zhang Zhong's residence. Instead, he was directly escorted back to the residence. No one beat him. He was also not locked up in a cell. Instead, he was locked up in the woodshed and thrown into a corner. He was left alone. He was locked up until nighttime. No one came to bring him food or water. The weather was hot, and the woodshed was stuffy. After being locked up for half a day, he was a little exhausted. The main reason was not physical problems, but psychological pressure. He didn't know how he would be judged. He also didn't know what his family would do when they heard the news. He spent the whole afternoon thinking about what went wrong. The most clear thing was that the salt that people ate and boiled did not match. However, if it was just checking the accounts, it might not be found out. Unless there was a shrewd person who came to check. Could it be that a commoner could calculate it? Moreover, it was deliberately arranged here. Was it related to the provincial governor? He didn't know that it was because he had made the accounts too detailed and considered too many things. There was also a slight loophole. This was troublesome, especially when it came to firewood. Even if he didn't record it, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't say anything. Different wood and different cooking methods used different amounts of firewood. Firewood was not valuable, so it was fine if he didn't record it. However, he had written down the amount of firewood used by others. It was purely superfluous. Who knew what he would think if he understood? Xiaobao, are you just going to lock him up like this? How long will he be locked up? I'm afraid his body can't take it. After returning to the residence, Wang Wan glanced in the direction of the woodshed and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Give him some water at night. As for going to the toilet, he will find a way himself. Otherwise, he will have to endure it. When he understands why we didn't beat him and what he should do, then let him go. For the first 3 days, we can only give him water. He won't die." Chapter 452. When it was a cloudy day at the beach in summer, the sea breeze would bring along the moisture of the sea. The closer one was to the beach, the more uncomfortable their skin would feel. Even if one didn't do any exercise, they would still feel stuffy. Furthermore, the sweat that came out of their bodies would feel hot to the outside, but when they touched their arms, they would feel cold. At this time, the best way to relieve the heat was to take a shower with warm water. Never use cold water. One person would easily get sick, while the other would feel even hotter after this. If the conditions at home allowed it, then they would dig a swimming pool. It was convenient and fast. They could dive in and come out, and it would be cool. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan repeated this action. It was good to have an artesian well. After a flood, they didn't know what happened underground. The water in the artesian well could actually shoot up more than 10 feet high. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't investigate this phenomenon. Instead, they made use of the fountain and built a large pool. They didn't even need a swimming pool. They dug a river and connected it to the river 3 li away. No one objected. Compared to the original provincial governorship, it could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. In the entire manor, other than the front area for official business, the back area was designed into a garden by the two of them. 2-story bamboo buildings stood there. There were ponds, small lakes, all kinds of pavilions, corridors, and canals in the surrounding areas. They also raised some fish and planted flowers. Newcomers would get lost in this garden. Unfortunately, there weren't that many villagers who came to play. Even if they opened the door at the back of the manor and posted a notice for the commoners' children to come and play, no one came. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan spent a lot of effort to design the original courtyard into a children's playground with a small wooden house, a slide, a swing, a seesaw, and a water carousel. However, because no one came, it became a decoration. Only Li Sun, the older child, came to play from beginning to end. Then, the 3 of them sat in the pool that was less than 2 feet deep, staring at the fake fish carved out of wood in a daze. At noon today, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally couldn't stand the sultry weather. It looked like it was going to rain, but there was no wind. For the whole morning, not a single drop of rain fell. They were too close to the beach, and their bodies were wet and sticky. They asked someone to guard the door of the fountain and jumped in to soak. Underground water was indeed different. It was bone-chilling. After soaking in it for a while, it would come out and warm up. It was a little addictive. It's been 2 days. Qidong has been locked up for 2 days. After a while, it will be 3 days. He has been drinking water all this time. Should we send him some food? He must be feeling terrible today. Wang Wan finally stopped feeling stuffy. She shook her wet hair and reminded Zhang Xiaobao. There's no rush. We'll see tomorrow. If he still can't figure out what to do, just give him something to eat. I think a steamed bun a day should be enough. What's the reaction of Lu Xiaoqing and the others? Send someone to ask them later. Zhang Xiaobao estimated that as long as Qidong had enough water and didn't commit suicide, he wouldn't die in a short time. On the contrary, he was more concerned about Lu Xiaoqing and the others. He didn't get any information today, so he didn't know how the division plan was going. When the two people's hair was almost dry, the person who went to inquire finally came back. Little master, little miss, nothing happened. The 4 of them have been in their own houses for the past 2 days. Although they're close to each other, they don't have much contact. The servants in their houses seem to have become well-behaved. Even if they meet every day, they just don't talk. They haven't fought. The person who inquired about the news came back to report. Hearing this news, Zhang Xiaobao was satisfied and said, "It's good that things are stable. Otherwise, if they fight again, the hatred that was accumulated with great difficulty will be released. Small conflicts are easy to solve. Only when the accumulation reaches a certain level will it be uncontrollable and continue to the next step." Lu Xiaoqing was still in a worrying situation. His subordinates had tried their best to catch prawns, but the amount was far from enough. There were only 100 jars. If they could get all the prawns caught by the other 3 families, it might be enough. But now, Zhang Zhong had ordered people to spread the news that a jar of prawn sauce would be sold for 10 strings of coins. There were a dozen or so people who happened to have a jar in their houses and had already gone to exchange it for money. The 4 families were catching prawns and waiting to sell them when they were ready. They originally wanted to see if any other people were catching prawns and buy some at a high price. In the end, all the people were busy. Some were digging the river, some were building houses, and some fishermen had already joined the Zhang family's fishing business. There were less than 20 days left. Even if it was heated manually, it would take a long time. If there were no more prawns, they would have to wait to lose money. We gathered for profit, so why should we complain about profit? If there is wealth in the dynasty, we will leave without profit. Sigh. Good move, Zhang Zhong. Oh, Zhang Zhong, what a good move to sow discord. You clearly saw through it, but you couldn't avoid it. Lu Xiaoqing sat there. It was unknown whether it was the gloomy weather that made his mood bad, or he suddenly thought it through. He muttered a few words to himself. He wasn't the only one who understood. Chao Harue also knew that this was Zhang Zhong's plan. But even if he knew about the plan to sow discord, he had to jump into the trap in order to be able to pay off the debt as soon as possible. How could he not earn 10 strings of coins for a jar of prawn sauce? Chao Harue found a reason for himself when he betrayed and felt a little better. Master, good news. Master, the price of prawn sauce has increased again. The Zhang family's people came out and said that a jar of prawn sauce is 15 strings of coins. Pickled vegetable store will only accept 1,000 jars of prawn sauce. Master, hurry up and make it. Chao Harue's servant hurriedly ran in and happily told his master, who was sitting in the middle of the courtyard and feeling a little better, what he saw just now. 15 strings of coins? Tell those 30 people who only know how to drink to do their jobs properly. They can't be delayed. Chao Harue's heart was beating a little faster and a little unsteadily because of this news. He knew that those 30 people ate and drank well in the Zhang family and rarely helped out. It was fine if it was in the past, but not now. Money. Time was money. The Zhang family gave them a high salary. If they really worked hard, they could make 2 jars of prawn sauce with the salary of 1 person a day. They would only accept 1,000 jars of prawn sauce. This promise was made. For the sake of their reputation, the Zhang family would not go back on their word. 30 people would make 60 jars a day. 600 jars in 10 days. How much money would that be? 9,000 strings of coins. They would still have money left after paying back all the money. The servant hurriedly ran over and hurriedly left after receiving the order. When the news of 15 strings of coins for a jar was released, some of the people were tempted. They wanted to catch prawns to make prawn sauce in their free time. However, Zhang Zhong posted another notice saying that he was going to build a seawall to prevent typhoons and tidal waves from destroying the houses. When the people were given a choice between money and Zhang Zhong, most of them chose Zhang Zhong. Only a small number of them chose money. When it was their turn to work, they did not work hard. When they were resting, they would go catch prawns. For 2 days in a row, a small number of people did not work hard. This made Zhang Zhong feel a little sad. He had done so much for Lu Zhou. Under the circumstances where he was not forced, his words could not be compared to that little bit of money. The people who had just destroyed their homes and those who did not want to face the disaster. This is human nature. Never think of others as how they should be. Who can you blame for that? This notice is a touchstone. Yes, between heaven and hell, the outcome is decided when you make the choice. Those who don't work hard are not needed from tomorrow onwards. Let's catch prawns. When Zhang Xiaobao received the news, he did not look sad at all. He only felt sad for those people. 15 strings of coins for a jar of prawn sauce. Prawn sauce? They were all waiting for a pie to fall from the sky. Wang Wan also felt that it was not worth it for those who chose to catch prawns. There was no such thing as 15 strings of coins. It was all a scam. Apart from the pickling line, the fishing line was almost done. Many people thought that the pickling line belonged to the Zhang family and the fishing line belonged to the Zhang family. Therefore, the prawn sauce they received was not from the Zhang family. They were too naive. Various industries shared shares and settled accounts separately. Even if that was not the case, they could just find someone to buy the prawn sauce from the fishing line and sell it to the pickling line. At that time, those who wanted to cry would cry, and those who wanted to laugh would laugh. They would be able to see the various forms of life again. If the wind does not blow, the leaves will fall. If the water does not ripple, the fish will live. If the heart is not calm, there is nothing to be done. The sky is cloudy, and there are many floating clouds. Wang Wan missed Zhuangzi, where the Zhang family and the Wang family lived. There were not many worries there. Every time the farmers made a choice, they would listen to the master, and the master had never disappointed them. Help, help. I know what to do. Help. Bang, bang. I know what to do. Help. Xiaobao, did you hear something? Wang Wan suddenly heard someone shouting for help. Zhang Xiaobao had locked Qidong up for nearly 5 days. He finally heard something and pulled Wang Wan over. I heard it. Qidong is banging on the door. He has figured it out. Let's go and ask him what he knows. Do we need to call a guard? Wang Wan was afraid that Qidong would suddenly attack them. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. Let's go. There is no need to call a guard. He ate a steamed bun yesterday and has been drinking water for the past few days. Who do you think he is? Without salt, a steamed bun can heal him. His legs are still tied. Help. I know what to do. I will do whatever you want me to do. I can even fake the accounts. I can't take it anymore. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived outside the woodshed, they heard Qidong's weak voice. You don't say. He's really smart. He knows how to do what he's told. Wang Wan praised. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. How many fools would be willing to spend so much effort to fake the accounts? Let's have a good chat with him. The two of them stood outside the door of the firewood shed. Qidong, who was inside, noticed that the crack in the door was dark. He peeked out with one eye and immediately said happily, Young master, young lady, quickly tell His Excellency. I understand what His Excellency means. I will listen to him. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.